Chapter 700. Zhao Jian was embarrassed and didn't dare to speak. Suddenly he heard a cough and the man said, "Vice Hall Master Qin's words are a bit too heavy." Then according to Vice Hall Master Zhong's meaning, he left my Mingcue Hall's disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Should I thank him and not say a word? It turned out that the person with the pleasant voice was the former Hall Master of the Misty School's Mingcue Hall, Aunt Qin. Vice Hall Master Zhong laughed and said, "First, I think Vice Hall Master Qin should understand that the decision to lead the disciples into the Yulon Grand Canyon was made by the 3 Hall Masters of the Misty Hall. It has nothing to do with Zhao Jian. Second, Zhao Jian's martial arts are limited. It's already good that he escaped with his life. Even the lingering Fragrance Peak's female disciples can't take care of the Wuming Hall's outer disciples. We can't ask Zhao Jian to do what he must do. Third, we are now in the Shirxing Peak of the Fragrant Religion. There is no Mingcue Hall, let alone Mingcue Hall's disciples. There are only Misty Hall's female disciples. So Vice Hall Master Qin, please clarify." Aunt Qin was somewhat angry. The Misty Hall's disciples had suffered heavy casualties when the Misty School was destroyed. The remaining male disciples were below average. The female disciples of the Mingcue Hall were better. Under the Fragrant Religion's rule of favoring females over males, many disciples didn't dare to be ruthless towards the female disciples of the Misty School. Therefore, among the female disciples who were brought to the Fragrant Religion, there were many outstanding disciples who could become the pillars of the Misty Hall. According to the usual practice of the aroma cult, these female disciples would be put in an important position when they arrived at the aroma cult. However, in order to restrain Yang Ruping and divide the power of the Misty sect, Lingering Fragrance Peak chose one of the inner sect disciples to be the deputy hall master of the Misty sect. And this deputy hall master Zhong chose Zhao Jian from the many male disciples to be the key disciple to be groomed. The outstanding female disciples of the Mingcue Hall didn't have the chance to shine. Although Yang Ruping was the widow of the leader of the Misty School sect Master O and the direct disciple of the Fragrant Religion sect master, she wasn't keen on fame and fortune. It was only because of her late husband's request that she reluctantly took the position of Hall Master of the Misty Hall and protected the safety of all the disciples of the Misty School. Because the female disciples of the Mingcue Hall had the advantage in the Misty Hall, she chose Aunt Qin to be the Vice Hall Master of the Misty Hall to help her deal with the affairs of the hall. This orchid dusk refinement was the first time since the establishment of the Misty Hall. Yang Ruping knew that it was dangerous and didn't want to send disciples in. However, this was the tradition of the Fragrant Religion. Secondly, she couldn't resist Vice Hall Master Zhong's persuasion. Thirdly, the relationship between the Shirxing Peak and the other peaks wasn't harmonious. Many medicinal herbs, elixirs and other things were lacking. In addition, it wasn't only the normal disciples who came to the Shirxing Peak, but also the other disciples who were seriously injured. They were lacking in medicinal herbs. Therefore, after thinking it over, Yang Ruping finally agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's suggestion to send disciples into the Orchid Grand Canyon. However, Aunt Qin didn't agree. She felt that the disciples' martial arts weren't good enough and they had just experienced a setback. It was time for them to rest and recuperate, so it wasn't good for them to take risks. However, under Yang Ruping and Vice Hall Master Zhong's insistence, she couldn't do anything. She even argued when selecting disciples to enter the canyon. Aunt Qin firmly didn't want some outstanding female disciples, such as Xia Zai and Chang'e, to enter the canyon. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong insisted on having his own way. He believed that only the disciples with strong martial arts could safely pick the spiritual herbs. They had to go. The 3 of them argued for a long time before Vice Hall Master Qin reluctantly agreed. However, he asked for Xia Zai, who had the highest martial arts, to be the leader. Yang Ruping naturally didn't have any objections. However, when they were about to set off, Vice Hall Master Zhong took out the cult leader's token and appointed Zhao Jian as the leader. He asked Xia Zai to cooperate with him. At that time, Aunt Qin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Zhao Jian knew how to stir up trouble. On one hand, he was very panicked and didn't dare to accept Vice Hall Master Zhong's order. On the other hand, he pulled Xia Zai and asked her to take charge. In the end, under Yang Ruping's suggestion, Zhao Jian and Xia Zai were both the leaders. Xia Zai and Zhao Jian would handle the daily affairs together. When they encountered difficult matters, Zhao Jian would take charge. When Zhao Jian set off, he even patted his chest and promised Aunt Qin that he would definitely bring back all the female disciples. When they heard the news of the beast tide in the Yulon Grand Canyon, almost all the disciples of the fragrant cult had died in the canyon. Other than despair, there was still a trace of hope. After all, they had taken different routes. perhaps. However, when Zhao Jian came back alive and brought back the news that none of the disciples had escaped, Aunt Qin almost fainted. The strength of the Misty Hall had weakened by a lot. The female disciples of the Mingcue Hall had also suffered heavy losses. Thus, when Aunt Qin saw Zhao Jian's ambition, she couldn't help but ridicule him. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong's words were reasonable. The beast tied in the Yulon Grand Canyon was something that hadn't happened in hundreds of years. Even the outer disciples were completely annihilated, not to mention the disciples of the Misty Hall. Zhao Jian couldn't be completely blamed for this. When Yang Ruping saw the two quarreling again, she couldn't help but frown. She said, "Hall Masters, please don't argue. This is a natural disaster. You are both thinking for the development of the hall. Don't argue." Zhao Jian said in shame, "It's all because of this disciple's stupidity. I couldn't share Hall Master's burden and even bet the lives of my junior brothers. I really deserve to die." When Yang Ruping heard this, she smiled and said, "All right, Zhao Jian. You don't need to feel guilty. You have already done very well. Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps this is fate." Saying this, her tone was a little sad. Then she raised her head and said, "The past is the past. We can only live well. Only then can we not let down the disciples who died. Don't you all agree?" Everyone nodded. Yang Ruping said again, "Well, let's discuss the relationship with each hall. This is also a common topic, but there are always solutions that can't be found. We can't exchange elixirs and herbs with the Pill Hall in time, and we have to negotiate with the Heaven and Earth Hall for daily necessities." Just as they were talking, a female disciple suddenly rushed in like a swallow and shouted, "Good news, Hall Master, good news." When Yang Ruping heard this, she couldn't help but feel angry. This was an important place for the Misty Hall to discuss matters. It was just like the discussion hall in the Misty School. The rules were strict. Back then, as the mistress of the Misty School, she couldn't barge into the discussion hall. Now that she saw a female disciple who didn't know the rules, how could she not be angry? However, that female disciple's words immediately extinguished the thought of punishing her. "Congratulations, Hall Master. The 3 disciples who participated in the Orchid Dusk refinement have returned. Furthermore, they brought back 4 carriages of spiritual herbs." "What? Is this true? Who are the surviving disciples?" Zhao Jian's face was ashen and his limbs were weak. Looking at the female disciple who rushed over excitedly to report the news, his eyes flickered. Seeing that the 3 hall masters had stood up and asked in shock, the female disciple smiled and said, "The 3 disciples and spiritual herbs are still at the foot of the mountain." It was a senior brother from the Wuming Hall who rushed over to report the news. "Great." Yang Ruping's face immediately glowed. How could she care about the female disciple's mistake of barging into the Misty Hall? She immediately said, "Let's go. Bring me to see which disciple is so proud of the Misty Hall." After saying that, she rushed out excitedly. Aunt Qin was also anxious. She also wanted to know if her beloved female disciple was among the 3 people. While Vice Hall Master Zhong was shocked, he saw Zhao Jian's loss of composure and frowned. "Zhao Jian, Zhao Jian?" After calling him a few times, Zhao Jian finally realized and hurriedly bowed. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, what can I do for you?" "What's wrong with you? Seems like..." Vice Hall Master Zhong asked suspiciously. Zhao Jian rolled his eyes and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this matter is a little strange. I was too engrossed in my thoughts just now and was a little rude." "What's strange?" "Not to mention the inner disciple, even the pill expanding hall seems to have 4 carriages back." Zhao Jian whispered, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to think carefully. The pill expanding hall disciple came out with the inner disciple. He must have received the protection of the inner disciple or basked in the light. It's understandable that he could come out by luck. However, when this lowly one came out, the entire prairie was the world of ferocious beasts. This lowly one was very careful all the way, lest I reveal my tracks and be discovered by the ferocious beasts. Not to mention a carriage, I only brought back a single stalk of spirit grass. How is it possible that 4 carriages carrying spirit grass openly came out of the Yulon prairie without any ferocious beasts attacking? Even the inner disciple can't fight against these ferocious beasts. How can the disciples of the Misty Hall escape? Moreover, among the disciples who entered the valley with me, how many of them are better than me in martial arts? I can't even bring 1 carriage back, but they brought 4 with them. Isn't this strange?" Vice Hall Master Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Zhao Jian, you're right. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it is. Let's go and take a look." Let's see who has such great ability to be even more powerful than an inner disciple. After saying that, he left. Zhao Jin looked at the back and thought for a moment. He gritted his teeth and quickly followed. So I have to say that Zhao Jin is indeed a rare talent. His analysis is absolutely reasonable and infinitely close to reality. However, he didn't know that the one who made such a big move was not his junior brother and junior sister, but his junior brother's younger brother. On Shixin Peak, after being depressed for many days, it suddenly glowed with vitality. All the disciples were standing by the side of the mountain path, talking at the same time while anxiously looking down the mountain. The sadness brought by the bad news a few days ago was slowly being healed by time. Suddenly they heard the sound of carriages. Everyone shouted, "They're back." Chapter 701. Under the expectation of the Misty Hall's disciples, the first to arrive wasn't a carriage from the Misty Hall, nor was it the Wuming Hall's senior disciple who was guarding outside the Yulon Grand Canyon. Instead, it was Senior Quan who was escorting Zhang Xiaohua back to the Tuodan Hall. Senior brother Quan's face was a little gloomy and he looked rather unhappy. Thinking about it, he had first made a trip to the White Mountain Peak and then immediately rushed to the convoy escorting the inner disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, when they arrived at the foot of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, they were still not allowed to go forward and were sent to the Shixin Peak. No one would be happy. Behind senior brother Quan was another disciple with an honest face. Behind him were several carriages. There were more than 10 disciples escorting the group, all of whom were looking after the injured female disciple. There were only 2 disciples and 1 disciple who was driving the carriages. There were 3 disciples escorting Zhang Xiaohu's group and the 4 carriages. Behind the Wuming Hall's disciple was the burly Zhang Xiaohu. He sat in the front carriage and pretended to wave the whip. His carriage was in the Wuming Hall's encampment and the horses were specially used to pull the carriage. Even if he didn't use the whip, the horses would still be very obedient. From afar, he saw the Misty Hall's disciples standing at the entrance of the mountain. The 3 hall masters of the Misty Hall were standing in the middle. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to sit in the carriage anymore and quickly jumped down. He pulled the reins of the horse and walked up the Shixin Peak step by step. When Chang'e and Qinshin saw Zhang Xiaohu get down from the carriage, they also jumped down and followed behind him. Yang Ruping saw this and was happy. She waved her hand and said, "Why aren't you hurrying to catch them?" As soon as her voice fell, the disciples who were waiting at the side rushed forward and said, "Senior Zhang, Senior Chang'e, Senior Qinshin," and helped to catch the carriage. Yang Ruping walked up to Senior Quan and the others. Senior Quan didn't wait for her to come closer and quickly got down from the horse and saluted, "Greetings, Hallmaster Yang." Yang Ruping smiled and said, "Martial nephew has worked hard. Please come in and have some tea." Senior brother Quan said, "There are some things that I need to tell Hallmaster Yang, so I won't be nagging you." After greeting Vice Hallmaster Zhong and Auntie Qin, he followed Yang Ruping inside. Aunt Qin looked at Chang'e who was surrounded by the female disciples. Although her arms were fixed, she looked very energetic and her complexion was good. Needless to say, Qinshin was no different from before they set off. Only then did she feel relieved and follow the crowd into the inner courtyard. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Senior Quan had already recounted what happened outside the Yulon Grand Canyon, as well as the matter of the escort. Soon after he came out and bid farewell. Yang Ruping looked at the disciples who were asking questions with a smile and shouted, "Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, Qinshin, come here." When Zhang Xiaohu and the others heard this, they quickly came over and bowed, "Greetings, Hallmaster Yang." Disciple Zhang Xiaohu fortunately didn't disappoint and brought back 4 carriages of spirit grass. But, Yang Ruping waved her hand and said, "Your senior Zhao has already told you about the other matters, so there is no need to say more. I thought that he was the only one who escaped with his life. I didn't expect that the 3 of you also came back. Moreover, you brought back 4 carriages of spirit grass. Your contribution is not small." Chang'e and the others quickly bowed and said, "Hallmaster Yang is overpraising us. These are the hard work of our fellow disciples. We only brought them out of the Yulon Grand Canyon." Then he said, "However, due to the limited manpower of this disciple, even with the help of a pill repository hall disciple, we could only rush back 4 carriages. Therefore we chose some of the most precious spiritual herbs. Hallmaster, please check." Yang Ruping nodded and said, "You can be considered smart. You actually thought of using elk to pull the carriages. I really can't forget you." Then she waved her hand and said, "Pharmacy hall disciples, come forward to check and register." When some of the disciples heard this, they immediately responded and quickly got on the carriages and unloaded the jade boxes. Some disciples went back to their rooms and took out pen, ink and paper to register. On the side, Zhao Jian's face was constantly changing. He didn't know whether he should go forward or not. When he heard Yang Ruping say that Zhang Xiaohu and the others used elk to pull the carriages, he couldn't help but ponder. Then a smile appeared on his face. When he saw that the pharmacy hall disciples were busy, he immediately stepped out and walked to Zhang Xiaohu with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Zhang, I really didn't expect that you could escape safely from the blood wolves. You are really lucky. At that time I was chased by the blood wolves and thought that you... I am really not competent as a senior brother." Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and said, "What is senior brother Zhao talking about? This has nothing to do with being competent or not. At that time the situation was so urgent. It was already good that I could take care of my own life." Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face relaxed even more. He still held Zhang Xiaohu's hand and sighed for a long time. On the side, Chang'e and Qin Qin had already run to Aunt Qin's side. One on each side, they whispered something in her ear. Aunt Qin was also happy and held their hands, unwilling to let go. Chang'e was able to accompany Aunt Qin to escort O Yannan to Rejuvenation Valley. She was originally an elite disciple of Mingcue Hall. Now that she had come back from the dead and Mingcue Hall's talents had withered, Aunt Qin valued her even more. At this time, a burst of exclamations came from the disciples and attracted the attention of Yang Ruping and the others. They walked over and saw that the 4 carriages that Zhang Xiaohu brought back were filled with extremely rare spirit herbs. Even the slightly ordinary ones were very old. This made the disciples of the Misty Hall, who had not seen much of the world, very surprised. Every time a jade box was opened, there would be a disciple who knew the name of the herb and its age, causing a burst of exclamations. This Shirxin Peak, which had been deserted for a long time, was now so lively. Yang Ruping and the other 2 hall masters smiled as they watched the disciples bustle about and exclaim in surprise. They did not stop them. To be honest, the amount of spiritual herbs in the 4 carriages was beyond their expectations. Even if all the disciples returned safely, they did not expect to gather so many spiritual herbs. Therefore, smiles hung on the faces of the 3 of them. Unlike all the other disciples of the Misty Palace, senior brother Zhao Jian's expression was extremely discordant. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His fists and his sleeves were clenched tightly. Where did these spiritual herbs come from? Wasn't it under his wise leadership that the disciples picked them? This great honor originally belonged to him, and only he was worthy to stand in front of the disciples and enjoy the longing, amazement, and even adoration gazes. However, now all of this belonged to the direct disciple, that he had always disdained and relied on nepotism to climb up to Openg's thigh. Zhao Jian's face was somewhat ferocious as he suppressed this voice in his heart. "This, all belongs to me." Zhao Jian glanced at Chang'e, who was hugging Aunt Qin's arm, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly turned around and asked in surprise, Senior brother Zhao, why is your face so ugly? Are your injuries not healed yet? If you can't hold on, then rest early. There are many junior brothers here to help, so you don't have to worry too much, right?" Zhao Jian gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother Zhang is indeed attentive. No wonder you were able to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon filled with beasts. My arm is hurting again." Vice Hall Master Zhong, who was watching from the front, heard this and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, Zhao Jian should go back and rest. We are all here so you don't have to watch." Zhao Jian glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and seemed to be worried. He forced a smile and said, "Junior brother Zhang has worked hard all the way and hasn't said anything about resting. How can I, as your senior brother, take the first step? Moreover, junior sister Chang'e is also injured, so shouldn't she rest?" Yang Ruping was in a good mood. She turned around and said, "All right, the 4 of you are injured. Go back and rest. Tell us about the matters in the Yulon Grand Canyon in detail tomorrow." Then she looked at the pine trees in the distance and said in a low voice, "Zhang Xiaohu, go and see your master. When he heard that you were buried in the Yulon Grand Canyon, although he didn't say anything, his expression wasn't right. It was as if he had lost his backbone. We also just heard about your return and didn't have time to tell him." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Thank you, Hall Master, for taking care of my master. This disciple will go and see master." After he finished speaking, he bowed to the disciples and walked towards a secluded place in the distance. After Zhang Xiaohu walked far away, Chang'e and Qin Qin also left under the urging of Aunt Qin. Zhao Jian let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at the excited disciples and thought for a moment before he got up and left. After he walked far away, Vice Hall Master Su nonchalantly raised his head and looked at his back. Then he turned around and looked at him. In the square in front of the Misty Hall, there was a small door in the corner. It was very inconspicuous. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and pushed it open. In front of her was a small courtyard with some herbs. The courtyard wasn't big and there weren't any houses. There was only a corridor beside the wall that led inside. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be very familiar with it. She didn't even look inside the courtyard and directly walked into the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a pond and there were several small bridges. After crossing the small bridges, there was a row of pine trees. Under the green pine trees, there were several rows of exquisite small courtyards. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of a small courtyard in the middle of the front row. He stood quietly for a moment and calmed himself down. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the courtyard door. After knocking a few times, he heard a voice from inside. "Who is it? What's the matter in the hall? Come in and talk." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and pushed the door open. He stepped into the courtyard with light steps and reached the center of the courtyard in a few steps. There was a flat field in the courtyard. Now, a middle-aged man was holding a hoe. He was bending over and hoeing the field bit by bit. From the side, this person's back was a little bent and there was no sweat on his forehead. The hand holding the hoe was also abnormally steady. Although his steps were heavy, no different from an ordinary person's, his movements were methodical. Although he was hoeing the field, it gave people the feeling that he was practicing martial arts. Chapter 702. Zhang Xiaohu felt a pang in his heart as he looked at his master's calm demeanor. He walked to the edge of the field and stood there quietly. He knew that if it was before the ethereal sect was annihilated, when Wen Hai would be able to hear his footsteps even if he was standing at the entrance of the small courtyard, let alone standing by the field now. However, when Wen Hai's dantian had been exposed by the masters of the Righteous Alliance, and his entire body's power had been crippled. Although his foundation in martial arts was still there, and he was no different from an ordinary person when it came to farming and boxing, and even if he fought with others as long as he did not use his internal energy, 3 to 5 people would still not be his opponent. However, compared to the powerful hero when from before, there was still a world of difference. Fortunately, when Wen Hai still had his disciple Zhang Xiaohu to teach, he was much better off than the others. "What's the matter?" When Wen Hai was surprised when he saw that the person did not speak. "Master," Zhang Xiaohu saw when Wen Hai turned around and saw a pair of lifeless eyes. It was very different from when he first set out. He immediately knew that the news of him being eaten by the wolves was a big blow to his master. His eyes were moist as he took a few steps forward and whispered, "I'm back." "Xiaohu?" When Wen Hai was truly shocked. He rubbed his eyes to get a better look before throwing the towel on the ground. He hurriedly took a few steps forward before slowing down. As he walked he asked, "Why are you only back now?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled, "I've made master worry. I encountered a pack of wolves and did not make it back alive. But there were some unforeseen events and I was lucky to escape." How could Wen Hai know the reason? He walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu, looked him up and down and patted his shoulder. "Good, it's good that you're back. There are no external injuries, but what about internal injuries?" "I can't see them now." "Everything is normal, master, and—" He hesitated halfway through his sentence. When Wen Hai smiled and said, "And what about it?" "Oh master, disciple had another encounter in the valley. I had a breakthrough in my internal energy cultivation." "Really?" When Wen Hai was even more surprised. He smiled, "It's because the heavens have blessed my ethereal art, that my Misty School's most powerful martial art has a chance to flourish. You have been practicing the ethereal divine art on the Shixing Peak. Although you have made impressive progress, you have been practicing it too late. You can't be compared with others. Now you have almost lost your life. But you are bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. You have actually made some breakthroughs in your cultivation. Little tiger, I hope you can continue to work hard in the future and let others see the true strength of my Misty School's direct disciples." When Wen Hai's internal energy was now completely destroyed. His passion to revitalize the Misty School was all on Zhang Xiaohu. Moreover, the two were not too different in age. When Wen Hai not only regarded Zhang Xiaohu as his disciple, but also as a friend. Watching Zhang Xiaohu grow was almost like watching his own wish slowly come true. In the past, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were not good and was much worse than the other disciples, he always felt uncomfortable. Now that he heard that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts had improved greatly, it must mean that the gap between him and the other disciples had narrowed. Of course he was happy and encouraged Zhang Xiaohu to continue working hard. He did not think that Zhang Xiaohu's internal energy cultivation was now much higher than the number one disciple of the second generation of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu had been adjusting his breath and trying to master his internal energy. Seeing that his master had misunderstood, he did not explain. This kind of thing would be explained slowly when he practiced martial arts in the future. As for meeting Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qinshin had already discussed it on the way back. Zhang Xiaohua had changed her name to Ren Xiaoyao and was far away at Tianmu Peak. She had no connection with the Misty School, and might not be able to see her in the future. Moreover, the Misty School was in an awkward position in the fragrance cult. It might not be a good thing to let Zhang Xiaohua contact the Misty School. They had all agreed to keep it a secret, so Zhang Xiaohu did not intend to tell Wenwenhai. At this time, Wenwenhai thought of something and asked, "Who else in the Misty School escaped with you?" Zhang Xiaohu's face sank and said, "Only senior sister Chang'e and junior sister Qinshin came out with me. The other disciples. Although I did not see them being swallowed by the wolves with my own eyes, when they came out, it was the last moment of the Yulon Grand Canyon closing. Presumably, they will not be able to come back." Alas, Wenwenhai was somewhat sad and said, "It is the will of the heavens. In order to pick the herbs we lost so many disciples. It is not worth it. Both the people and the herbs are gone." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Fortunately this disciple brought 4 carriages of rare herbs. Perhaps we can find the spirit grass that can repair the dantian." Wenwenhai's eyes lit up and then immediately extinguished. He chuckled and said, "I have never heard of internal energy being able to be repaired. Don't comfort your master. Moreover, if we can find this kind of spirit grass, will the fragrance cult let us enter the valley?" Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat unwilling and asked, "Is there no way at all?" Shaking his head, Wenwenhai said, "There is no hope. Xiaohu, don't have any extravagant hopes. Unless..." Saying this, Wenwenhai was even more self-deprecating. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. It is all a matter without a shadow." Zhang Xiaohu anxiously said, "Master, let this disciple know. What if we encounter it?" "How is that possible?" Wenwenhai looked at the disciple in front of him who was half a head taller than him and said with a smile, "That is just a legend. When I was young I heard the gang leader tell me a story." At this point he seemed to be unwilling to talk about this topic. He looked to the side and said, "By the way, Chang'e and Qinshin, these 2 little girls have also come back. I guess your martial uncle Shui still does not know. These 2 girls have a good relationship with her. When she heard that you guys couldn't make it back she was really sad. You should go and tell her. Oh, and that Xia Zai who has the best martial arts didn't make it back either?" Zhang Xiaohu knew his master's temperament. Generally he would not have extravagant hopes for things that could not be realized. He was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Now, to talk about the recovery of internal strength was simply a fantasy. Wenwenhai certainly did not want to say more. So he nodded and said, "Yes, master. I have not seen senior sister Xia since the appearance of the wolf pack. She is probably dead. Alas, the talent is withering. Mingcue Hall was supported by instinct, but now it has suffered losses. Forget it, let's not talk about it. You go and tell your martial uncle Shui. Hurry and rest. We will talk about everything later." Zhang Xiaohu smiled apologetically and said, "Master, won't you go with me? With you by her side, won't martial uncle Shui be happier? Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for?" Wenwenhai laughed and scolded. Zhang Xiaohu bowed and left the courtyard. Wenwenhai turned his head and looked in another direction. Then he sighed deeply and went back to the field. He picked up the hoe and concentrated on his work. The night gradually darkened. The misty hall on Shixin Peak was somewhat festive. After all, the return of the 3 disciples and the 4 carriages of precious herbs diluted the sadness of the past 10 days. However, in an exquisite courtyard, a handsome man was pacing back and forth in the room. His face was filled with anxiety. He was the disciple with the highest martial arts in the Misty Hall, Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian's eyes flickered and his fingers moved irregularly. It really showed the uneasiness in his heart. After a long time, Zhao Jian suddenly stopped and looked at the dark night sky. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He turned around and walked out of the room. He whispered to himself, "A man with a small amount of poison is not a man with a small amount of poison." Vice Hall Master Zhong was sitting on a chair in the same small room as last night. He was reading a book with great interest when he heard a disciple's report. Vice Hall Master Zhong was stunned for a moment before a look of understanding appeared on his face. He put down the book and waved his hand to let the disciple in. The person who came in was Zhao Jian. At this time he had a card up his sleeve. His face was faintly red. Seeing that it was Zhao Jian, Vice Hall Chief Zhong smiled and said, "Zhao Jian, why are you not resting in the room or visiting Zhang Xiaohu? Why are you looking for me at this time?" Zhao Jian bowed and said, "Junior brother Zhang was able to bring 2 disciples and 4 carriages of spiritual herbs. He also saved a pill-expanding hall disciple and an inner disciple. He must be exhausted and exhausted. Even the hall chief told him to rest more. How can this disciple disturb him? Besides, junior brother Zhang has made such a great contribution. In the future, his position in the hall will definitely rise. This disciple can't casually visit him in the future." Vice Hall Chief Zhong looked at Zhao Jian with interest and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohu was able to make such a great contribution because of luck. You don't have to be jealous of him. His martial arts are far worse than yours. Even if the hall chief wants to put him in an important position, he can't be compared with you." When Zhao Jian heard this, he smiled and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, what are you talking about? As your senior brother, I am also happy that junior brother Zhang has made such a great contribution. After all, those herbs were gathered by the disciples. Bringing them back is better than wasting them in the canyon. Why would I be jealous?" Vice Hall Chief Zhong smiled and didn't say anything. Zhao Jian continued, "Besides, Vice Hall Chief Zhong is also very right. Junior brother Zhang became a monk halfway. When he was 18 years old, he was apprenticed to martial uncle one to cultivate inner strength. This is too late. Although this disciple hopes that he can make great progress in martial arts and help me revitalize the Misty Hall, it's just a dream. But, speaking of this, Zhao Jian hesitated. But what? Vice Hall Chief Zhong was a little confused. But if Hall Chief Yang insists on putting him in an important position and wants to restrain this disciple may be of little help to Vice Hall Chief Su. Vice Hall Chief Su smiled and said, "I've thought about this matter just now. But Zhang Xiaohu has made such a great contribution. If Hall Chief Yang wants to use him, it's like adding fuel to the fire. What can you and I do?" "Of course not." Zhao Jian shook his head and said, "Don't you think that with Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts and knowledge, it's impossible for him to do so many incredible things?" Chapter 703. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Su was also interested. He leaned forward and asked, "What do you mean, martial nephew Zhao?" Zhao Jian was the disciple he had chosen to cultivate in the Misty Hall. Naturally, he would listen to his advice. On one hand, he could find out more about the disciples of the Misty School. On the other hand, he could see if this disciple was worth cultivating. Hearing Vice Hall Master Su's words, Zhao Jian smiled and said, "Presumably Vice Hall Master Su also went to Orchid Dusk Refinement when he was young. You should know about the dangers in the Orchid Grand Canyon." Vice Hall Master Su frowned and said, "I know about Orchid Dusk Refinement, and I have also entered it. But it was a long time ago. I think I can understand what you mean. You feel that it is inconceivable that the 3 of them could come out. But, since the disciples of Pill Tower Hall could come out, there is no reason why our Misty Hall disciples can't come out safely. Moreover, Orchid Dusk Refinement has a tradition of thousands of years in our incense religion. There are too many inconceivable things in it. Zhang Xiaohu's matter is not surprising." Zhao Jian nodded and said, "I know that Vice Hall Master Su is experienced and knowledgeable. You have eaten more salt than this disciple has eaten rice. Moreover, the Orchid Dusk Refinement is held every 5 years. There must be a lot of novel things. But this time, this disciple really saw it with his own eyes. All the disciples of the Misty Hall were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of blood wolves. This disciple also relied on his painstakingly trained Qinggong to escape with his life. Even senior sister Xia Zai, her martial arts is not much worse than this disciple's. But didn't she also fall into the wolf pack? What kind of martial arts does Zhang Xiaohu have? How could he escape with his life? And junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen? This disciple really can't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Can you confirm that they were really trapped by thousands of blood wolves?" Vice Hall Master Su scratched his chin and asked in disbelief. "Yes, this disciple can guarantee with his life. Moreover, I also saw a golden blood wolf king on the distant hillside." "What?" Vice Hall Master Su stood up and asked, "Blood wolf king? Did you really see it?" Zhao Jian nodded. "That's right, this disciple has never seen the blood wolf king before. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I tell Vice Hall Master Su? Well, that's true. In the fragrant religion, except for the inner disciples of the fragrant religion, almost all of the ordinary disciples who saw the Blood Wolf King died. Not many people know what the Blood Wolf King looks like. Zhao Jian struck while the iron was hot. Therefore, it's impossible for this Zhang Xiaohu to escape with his life from the pack of blood wolves. Vice Hall Master Su shook his head. But he managed to escape. Then, since he escaped, why didn't he come out of the Yulon Grand Canyon earlier like this disciple? Instead, he waited until the last day to come out? Moreover, Vice Hall Master Su, among the ordinary disciples of Lingering Fragrance Cult, how many of them can ride the elk of the Yulon Prairie as a mount and pull a carriage out of the Yulon Grand Canyon? Vice Hall Master Su was still speechless. Zhao Jian's words were extremely accurate. Even if Zhang Xiaohu was here, he wouldn't know how to answer. Then Vice Hall Master Su's face changed and said in horror, "Don't tell me, you think Zhang Xiaohu is related to this beast tide? Zhang Xiaohu is related to the pack of blood wolves?" Vice Hall Master Su and Zhao Jian said almost at the same time. Then Vice Hall Master Su couldn't help but shake his head. "Impossible, impossible, how is this possible? You are all disciples of the Misty School and have only been in Lingering Fragrance Cult for a few years. This is also the first time you entered the Yulon Grand Canyon. How could it be related to the berserk beasts inside? This is really inconceivable. Vice Hall Master Su, don't forget that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School. In the previous generation, several direct disciples had their dantian destroyed by our Lingering Fragrance Cult, crippling their cultivation and becoming insignificant figures. In the third generation, he is the only direct disciple. If the Misty School doesn't have anything hidden up their sleeves, would you believe it?" Vice Hall Master Su's face slightly changed. "Moreover, after this disciple came to Shirshing Peak and saw many incredible things, only then did I know that the Misty School is actually a large sect like Lingering Fragrance Cult. Think about it, how could the Misty School be so easily destroyed by us? Maybe they don't have any ulterior motives." At this moment, Zhao Jian was possessed by the spirits of the Lingering Fragrance Cult, completely forgetting his identity as a disciple of the Misty School. Although Vice Hall Master Su was an inner disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, he did not participate in the battle against the Misty School. Naturally, he did not know the situation. Hearing Zhao Jian's words, he could not help but be moved and anxiously said, "Do you really think that Zhang Xiaohu is related to the Beast Tide? Moreover, this is a plot by the direct disciples of the Misty School?" "That's right," Zhao Jian resolutely said. "Even if it is not a plot by the Misty School's disciples, it must be related to the Blood Wolf and the Beast Tide." Vice Hall Master Su listened and sat on the chair, his eyes staring at Zhao Jian. The cauldron lasted for half a cup of tea, making Zhao Jian's hair stand on end. Immediately, Vice Hall Master Su picked up the tea on the table, took a sip and said, "Zhao Jian, do you think this old man is old and does not know what you are thinking? You just saw that Zhang Xiaohu had made a great contribution and threatened your position, so you are anxious and want to trip him up." Zhao Jian immediately bowed and said, "Vice Hall Master Su, you are right. This disciple is indeed jealous of this guy. Clearly this disciple was the one who brought people to pick the spiritual grass, but now it is his credit. However, this disciple was personally promoted by Vice Hall Master Su. How can this disciple not do his best for Hall Master Su? Moreover, compared to the business of the Misty Hall and Vice Hall Master Su's plan, this disciple's position is nothing. Isn't it just a matter of Vice Hall Master Su's words? I know that after Vice Hall Master Su came to Shirshing Peak, you have always been modest to Hall Master Yang and did not argue with her about many things. Under the premise of being modest, you want to complete the task given by the sect leader. This time the Orchid Dusk refinement was an opportunity for you. Unfortunately, you encountered the Beast Tide caused by Zhang Xiaohu, which made your efforts go to waste. If you can catch the mastermind behind this Beast Tide, not only will you be able to turn the tide in the Misty Hall and completely defeat the Misty School's former disciples, but you will also be able to show your face in front of the sect leader and make a great contribution." Zhao Jian's words hit the nail on the head. Vice Hall Master Su didn't care about the internal strife between Zhao Jian and Zhang Xiaohu at all. However, Zhao Jian was, after all, personally promoted by him, so it was inevitable that he would lend a helping hand. Moreover, being able to show his face in front of the sect leader was truly what Vice Hall Master Su wanted. Seeing that Vice Hall Master Su was moved, Zhao Jian continued, "Zhang Xiaohu is just an ordinary disciple of the Misty Hall. Even if he was a direct disciple of the Misty School, his identity has long been outdated. If Vice Hall Master Su can find something from this guy, of course it will be good. You are not only the benefactor of hundreds of disciples who died unjustly, but also the savior of the disciples who will participate in the Orchid Dusk refinement in the future. Think about it, if you don't get rid of the mastermind behind Jianghu, who will dare to participate in the Orchid Dusk refinement in 5 years? A rush of excitement. This was the only feeling Vice Hall Master Su had at this time. He really could not imagine what kind of situation he would be in if he could really get rid of the mastermind behind the beast tide. This condition, this contribution, really made Vice Hall Master Su's mouth water a little. It was not surprising that Vice Hall Master Su felt this way. The fragrance cult had always respected the female disciples. Most of the inner disciples on the fragrance peak were female disciples. There were very few male disciples like Vice Hall Master Su, and his status was also low. If nothing unexpected happened, Vice Hall Master Su would be the Vice Hall Master of the Misty Hall. Perhaps after many years, when Yang Ruping was tired of it, the position of the Misty Hall Master would be vacant, and he would have a chance. The premise was that there was no resistance from the former disciples of the Misty School. Therefore, Vice Hall Master Su couldn't help but be greedy when he saw that he might be able to make a name for himself in the future. Once this greed was born, it became a situation where a single spark could start a prairie fire. Vice Hall Master Su's little bit of rationality was burned away. He only saw Zhao Jian gritting his teeth and said, "Zhao Jian, don't think of me as a sword. You have to know that I personally selected you from the disciples of the Misty School. If there is no accident, your future will be 10,000 times brighter than Zhang Xiaohu's." Just based on his identity as a direct disciple of the Misty School, the fragrance cult will not allow him to do anything in the Misty Hall. These disciples all know. If Vice Hall Master Su had not been kind to me, I would not have come here today and would not have said these words. "Zhao Jian, are you hiding something from me?" Vice Hall Master Su shouted. Zhao Jian's eyes twitched as he said, "Disciples' loyalty is as clear as day. How can I hide anything from Hall Master? To be honest, Disciple does not dare to believe that junior brother Zhang and the other two in the afternoon are real. I saw the disciples being eaten by the wolves with my own eyes." Vice Hall Master Su sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "You mean that the three of them are not the original disciples?" "Yes." Zhao Jian said decisively. Perhaps Vice Hall Master Su did not notice, but when I saw Zhang Xiaohu in the afternoon I paid attention. Although I did not directly exchange blows with him, but when I saw him jump off the carriage and walk, I felt that his martial arts had greatly improved. There is a huge difference from before. "Is that so? Are you sure?" Vice Hall Master Su's martial arts weren't on the same level as these disciples, so he naturally wouldn't care about the level of Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts. However, Zhao Jin saw Zhang Xiaohu as a thorn in his side, so he had already noticed it. With the sudden increase in Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts and the fact that he wasn't able to control it freely, it was inevitable that someone would notice it. Chapter 704. Of course, Vice Hall Master Zhong can rest assured. As long as you call Zhang Xiaohu over and check his cultivation, you will know. Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head. This can't be considered as evidence. There are a lot of heavenly treasures in the Yulong Grand Canyon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the inner court female disciples of the lingering fragrance peak to enter the canyon for training. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu's internal force cultivation is very low. Even if he doesn't use any high-grade heavenly treasures, it would be possible for him to increase his internal force. Zhao Jian was jealous. Why can't I encounter such a thing? Thus he laughed. Vice Hall Master Zhong is thinking too much. Being afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind is not Vice Hall Master Zhong's style. How dare you? Vice Hall Master Zhong frowned and scolded. Zhao Jian trembled and quickly said, "I don't dare. I don't have any other meaning. I just thought that if this matter is true, then this is a fat piece of meat sent to Vice Hall Master Zhong's mouth. If it is not true, then you can just wave your hand and let him go. Do you think he will turn around and blame you?" "He dares?" Vice Hall Master Zhong laughed. "He is just an ordinary disciple. In the eyes of your Misty School, he is only a direct disciple. But in my eyes, he is not even as good as you." Immediately he made up his mind and waved his hand. "Then tomorrow we will take down Zhang Xiaohu and the others. I want to see what kind of trick they are playing." This. Zhao Jian heard that they were going to take down the three people and was happy. However, he hesitated and hesitated. Seeing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong angrily said, If you have something to say, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't let me see it. Zhao Jian flattered, Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. At this time I was thinking that if Zhang Xiaohu had some flaws and came back to collude with the martial uncles of the Misty School, wouldn't we be able to erase some of the clues we want to know? What if we tell Hall Master Yang tomorrow and let Hall Master Yang have a preconceived idea? Then, wouldn't we be in a passive position? Here he directly said we are passive, not Vice Hall Leader Zhong is passive. Obviously he tied Vice Hall Leader Zhong to the same boat as him. Vice Hall Master Zhong gritted his teeth when he heard this, and his eyes narrowed as he said, all right, I'll listen to you. However, I'll make things clear. If you're hiding anything from me, then I'll absolutely not forgive you. Zhao Jian panicked and said, this lowly one only has a little bit of selfishness. Everything else is out of consideration for you. If you can take a step further, then wouldn't this lowly one be able to enjoy it endlessly? Vice Hall Master Zhong changed his expression and said, Humph, I know your selfishness. You can rest assured that as long as you are careful and loyal to me, even if this Zhang Xiaohu has nothing to do with the beast tied in the Yulong Grand Canyon, I will still take responsibility and protect you. Zhao Jian was overjoyed as he cupped his hands and said, I knew that following Vice Hall Master Zhong was the wisest decision in my life. Alright, I already know about your loyalty. You don't have to keep mentioning it. After Vice Hall Master Zhong finished speaking, he took out a token from his bosom and handed it over, saying, this is a token specially bestowed by the sect leader. Take it and dispatch the law enforcement disciples to capture Zhang Xiaohu and the other two and send them to the dungeon. I'll personally interrogate them in a while. Understood. Zhao Jian was abnormally excited as he carefully took the token and turned around to leave. Vice Hall Master Zhong stared at Zhao Jian's back as he left, and thought to himself, this guy is quite shrewd. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu has the tendency to threaten him, he wants to find a way to restrain him. Isn't this old man also thinking of weakening the Misty School's strength? 50 disciples have died, but Zhang Xiaohu and the others have appeared. Will these three be able to implicate the other disciples? I'm looking forward to it. The situation in the Misty Hall was somewhat delicate. In order to control the disciples of the Misty School, the sect leader of the fragrance cult had dispatched Vice Hall Master Zhong Pei under Yang Ruping. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong couldn't go into the tiger's den alone, so he had dispatched dozens of law enforcement disciples to protect Zhong Pei's dignity. Moreover, he had also specially bestowed a token. If Vice Hall Master Zhong had any objections to Yang Ruping's decision, he could use this token to veto and delay the decision and hand it over to the Lingxiang Peak. Therefore, Zhao Jian took this token and led the law enforcement disciples to easily capture Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qin Qin in the dungeon. When Zhao Jian was capturing Zhang Xiaohu, he had bad intentions. At first, he didn't let the law enforcement disciples come forward, but suddenly barged in himself. Zhang Xiaohu was circulating his qi and regulating his breathing, but Zhao Jian's sudden intrusion almost caused him to go mad. Moreover, Zhao Jian didn't answer and went forward with a fierce method, wanting to take Zhang Xiaohu's life. Zhang Xiaohu was confused and abnormally angry. When he saw Zhao Jian attacking, he naturally had to fight. As a result, without using any weapons, Zhang Xiaohu actually forced Zhao Jian to the point where he almost didn't have the strength to fight back, causing Zhao Jian to lose face. The jealousy in his heart, tsk, was really indescribable. Seeing that he was unable to cause Zhang Xiaohu's cultivation to go berserk and that he had verified his conjecture that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, Zhao Jian took out the token and called out the disciplinary disciple from outside. Zhang Xiaohu recognized the token and the disciplinary disciple that all ethereal sect disciples loathed and immediately understood what was going on. After all, in the Yulong Grand Canyon that day, the disciples of the Misty School were hiding in the small forest. The blood wolves only passed by from a distance and didn't discover them. If it weren't for the two inexplicable horse neighs, the dozens of lives wouldn't have been lost in the Yulong Grand Canyon. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e whispered for a long time along the way, speculating about the horse neighs outside the forest. At that time, Zhao Jian and Xia Zai had asked everyone to take good care of the horses. Who would want to die and let go of the horses? The two of them couldn't be sure. Even when Zhang Xiaohu heard that Zhao Jian was still alive, he didn't dare to think too much about it. He only had a little suspicion. That day, everyone was focused on running for their lives, so who would pay attention to each other? It was normal that he didn't see Zhao Jian's figure. However, at this moment, Zhao Jian actually brought law enforcement disciples from the fragrant religion to capture him. Wasn't this a blatant act of exposing 300 taels of silver here? Therefore Zhang Xiaohu immediately stopped resisting and pretended that he didn't know anything. He smiled and said, Senior Zhao, I don't know what mistake I made. I just returned from the Yulon Grand Canyon and you brought law enforcement disciples to capture me? No matter what, we are still brothers who have gone through life and death together. Zhao Jin shook his head. Junior Zhang, you have to understand. I also don't know what happened. It's just that Vice Hall Master Zhong wants to capture you. Please come with me. If you continue to fight, it will hurt the harmony between us brothers. Harmony? Zhang Xiaohu sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for my great improvement in internal energy, wouldn't I have injured you? However, his face was very warm. How about this, Senior Zhao? Just now, a disciple came over and asked me to go see the Hall Master. I was just about to go over. Why don't we go to the Hall Master together? Zhao Jin waved the token in his hand. If it was any other day, I would definitely go see the Hall Master first. However, at this time Junior Zhang should come with me first. Zhang Xiaohu was helpless. He knew that he couldn't win against the law enforcement disciples. Even if he made a fuss, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He could only wait to be captured. His acupoints were sealed and he was thrown into the dungeon. Zhang Xiaohu was a direct disciple of the ethereal sect. Even though he had passed away a long time ago, he was still taken care of in the Shixin Peak. His residence was different from the others and no other disciple knew that he had been captured. However, capturing Chang'e and Qinshin was different. The residence of the two was usually forbidden to male disciples. When Zhao Jian and the law enforcement disciples entered, they naturally attracted the attention of the female disciples. Chang'e and Qinshin didn't resist, but when they were taken away, they were stopped by Aunt Qin who had received the news and rushed over. However, when she saw Zhao Jian's token, she could only let them go. However, just in case, she sent several female disciples to follow behind the law enforcement disciples. She quickly went to Yang Ruping's residence to seek help. Thus, Zhao Jin easily captured the three of them. However, just as he invited Vice Hall Master Zhong over, Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin arrived as well. Looking at Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin's angry expressions and stern questioning, Zhong Pei wasn't surprised in the slightest. He only smiled faintly and said, Hall Master Yang is overthinking things. This one just suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaohu's group of three being able to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon was very sudden and unreasonable. That's why I captured them and carefully questioned them. Yang Ruping angrily said, I also want to ask them tomorrow. You just need to call Zhang Xiaohu and the others to the Misty Hall tomorrow. Why did you make such a big fuss tonight? Zhong Pei was still indifferent as he said, This matter is of great importance. Thousands of disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon were buried in the stomach of the beasts. I was afraid that there would be some changes tonight, so I had to make such a hasty decision. You. Yang Ruping was so angry that she laughed. You actually think that Zhang Xiaohu and the others are related to the beast tide? Isn't it? Zhong Pei's expression was still the same as he said, using elk to pull the carriage, 3 people with ordinary martial arts to bring 4 large carriages, and even saving an inner disciple and a disciple of the pill-expanding hall. Hall Master Yang can't even understand this. This is also what I want to ask tomorrow. Yang Ruping said sternly. Then I will ask on behalf of Hall Master Darren tonight, so that Hall Master Darren doesn't have to worry. Seeing Zhong Pei so fearless, Yang Ruping angrily said, Are you the Hall Master of the Misty Hall or am I the Hall Master? Quickly release them for me. Zhong Pei cupped his hands and said, This Misty Hall is naturally Hall Master Yang's Misty Hall. However, I was appointed by Sect Master Darren and had to deal with matters that Hall Master Yang can't bear to deal with. Zhang Xiaohu didn't give me a reasonable explanation about the Yulon Grand Canyon, so I can't release him. Good. Yang Ruping said with a smile, I will send someone to the Lingering Fragrance Peak to report this matter to Sect Master Darren and wait for Sect Master Darren's decision. Hall Master Yang doesn't need to worry. I have already sent someone just now. Hall Master Yang only needs to wait calmly. Chapter 705. Yang Ruping also said, Don't worry, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. I'll immediately send someone to Lingxiang Peak and tell the whole story to Hierarch His Excellency. The whole story? Deputy Hall Chief Zhong sneered and said, I haven't seen Zhang Xiaohu yet, but Hall Chief Zhong already knows the whole story? Then without waiting for Yang Ruping to answer, he cupped his hands and said, Hall Chief Yang, I'm going to ask Zhang Xiaohu something. Will Hall Chief Zhong follow me? Yang Ruping gritted her teeth and said, Forget it. Since Deputy Hall Chief Zhong volunteered, I'll leave it to you. You can report to me after you get the result. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. But when he was halfway, he turned back and said, I forgot that after Deputy Hall Master Zhong finishes his questioning, I may also have something to ask. Therefore you can't torture Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Qin at will. If there is anything wrong with these three people, I will ask you. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong laughed and said loudly, Hall Chief Yang, if I don't torture them, how can I make them tell the truth? Do you think it's possible? Yang Ruping ignored him and said, that depends on your means. You, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was angry and stared at Yang Ruping's back for a long time. Then he laughed and looked at the token in his hand with disdain on his face. This was a room similar to the dungeon on Baiyufeng, but there were burning torches on the wall. Zhang Xiaohu was sitting on a stool and looking coldly at Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian, who were walking into the cell. Zhong Pei walked to Zhang Xiaohu and stared at him for a long time. Then he reached out and pointed at the major acupoint on Zhang Xiaohu's chest. A stream of internal force flowed into Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. After circulating for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, Congratulations, nephew Zhang. I haven't seen you for dozens of days, but your internal force has made a big breakthrough. Zhang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Please don't laugh at me, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. How can my little internal force be noticed by Hall Chief Zhong? Could it be because of this that you captured me? Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head and said, You started cultivating your internal strength late, and your foundation is too bad. Even if you ate some heavenly treasure in the Yulon Grand Canyon, your cultivation would still be at your current level. How can I care about it? Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. This disciple only ate a scarlet fruit in the Yulon Grand Canyon, which greatly increased my internal energy. Moreover, junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Qin Qin also ate it. You will know if you ask. Hall Chief Zhong Tissss was Titius Pazes, and I Titius have Titius ask. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Zhao Jian, whose expression had changed. He asked curiously, Then why did Deputy Hall Chief Zhong bring me here so late at night? Vice Hall Master Zhong said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohu, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. With your current inner strength, even if you eat 2 more cinnabar fruits, you may not be able to enter my eyes. You should tell me in detail what is going on with the beast tied in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Red fruit? Beast tied? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, That red fruit is the legendary red fruit? Seems different from what I imagined. Then he said in confusion, Our Misty Hall's convoy didn't encounter any beast tied, only a pack of blood wolves. Senior brother Zhao, who led the convoy, knows it better than this disciple. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong didn't even look at Zhao Jian and said, What Zhao Jian should say has been said. What I want to know is what happened to you and what you did. It's very simple. After we were discovered by the pack of blood wolves that day, we ran for our lives. However, we were still surrounded by blood wolves. This disciple, Chang'e and Qin Qin's horses were faster, and our direction was different from that of the other disciples. By the time they surrounded us, the other disciples had already disappeared. Of course, this disciple and the other disciples were no match for the pack of blood wolves. After our horses were eaten by the blood wolves, the disciples were desperately trying to resist. Then we heard a loud cry in the sky, so the pack of blood wolves left the disciples behind and left. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was dumbfounded. So simple? Yes. Nonsense. Zhao Jian, who was next to him, was extraordinarily angry, and shouted, Why didn't I hear it? It's simply nonsense. Hein, when we were surrounded by the pack of blood wolves, where was senior brother Zhao? How could you not hear it? Zhang Xiaohu sneered. Shut up. I didn't ask you to say it. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong turned around and scolded Zhao Jian, then asked, Then why didn't you return to Shixin Peak earlier like Zhao Jian? Instead you stayed there for so long? Zhang Xiaohu said innocently, Vice Hall Master Zhong, have you forgotten? Didn't this disciple say it just now? When junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Qin Qin were hungry and thirsty, we ate the vermilion fruit and then fainted. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was speechless. The vermilion fruit was only a legend. Many years ago, there were indeed inner disciples who had eaten it, but he had never seen it himself. Naturally, he didn't know the symptoms of taking it. There was no way to verify this. After thinking for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, I didn't expect that junior nephew Zhang's method of making up a story is so first class. It's almost like a scholar writing a book watertight. However, this is not what I want to know. You'd better tell me about the beast tied. Zhang Xiaohu furrowed his brows. The plot that he came up with was something that he and Chang'e had come up with. They only blamed everything on that loud cry. Anyway, they had heard it before, and besides them, there were no other living people, so it was impossible for them to verify it. When they left the valley, they heard that Zhao Jian had also escaped danger. They were surprised, but the matter of repelling the blood wolves was indeed inhumane. They didn't have any good ideas, and after thinking about it, it was just like that. Anyway, 3 people's words were more credible than one person's, and there might not be anyone who would really investigate. However, Zhang Xiaohu and the others didn't expect that someone would really investigate the details. At this point they could only bite the bullet and continue. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohu's matter must not be mentioned. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu also knew that the status of female disciples in the Misty School was different. Even if Chang'e and Qin Qin were captured, Deputy Hall Chief Su wouldn't do anything to them. He could only grit his teeth and bite the bullet. That was it. Who could do anything about it? However, at this time, Deputy Hall Chief Su didn't care about the blood wolves, but mentioned the beast tide, which really made Zhang Xiaohu puzzled. Therefore Zhang Xiaohu probed, "I don't know what Deputy Hall Chief Su wants to know about the beast tide? I was with Senior Brother Zhao before I encountered the blood wolves, so I should know less than Senior Brother Zhao. That's all on the surface. Zhao Jian is just an ordinary disciple of your Misty School. How would he know the core secrets of your Misty School? Your Misty School is also a big sect. Don't tell me you don't have any secrets? Or don't you have any means to cause a beast tide? Of course, I know that you have only been in the sect for a short period of time. You may not have any feelings for the ethereal sect, but you did it because of someone's instigation. If you say it, yes, even if you say it's a name, this hall will let you go immediately. Don't worry, not to mention the merit of your report. Even if you bring back 4 carriages full of spirit herbs, this hall will be lenient with you. You. Don't you want to say 1 or 2 names? You. Zhang Xiaohu was angry. At this time, he knew that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's plan was to wipe out the Misty School's forces in one fell swoop. Moreover, he even used the beast tide as a reason. What is a beast tide? It is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the fragrant religion. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohu didn't know the whole story. Even if he knew that it was related to the Misty School, he would absolutely not say it. Deputy Hall Chief Su really thinks highly of this disciple. How could this disciple provoke a beast tide? There is no one behind me who instigated it. Zhang Xiaohu said coldly but resolutely. But how do you explain how you drove the 4 carriages from the east of the Yulong Grand Canyon? Well, using elk as mounts, you drove the carriages to the south exit? That's across the entire Yulon Prairie. How could you not encounter any ferocious beast? Don't tell me that with your martial arts, you are invincible in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Haha, Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. This was the truth. He regretted not listening to Zhang Xiaohu's advice in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He could only smile and say, perhaps this disciple's character is good, or perhaps it is the blessing of our Misty Hall. This disciple really didn't encounter any ferocious beast. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu push the blame away, Deputy Hall Chief Su didn't get angry. Instead, he confidently said, Martial Nephew Zhang, you are our hall's younger generation. We don't want to be too strict with you. If you are an outstanding person, you should be able to adapt to the current situation. But if you don't accept the toast, then the only thing waiting for you is the punishment of drinking. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhong Pei and then looked at Zhao Jian. He knew that if he mentioned the horse's neigh at this time, it would only add to the joke. Instead, it would arouse Zhao Jian's suspicion. Even Zhang Xiaohu began to suspect that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong had instructed Zhao Jian to do something. This kind of thing can only be effective in front of Hall Chief Yang. Therefore Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, this kid is stupid. He only knows how to tell the truth. If you want this kid to make up something, then you should find someone else. Then he pointed at Zhao Jian with his chin and said, this senior Zhao seems to have a deep understanding of this. You. Zhao Jian's face was very ugly. Why is your Misty School full of trash that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness? First there was He Tianshu and now there is you. Do you think you can resist more than He Tianshu? Martial Nephew Zhang, think about He Tianshu's appearance. If you wait until that point, your life will be ruined. What fun will there be? Hearing Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's words, Zhang Xiaohu's face changed slightly. However, this matter was not only related to his brother, but also to the people of the Misty School who were implicated by Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. How could he say it? Zhang Xiaohu almost believed it. Even if he told the whole thing now, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong might not believe him. He only wanted what he wanted. Chapter 706. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was stubborn and did not tell him what he wanted to know, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was not surprised. He took half a step back and waved his hand. Several law enforcement disciples came up from behind. They lifted Zhang Xiaohu up and hung him straight on the torture instrument just like Bai Huan. Zhang Xiaohu's major acupoints were sealed and his limbs were weak, so he could only be at the mercy of the law enforcement disciples. After they put him down, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Marshal Nephew Zhang, I don't want to embarrass you. After all, you are different from He Tianshu. You are a famous figure in the Misty Hall and also a direct disciple of Wen Wenhai. If you can cooperate with me and tell me the secret about the beast tide, I will let you go immediately. We will still have a harmonious relationship as uncle and nephew. In the future, our hall will also take care of you." Zhang Xiaohu looked at him indifferently with a kind of disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong tactfully shut up and did not want to say another word. He turned to the law enforcement disciples and said, "Let him have a taste of the punishment of our fragrance cult." A law enforcement disciple stepped forward and picked up a long half-foot-long steel needle from the blood-stained stone table. He walked up to Zhang Xiaohu, tore open Zhang Xiaohu's clothes, aimed at his armpit and was about to stab him. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong paid attention to the changes in Zhang Xiaohu's expression. Seeing that the steel needle was about to pierce into his body, Zhang Xiaohu just narrowed his eyes and prepared himself for the pain. He did not seem to want to beg for mercy at all. Feeling a little angry, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment." The law enforcement disciple stopped. Then Deputy Hall Chief Zhong said, "Don't make him bleed first. Didn't Hall Chief Yang say that she wants to ask more questions? Let's pick up the ones who won't get hurt first." "Yes." The law enforcement disciple threw away the steel needle and raised his hand to touch one of Zhang Xiaohu's acupoints. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohu felt a kind of numbness and swelling, as if crazy ants were biting his bones. Zhang Xiaohu twisted his body hard, trying to get rid of this unbearable feeling. He also gritted his teeth. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohu's face turned pale and large beads of sweat appeared on his head. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, "How about it? Zhang Xiaohu, have not tasted this feeling? To tell you the truth, this is just the beginning. It's just an appetizer. If you agree, we'll stop now and let you redeem yourself. Otherwise, there are still many more dishes waiting for you. Think about He Tianshu, he's your role model." Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and tried his best not to make a sound. He stared fiercely at Zhong Pei. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong continued, "Don't try to be brave. Although we won't make you bleed today, that might not be the case in the future. As for Hall Chief Yang, she can protect you now, but she can't protect you forever. As long as you don't say anything, I will use different methods to deal with you. When my patience runs out, not to mention seeing blood, even your life will be hard to protect." After saying this, he no longer hesitated and turned his head. "You guys, take out your best skills and serve this Misty School's direct disciple well." Then he said to Zhao Jian, "You stay here and watch. I will go and ask the two female disciples." Hearing this, Zhao Jian smiled and bowed. "Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, don't worry. Once Zhang Xiaohu speaks, I will immediately report to you." Zhong Pei nodded and walked away. The entire prison cell was filled with screams that Zhang Xiaohu tried his best to hold back, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. After an unknown period of time, the whole cell fell into silence. When Zhang Xiaohu woke up from his coma, the whole cell was empty. Only the torch on the wall was still burning. Zhang Xiaohu raised his head with great difficulty and looked around in exhaustion. At this moment, although he didn't seem to have any injuries on the surface, the inside of his body, regardless of whether it was his internal organs or his limbs, they were all filled with pain. It was an unbearable pain. He let out a few soft groans and let out a sigh in his heart. He really didn't expect that his choice at that time would bring him such a big disaster. However, thinking of the surprise and joy of the disciples when they saw the magic herb in the carriage in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but think, "If I were given another choice, I would still do the same." But I don't know if Chang'e and Qinshin have encountered the same thing. When Zhang Xiaohu thought of Chang'e, his heart ached. Her injuries haven't healed yet. Won't it be more serious if she suffers more? Just as he was thinking about it, a soft sizzle sound suddenly rang out in the quiet prison cell. Zhang Xiaohu raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. It was a figure who had pushed open the iron door of the prison cell and walked in softly. When the person came closer, Zhang Xiaohu saw it clearly. Wasn't it Zhao Jian, Senior Zhao? When Zhang Xiaohu saw him, he didn't say anything and lowered his head. He didn't see him. Zhao Jian walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu and said earnestly, "Junior brother Zhang, you know that I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Vice Hall Master Zhong is a figure on Lingxiang Peak. If he wants to know, you have to tell him even if you don't want to. You'd better tell him everything you know. Not only can you avoid physical pain but you can also win his favor. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" With that, he walked closer and whispered, "Junior brother Zhang's situation of falling into the wolf pack and escaping from the wolf pack is very different from mine. This is strange. Do you think the two of us encountered the same pack of blood wolves?" Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes and looked at him, still ignoring him. Zhao Jian looked around and raised his voice. He smiled and said, "Since junior brother Zhang is so benevolent and keeps the secret of the Misty School a secret, then I can only help you." With that, he stretched out his finger and gathered internal force on the tip of his finger. His hand was like lightning, aiming for Zhang Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he was startled and said angrily, "You?" But in the next moment, Zhao Jian raised his hand and sealed Zhang Xiaohu's mute acupuncture point, making it impossible for him to speak. However, the finger that was aiming for Zhang Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point also stopped in the air. Zhao Jian stared at the acupuncture point and gritted his teeth. His expression changed again and again as if he couldn't make up his mind. Zhang Xiaohu, who was on the torture rack, looked at the finger that had stopped on his Achilles heel. His heart was also uneasy. His body was constantly twisting, afraid that Zhao Jian would press down and instantly kill him. Hee. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu struggle, Zhao Jian laughed as if he had already made up his mind. He said, "What's wrong? Junior brother Zhang, you're also afraid of death? Then, shouldn't you say what you want to say?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu gradually stopped struggling. He raised his head and stared fiercely at Zhao Jian. "Pa." Zhao Jian raised his hand and gave Zhang Xiaohu a slap. He sneered and said, "Am I very handsome? Do I need you to stare at me like that?" Then he moved closer to Zhang Xiaohu's ear and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm so handsome. I'll definitely gain junior sister Changa's favor. After you die, I'll take care of her." Zhang Xiaohu was enraged. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on Zhao Jian's face. Zhao Jian only tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Then he didn't hesitate and used his internal energy to slap Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. He destroyed Zhang Xiaohu's dantian and the 20 years of cultivation that Zhang Xiaohu had just obtained immediately disappeared. After being tortured for an entire night, Zhang Xiaohu was already weak. Now that his dantian was destroyed, his decades of cultivation would go down the drain. Furthermore, he would be a cripple in the future. He immediately felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted and he fainted again. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu faint, Zhao Jian undid his mute acupoint and sighed. He muttered to himself, "You're lucky. If it wasn't for the Hall Master's orders and me being afraid of exposing myself, how could I still let you live in this world? Hee, but you've already lost your internal energy. Can you still withstand the torture of the law enforcement disciples? At that time I won't know who killed you." Then he laughed and walked out of the cell. Only the fainted Zhang Xiaohu and a few burning torches were left. At the other end of the dungeon, in a rather large cell, Yang Ruping sat on a chair and Aunt Qin stood beside her. In front of them, on a dilapidated execution platform, Qin Qin sat cross-legged and rubbed his wrist. Beside him was a rope that had been torn into several pieces. "You said that the disciples of the Misty Hall were all hiding in the woods. If there weren't two strange horse neighs, those blood wolves wouldn't have found you?" Yang Ruping frowned and asked, "Do Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e know about this?" "Of course they know. Hall Master, we heard it with our own ears." "That's right, senior sister Chang'e's injuries haven't recovered yet. If she's tied up like this, won't her injuries worsen? You must take good care of her. You little girl, instead of thinking about yourself, you're thinking about other people. Senior sister Chang'e and senior brother Zhang protected me when the blood wolves attacked. If it weren't for the two of them, I would have been food for the blood wolves. Naturally, I have to think about them. And senior brother Zhang, I don't know how he is now. Alas, Zhong Pei took out the token of the hierarch and captured the three of you here. I can't do anything. Chang'e is fine. She's right next to you. Zhong Pei doesn't dare to touch her. It's a pity that Zhang Xiaohu will suffer physical pain. Hall Master, senior brother Zhang is a good person. You must save him." Qin Qin was shocked and begged bitterly. Aunt Qin also said, "Hall Master Yang, since you already know that there are many suspicious points, why don't you ask Zhang Xiaohu first, or tell Zhong Pei about this and let him know?" Yang Ruping smiled bitterly. Zhong Pei may not know. It's because he knows that he dares to do this. Didn't you hear what he said? Finding the cause of the beast tide is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the incense cult. This is enough to make him hot-headed and do a lot of incredible things. He also has the token of the hierarch. I have no suitable reason to stop him. Chapter 707. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ruping smiled and said, I've already told him that I need to ask Zhang Xiaohu personally. If I don't go, he won't be able to be ruthless. After all, if he leaves me aside, he will be the first to lose his reason. In the future, he won't be able to gain the upper hand. Aunt Qin listened thoughtfully, but there was some worry in her eyes. When Qinshin heard this, he didn't understand at all. He was only thinking about how to tell Yang Ruping the reason that his senior brother and senior sister had made up. Yang Ruping underestimated Zhong Pei and didn't expect Zhao Jian to be so vicious. Just when she thought that everything was under control, Zhong Pei had already made a ruthless move, wanting to get what he wanted from Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. Zhao Jian wanted to kill him, but after weighing the pros and cons, he took a step back and crippled Zhang Xiaohu's internal strength. After all, there were many ways to interrogate. It was inevitable to make a mistake. Even if Zhong Pei knew what was done could not be undone. At most he would be scolded. Perhaps this would be to his advantage. He might even be rewarded. In the next few days, the disciples that Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei sent to Lingering Fragrance Peak didn't return, nor did they send any orders. Yang Ruping only protected Chang'e and Qinshin from being tortured, but Zhang Xiaohu in another part of the dungeon suffered a great punishment. Since his dantian was broken by Zhang Xiaohu that day, Zhang Xiaohu's decades of cultivation had been lost. However, the major acupoints on his body hadn't been opened, so the law enforcement disciples didn't realize that his internal strength had been crippled. They still took turns to torture him, and Zhang Xiaohu also wanted it. From the initial screams to the later groans, he clenched his teeth and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he didn't make a sound. At first, Zhao Jian was worried that his shady methods would be discovered. However, after 2 days there was no movement. He became even bolder and followed behind the law enforcement disciples. Sometimes, he would even personally go into battle to practice his interrogation techniques. On the 7th day, the disciples sent by Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei came back and said that they had already explained the reason to the inner sect disciples. The disciples also reported this matter to the sect master, but the sect master didn't give any instructions and just asked them to come back. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what kind of medicine the cult leader was selling in his gourd. Yang Ruping even wanted to personally go to Lingxiang Peak to ask, but she was afraid that as soon as she left Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohu and the others' lives would be in danger. On the other hand, when Zhong Pei heard his disciples' report, he couldn't help being wild with joy. Wasn't this an obvious signal? The cult leader agreed with his point of view and did not bring back any instructions, which was tacit approval. Therefore, Zhong Pei seemed to have seen the cult leader's smiling face on Lingering Fragrance Peak when he was at Shixin Peak, which made him even more energetic. It didn't matter if he was full of energy, but Zhang Xiaohu was unlucky. In the first 7 days, Zhong Pei was still very restrained. He only asked the law enforcement disciples to use some methods that couldn't see the scars so that he could give an explanation to Yang Ruping. Now that he had the cult leader's tacit approval, he seemed to be more unscrupulous. The first thing he did was to serve Zhang Xiaohu with a poisonous whip. 72 lashes, he whipped Zhang Xiaohu's body until it was badly mutilated and he fainted a few times. Poor Zhang Xiaohu. He was already 25 years old. When had he ever been subjected to such a cruel punishment? Even when he came from Guizhuang House to Pingyang City, he had to endure the supercilious looks and difficulties of others. It was just some of the fickleness of the human world. Later, when he became a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was flattered by others, which was hard to come by. Then, when the Misty School was destroyed, although he was a direct disciple, his martial arts were weak. He fought with others for only a few moves before his acupoints were sealed and he was kicked to the side. Others died, but he only had the oily skin on his head broken. The most dangerous thing was the battle with the blood wolf in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He almost died in the wolf's belly. But even in that battle there was a long song by his side. There was the lingering beauty and the heart-stirring heroic spirit. It only highlighted the heroic struggle between man and beast. In this dark and gloomy dungeon, all his martial arts were crippled and he became a useless person who could no longer practice martial arts. A few days ago he was still full of heroic spirit and almost wanted to point out the world. But now he had fallen from the clouds into the swamp. The smelly mud polluted his mouth and nose, making Zhang Xiaohu breathless. He really wanted to die. On the other hand, his body was also going through unprecedented torture from inside out. The pain made him faint a few times every day. This pain directly hit his heart and made his heart stronger. One time, when he woke up from his coma, he felt the disappointment in his heart and the pain in his body. Suddenly, a sentence came into Zhang Xiaohu's mind: for a person of great power, he must first suffer hardships in his heart, toil his muscles and bones, starve his skin and empty his body. Wasn't this what Li Jinfeng often said? When Zhang Xiaohu heard it, he didn't understand. When he understood the meaning, he felt that it was pedantic. He only thought that it was a scholar working behind closed doors. But now, when he thought about it, it was like sweet dew that moistened his withered heart and killed the gradually budding will to die. Thus, this whipping, this torture in Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, gradually became a method to train him. His will became stronger and stronger under this test. Zhang Xiaohu, this seedling that had never experienced wind and rain, was now gradually growing under the ravages of Zhongpei and Zhaojian. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was being whipped in the dungeon of Shixing Peak, Zhang Xiaohua on Tianmu Peak was also being ravaged. However, the person who was ravaging Zhang Xiaohua was not anyone else but himself. That day, after Zhang Xiaohua killed Deputy Hall Master Su, he escaped back to Tianmu Peak. The next morning he met Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu, who came to visit. He thought that the news had been leaked, but looking at the two of them, it was nothing out of the ordinary. But after the two of them left, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Since he was pretending to be injured, then he could only pretend till the end to avoid attracting the attention of Tianmu Peak or Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians were healing day by day, and the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak had yet to appear. Even the disciples of Baiyue Peak's pill-expanding hall didn't come to Tianmu Peak to test Zhang Xiaohua. This put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. He had no choice. Every day when he woke up, he looked at his healed meridians and internal injuries. He could only forcefully circulate his internal energy to expand his meridians or use other methods to aggravate his injuries to ensure that he was injured. Day after day of destruction, until 7 days later, there was still no news or movement. On this day Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Every time he injured himself, he would recover extremely quickly the next day. In the past few days, the recovery speed of his meridians had sped up again. It seemed that the meridians in his body had adapted to his injuries. Fine, I don't care who it is. The Xiaoxia is already like this. If it really doesn't work, I will learn from Huan Huan and find a place to hide. Who would have the patience to serve you? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Hence, he didn't create any more obstacles. His injuries healed rapidly day by day. Could it be that something went wrong? Deputy Hall Master Su's corpse wasn't discovered? Or he wasn't killed? That can't be right. If he wasn't killed, wouldn't I be in danger? The disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak should have come long ago? If he wasn't discovered, then who took him away? I remember that the restriction was removed at that time. Every time Zhang Xiaohua thought of this peaceful scene, his imagination would run wild. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua had overestimated his own influence and underestimated the strength of the Lingering Fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua was just a little medicine boy of Tianmu Peak. Even if he had saved a few disciples of Tua Dan Hall, in the eyes of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, it wasn't a matter at all. It was absolutely insignificant. It was even more impossible for them to link him with Deputy Hall Master Su's death. Moreover, he was seriously injured the moment he returned to Tianmu Peak. Even if Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu knew a little about the grudge between Deputy Hall Master Su and Zhang Xiaohua, it was only a fleeting thought in their minds. He was injured to the point of vomiting blood. How could he run to Baiyue Peak to kill someone? Even if he wasn't injured, one was an inner disciple while the other was a little medicine boy. This was absolutely not proportionate. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua had wasted such a long time in vain. They simply didn't put him in the scope of suspicion. Moreover, the news of Deputy Hall Master Su's death had spread to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Lingering Fragrance Peak was naturally quite shocked. After all, there were only a few people who could be a Hall Master. Deputy Hall Master Su's martial arts was also high. His inexplicable death naturally aroused suspicion. However, Deputy Hall Master Su originally had a background. Although he was usually very careful, there would always be some clues in the place where he lived. How could the inner disciples and disciplinary hall's disciples not find any clues if they carefully checked? Therefore, it was very easy for them to treat Deputy Hall Master Su's death as something related to the lingering fragrance cult and other sections. Since their starting point was wrong, of course they wouldn't find Zhang Xiaohua's head. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua stretched his body as he walked out of the house. Immediately, several disciples gathered in front of him. They were all laughing and talking at the same time. "Junior brother Rin, have you rested well? Junior brother Rin, how is your body recovering? I have here the great revitalizing pill from Lingering Fragrance Peak. How about I give it to you first?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately had a headache. Since a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua's body had recovered. There were often many disciples who came to his small house to express their concern. It couldn't be said that these disciples were not sincere. They didn't really want Zhang Xiaohua to recover quickly. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw their slightly exaggerated expressions and charming smiles, his heart was extremely uncomfortable. If one wanted to stand out, one should rely on one's own strength. If one only climbed up the thigh of others, it would not be one's own and it would not be up to them. Others just shook their legs and you would fall down. This was not the right way. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for your kind intentions, senior brothers. Little brother's injuries have been controlled. I will slowly recuperate. Senior brothers, please do your own things. I just heard from senior brother Lu that Headmaster Chen might come in a while. If he saw you, it would be inappropriate for senior brothers." Chapter 708. When the disciples heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They said, if junior brother hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. There's still ginger soup simmering on the fire. Don't let it dry up. I'll take my leave first." "That's right." After hearing junior brother's words, I just remembered that this recover pill seems to be a pill from the Dalan Temple. Did I take the wrong one? If I let junior brother take it, wouldn't it be a big problem? I'll go back and see if there's any other pills like the Yuandan pill. Yes, my stomach hurts a little. I might have eaten something bad just now. It didn't take long for them to all leave. At this time, Lu Chaoxian came out from not far away with a smile. He said, "Junior brother Rin, when did I tell you that Headmaster Chen was coming?" Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. He looked at the sky and the ground. He said, "When did I say that you said that?" "Aha," Lu Chaoxian laughed. "Who knows?" However, the smile on his face faded. He said seriously, "Actually, these junior brothers are also pitiful people. They just want you to protect them. If junior brother has the power, don't let them down. You can't always be alone on Tianmu Peak. If you don't have a few brothers to support you, you won't be able to achieve anything." Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at Lu Chaoxian. He said, "I didn't expect senior brother Lu to have the potential to be a doghead military advisor." Then he copied Lu Chaoxian and said seriously, "If it was at Yulan dusk, I could protect them. It's just for a few days. Moreover, it's a matter of life and death. But if I protect them now, it's not a matter of a few days. I've always been free and undisciplined. I'm used to being free and unfettered. How can I care so much? Since you don't have such thoughts, don't let others think about it. It's pointless to let Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong worry." Lu Chaoxian was silent when he heard this. He really hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would be able to stand up and become the next head like the other disciples. Given Zhang Xiaohua's kind heart, he would definitely treat the Tianmu Peak disciples well. As for himself, based on his friendship with Zhang Xiaohua, which was different from others, his life would definitely be smooth sailing in the future, and his status would rise along with the tide. Unfortunately, everyone had their own ambitions. Zhang Xiaohua only gave a simple explanation, but Lu Chaoxian knew that Zhang Xiaohua did not care about Tianmu Peak's position. He could only smile and say, "Junior apprentice brother Ren has great ambitions, but it's a pity that the other junior apprentice brothers don't know about it. Sooner or later they will come and make a fuss." Zhang Xiaohua giggled. "This is really too simple. I stayed here previously because my injuries were more serious. I needed senior brother Lu and the rest to take care of me. Although my injuries have not fully recovered, they are much more stable now. Senior brother also knows that internal injuries need to be carefully nursed. There must be a secluded environment. Although this place is good, it is also very lively. I would like to ask senior brother to report to Headmaster Chen that I will move back to the top of Tianmu Peak today. I'm used to the cave there. It is a good place to recuperate. Junior brother Bai Huan has not returned. Others will not know what you are doing on the mountain alone." Lu Chaoxian was shocked and dissuaded her. "If Bai Huan comes back, it will be like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but her words were firm. Lu Chaoxian was helpless. After saying a few words, he turned to ask Qin Feng for instructions. Zhang Xiaohua wandered around the empty space a few times. No one had been keeping an eye on the pavilion in the distance for several days. Zhang Xiaohua guessed that the news of Vice Hall Master Su's death had reached the ears of Wuzhou ruins and the others, so there was no need for these eyes and ears to exist. Not long after, Lu Chaoxian turned back and smiled. Headmaster Qin is busy. At first he did not agree for you to return to the peak. Later on, he nodded and said that I should accompany you. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. That's good. In the past, Senior Brother Bai took care of most of the medicine farm work on Tianmu Peak. I was worried about how I could handle it alone. Now that Senior Brother Lu is there, I am so lazy. Ah. Lu Chaoxian laughed and patted her shoulder. Bai Huan wants to be lazy. What he can do, your Senior Brother Lu can do even more. After he finished speaking, he went in to help Zhang Xiaohua pack her things. Zhang Xiaohua had always been meditating. She did not even unpack her bedding. After Lu Chaoxian entered the hut, he came out empty-handed. He shrugged. Junior brother, you are very simple. I wonder if the bedding on the peak is still there? It is. Tianmu Peak is not a good place. I wonder if Headmaster Qin still sent people there. Who would take away my bedding? You don't say. Headmaster Qin really forgot that there is no one on duty on the peak. The pile of work is still left for junior brother Ren. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Let's go. Let's go up the mountain to work. After she finished speaking, she walked out and headed straight for the peak. Lu Chaoxian smiled and followed behind her. Heaven Eye Peak was no different from usual. In just a few days, Zhang Xiaohua's ascension and descent had changed everything. In the hut on the peak, Bai Huan's belongings were still placed in an orderly manner. Their owner was no longer around. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the peak and looked around. She sighed in her heart. Then she returned to the cave and reminded Lu Chaoxian not to disturb her if there was nothing urgent. After placing a restriction on the cave, Zhang Xiaohua escaped into the elixir chamber. Everything was no different from before. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. It was as if there was only free breathing in the heaven and earth here. Sitting cross-legged in the elixir chamber, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she immersed her divine sense into her belt, intending to take out all the jade boxes. However, after looking at them and looking at the size of the elixir chamber, she dispelled this idea. Zhang Xiaohua was the biggest winner in this Valley Orchid Dusk refinement. Not to mention the black and white fruit that was like a yin-yang fish, not to mention the golden lotus fire seed, not to mention the 10,000 years stalactite milk. Even the herbs that the Pill Tower Hall disciples brought back and the herbs that the Misty Hall disciples picked were extremely considerable. How could the elixir chamber hold them all? After tidying up the jade boxes and other items, Zhang Xiaohua was happy but also a little sad. From Lu Chaoxian's mouth, she already knew that in this Valley Orchid Dusk refinement, other than the female inner sect disciples who did not suffer much loss, all the other halls were completely annihilated. Even Wu Ming, a dignified outer sect disciple, almost died. Thinking of the nearly 500 lives of the Pill Tower Hall, wouldn't the entire fragrance cult have lost thousands of lives in the Valley Orchid? But immediately Zhang Xiaohua thought of the tragic death of Black Lightning. Needless to say, this was definitely the doing of the Lingering Fragrance Peak's consecrators or elders. They did escape but angered Yellow Wind, and caused a beast tide, burying thousands of disciples in the stomachs of the beasts. Every drink and every peck, perhaps it is fate. Every cause and effect must be borne by someone. The Tao of life and death, the Tao of karma, is nothing more than this. A merciful heart filled Zhang Xiaohua's heart. His heart moved and he immediately sat down cross-legged. He did not even take out the primordial stones. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and his mind directly welcomed the starry sky of the heavenly Tao in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua woke up from his meditation. He only felt that the previously unfathomable heavenly Tao seemed to have become much clearer. A kind of intimacy hit him in the face, as if the countless resplendent stars in the sky were like the stones he played with when he was young, clearly and incomparably intimate. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and secretly said, could it be that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao is the same as the cultivation of a mental cultivation method, and there are many realms? Before he had time to ponder, his heart moved and he escaped from the alchemy room. Just as he appeared in the cave, he heard an anxious call from the outer sect. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Listening to the voice, it was Lu Chaoxian. This senior brother Lu had always respected him. If it was not an urgent matter, he would definitely not disturb his cultivation. Could it be the matter of Bai Yefeng? Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. But when he released his divine sense, there was only Lu Chaoxian outside the cave. Strange, could it be another trap for me to jump into? Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously began to feel suspicious. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the cave, looked up at the sun and said with a smile, "Senior brother Lu, you came back quite quickly. This little brother just slept, and seeing that the time is still early, I wonder why you called this little brother? The time is still early?" Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua, and after he came back to his senses he said in surprise, "Junior brother Ren, could it be that you overslept? You entered the cave the day before yesterday and did not come out. Yesterday when I tidied up the medicine field, I did not see you come out to help. If not for Bai Yefeng's messenger coming today, I may not have come to call you." The day before yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that while he was absent-mindedly comprehending the heavenly Tao, 2 days had already passed. The immortal Tao has no sense of time. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice to cover up. Little brother's body is weak and needed to rest. The mountain is quiet and I slept for so long. I made senior brother Lu wait for a long time. All right, did Bai Yefeng's messenger say what it was? This. Lu Chaoxian frowned. I don't know, but seeing the messenger's face, it doesn't seem to be anything good. Zhang Xiaohua was startled, secretly saying, it can't be that he really found some clues. Then he rolled his eyes, wondering if he should follow Lu Chaoxian down the mountain. To be honest, as long as Zhang Xiaohua burrowed into the ground, who would be afraid of the fragrant cult in this vast world? However, if he did so, he was afraid that he would be the enemy of the fragrant religion in the future, and would be hunted down by the fragrant religion's worshippers and elders. According to the dead deputy hall leader Su, the worshippers all practiced immortal Tao, and might have some unique spells. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face changing, Lu Chaoxian laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, thinking, he has a guilty conscience as expected, every bush and tree is an enemy. If Bai Yefeng wanted to catch someone, why would he be so nervous? So he laughed, senior brother Lu actually knows how to joke, then little brother will entertain you. Lu Chaoxian shook his head, no, I just saw Bai Yefeng's reward and was a little jealous. Chapter 709. Reward? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he looked at Lu Chaoxian who was still trying to hold back his laughter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and secretly said, big brother, you have to make it clear. I almost ran away just now. This is really not a joke. Immediately he piled a smile on his face and said, what reward? Does senior brother Lu know? I don't know about this. Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, in the past it was just herbs and elixirs and only a cart was dragged here. This time it is a little different and junior brother Ren's contribution is quite big, so it is even more impossible to guess. But then, he said mysteriously, I heard from the disciple who went up the mountain that the person who came was junior brother Ren's old friend, so there should be a generous reward. Old friend? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile, junior Uncle Yang is here? It seems that he is really looking forward to it. What reward can there be? Zhang Xiaohua said that he was looking forward to it, but in his heart he was disdainful. Even if it was elixirs, even if it was spiritual grass, or even a bestowed cultivation method, he didn't care about it. But when Zhang Xiaohua saw Yang Yao, he was shocked by the reward that Yang Yao mentioned. What? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe his ears. Sending me to Shixin Peak? The peak where Ethereal Hall is located? When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's strange expression, Yang Yao felt extremely guilty as he said, dear nephew, there is no need to be anxious. I know that the Shixin Peak is extremely dangerous. The dozen or so disciples from our pill-expanding hall were bullied quite badly and a few of them even had their legs broken. However, as he said this, he picked up a small package from the small table next to him and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a smile, it's just that our Dan-spreading hall really doesn't have any disciples with high martial arts skills to go. Well, Master Qin and Wu Dalong naturally can go, but they are the elites of the hall and have a lot of things to deal with. We can't let them go to Shixin Peak to play such a small role. Nephew, you've just come to the pill-sprouting hall. You should experience life at Shixin Peak and accumulate some experience. It should be beneficial for your future development. Moreover, the hall master has said that when you complete your task and return to the pill-sprouting hall, you will be given a suitable position. Oh, this is nephew's other rewards for refining Yulan Twilight. They are the Yuandan pill, spirit congealing pill, and other pills used by Lingxiang Peak. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face became more and more interesting, and she waved her hand again and again. Martial Uncle Yang, you really think too highly of nephew. No, Hall Master really thinks too highly of this disciple. What kind of people are the ethereal Hall? They are all fierce and fiendish. Many of the previous disciples were not able to do it, let alone me. I have little talent and knowledge, and am not good at the affairs of pill-expanding Hall. When I go to Shirxing Peak, it will inevitably delay the affairs of the Hall. Martial Uncle Yang, please go back and let Hall Master think about it and find someone better. Yang Yao smiled and said, Nephew, you must be joking. How can Hall Master's order be changed just like that? Moreover, nephew managed to escape from the Yulan Grand Canyon and even saved Lu Chaoxian and the others. Even in the First Faith Peak, your martial arts are considered to be one of the best. Moreover, nephew was also saved by a disciple of the First Faith Peak and can be considered to have some relationship with the First Faith Peak. This task can only be assigned to you. I can't go. Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. After thinking for a moment, Yang Yao took out a small bag from his arms and opened it. Inside were 2 tokens. He picked up one of them and said, Nephew, Hall Master has already thought of your excuse. This is the Hall Master's token of our pill-expanding Hall. If you take it, it means that Hall Master has personally come. If you encounter any danger on Shirxing Peak, take it out. Maybe it can help you. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it, carefully looking at it and said, Do the disciples of Shirxing Peak give face to our pill-expanding Hall? Is this token as useful as Martial Uncle Yang said? Yang Yao looked at Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu who were accompanying her and chuckled, Nephew, you are wrong. Do you think this token is useful on Shirxing Peak or Baiwei Peak, Tianmu Peak or Three Reeds Peak? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Looking at Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu's jealous eyes, she instantly understood. This token was said to be for her use on Shirxing Peak, but in fact, it was for her use in Pill-Expanding Hall. In other words, it was another reward for her, a reward for using someone else's power. As long as she took this token, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in the entire Pill-Expanding Hall? Zhang Xiaohua giggled and looked at the other token. It was much smaller than the one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Seeing this, Yang Yao smiled and said, This is also a token of our Pill-Expanding Hall. With this token you can go to Heaven and Earth Hall, Cleansing Jade Hall, Weapon Refining Hall, and other places to ask for a weapon, jade artifact or other things. Consider it a form of compensation for your trip to Shirxing Peak. Then he stuffed the token into Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said in a low voice, Nephew, you are really lucky. This old man thought that you had died in the stomach of a beast and was rather sad for a few days. I didn't expect to see you today. Valley Master Nye is really lucky. Valley Master Nye? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What did this have to do with Rejuvenation Valley? Yang Yao continued, To be honest, the Hall Master has been scratching his head for a long time about the Shirxing Peak. A while ago he was called to Lingering Fragrance Peak by the sect leader and scolded. This is not a good task. Even the Hall Master himself knows that you have made a great contribution to the Pill-Expanding Hall and should be rewarded. However, the elixirs just now are sufficient. After considering various factors, it seems that you are the only one in the entire Pill-Expanding Hall who is suitable to go to Shirxing Peak. The Hall Master has no choice but to do this. The Hall Master thought for a long time before deciding on these 2 tokens. In this old man's opinion, you shouldn't decline anymore. Otherwise the Hall Master will be angry even if it isn't good. Moreover, if you do well in front of the Hall Master, you can also build a good foundation for entering the outer sect. When you enter the outer sect, you can use the token to find a suitable weapon in Heaven and Earth Hall. Who knows, you might even be able to pass the outer sect test and enter the pugilistic world again in a few years' time. Then, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin and thought for a long time. Then she said in a negotiating tone, Should I accept this task? Of course. Yang Yao wasn't the only one who nodded. Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu also laughed. Although this task is a bit of a headache, it's a great task compared to the favor of the Hall Master. At worst, the disciples of Shirxing Peak will break your legs before you come back. Then I'll accept it? Zhang Xiaohua was still hesitant. Everyone fell down. Wu Zhoushu almost rushed up to strangle Zhang Xiaohua's neck. This is a good future in front of you. Why are you still pretending? If it were me, I would be willing to break my legs twice. After putting away the token and elixirs, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, By the way, Masters Junior Yang, if I had agreed before, would you still give me this token? Yang Yao looked at Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu and shook his head. I only follow the hall master's instructions. I can't say what if. Hee, Zhang Xiaohua secretly criticized. This elder purple herb is really cunning. If I didn't refuse, he would have kept this token. Hee, this Xiaoxia is still the wisest. Where is Shixing Peak? Isn't that the purpose of this Xiaoxia coming to spread the incense cult? You sent this Xiaoxia over and even obediently gave me elixirs and a token. You really lost the wife and the soldiers. Pei, I'm not a woman. What do you mean lost the wife? Zhang Xiaohua was secretly delighted, but Qin Fengxiao walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, congratulations. Although this job is a little difficult, you have a bright future ahead of you. You should give it a try. I think, with little brother's martial arts, you may not be at a disadvantage. Senior brother wishes you a smooth job, and a few years from now, you will also become the head of the family. Wu Zhoushu and the others also went up to congratulate him. Zhang Xiaohua's face was bitter, as he dealt with them one by one. Finally he heard Yang Yao say, Nephew, this task is a bit rushed. Shixing Peak has been empty for a long time. Hall Master wants you to quickly pack up and go as soon as possible. Then what do you mean? It's best to go now. So anxious? My injuries. Yang Yao smiled and said, Actually, the Hall Master wanted this old man to come long ago, but considering nephew's injuries, he delayed it for a few days. White Mountain Peak is also very busy these days, so the Hall Master took time out of his busy schedule to let this old man come. After I send you to Shixing Peak, I have to quickly return to White Mountain Peak. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua was much more anxious than Yang Yao. Seeing that Yang Yao was urging him, he did not refuse any more. Wu Zhoushu, who was beside him, said, Little brother's mount has gone missing. Senior brother has a good horse here, I'll give it to you as a memento? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. That's great. Qin Feng laughed and rolled his eyes. I also wanted to say this, but you beat me to it. Wu Zhoushu cupped his hands. Little brother is still a member of your grass division. It's different from our pill division. Let me do this favor. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the courtyard and went straight to the peak to pack up. Outside the hall, Lu Chaoxian had heard it long ago. His expression was half happy and half worried. He was happy that this little brother who had gone through life and death with him was favored by Hall Master. He would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Even he would be able to benefit from it. But he was worried that Shixing Peak was definitely not a good place. His junior brother was still young. Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to the peak. Along the way, Lu Chaoxian said a lot of things to pay attention to. He must have heard it from other people. Zhang Xiaohua found it funny. She was going home. How could there be such risks? She was also touched. After all, they had gone through life and death together. Some things were really different. She nodded in agreement to let Lu Chaoxian be at ease. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the cave, Lu Chaoxian hurriedly ran down the mountain. The disciples of Tianmu Peak still didn't know about Zhang Xiaohua's situation. It was fine if others didn't send them off. But senior brother Wang and the other disciples who were saved by Zhang Xiaohua had to be sent off. Chapter 7:10. Looking at the disciple's changing face, Zhang Xiaohua educated him again. Besides, I have already made an appointment with you. Are you waiting for me to start? If I were to sneak attack you, what would you call it just now? You. The disciple was speechless. He waved his hand and said, Brothers of the Misty Hall, the little medicine boy of the pill-expanding hall from the Fragrant School is bullying people in our Shixing Peak. This is unbearable. We can't let him bully us. Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, Come on, little medicine boy. Let this young master see what you are capable of. After that, he turned to the disciples and said, Go, let the pill-expanding school see our misty halls. Hearing this, the disciples at the side were all eager to give it a try. They held their long swords and were about to rush forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down from his horse. Without waiting for the disciple to finish his words, he rushed in front of him and waved his left hand. Slap, slap, slap. He gave the disciple 2 tight slaps on the face. Then he grabbed the disciple's neck as if he was holding a chick. Looking at the disciple's face gradually turning red and his eyes bulging, Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, I used to hear the senior brothers talk about the Misty School and the deeds of the Misty School's disciples. So, I have always looked forward to the disciples of the Misty School. I thought they were the real men of the Jianghu. Similarly, I also thought that the disciples of the Misty Hall were heroes. But now it seems that they are nothing more than this. You are unworthy of the name Misty. Look at what you have become now. Using hidden weapons to attack an unknown disciple from the dark. You don't care if the disciple knows martial arts or not. When the sneak attack failed, you still want to bet. When you lose the bet, you want to gang up on the disciple. What kind of behavior is this? This is the lowly behavior of the Jianghu. A decent man of the Jianghu would never do this. Do you think that with what you have done today you are worthy of the name Misty? Are you worthy of the seniors of the Misty school who defended the name Misty? Then she sighed and said, forget it, forget it. The Misty Hall is nothing more than this. After saying that, she shook her hand and the disciple was easily thrown to the ground. He could only gasp for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. This group of young disciples, when they were 12 or 13 years old, had encountered the great change in the Misty school. Before they could break out with the other disciples, they were captured by the Righteous Alliance in the other two sections. During that time they had seen many of their senior brothers being murdered. They had long regarded the disciples of the Incense Cult, the Righteous Alliance and the Dalan Temple as their enemies. Even now in the Incense Cult, their hearts were still restless. As long as they had the chance, they would take the disciples of the other halls who were on duty at the Shirxin Peak to give them trouble. They didn't care if the disciples knew martial arts or not. After a long time they had already gotten used to it. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had said those words, their faces changed. It was unknown whether it was because they were ashamed or because they were shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Most of their eyes flickered and didn't dare to look at Zhang Xiaohua. There were also a few who were eager to fight but no one dared to make the first move. In a hurry they didn't dare to step forward. Seeing the reaction of the disciples, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. She couldn't expect all the disciples to be reasonable. Most of them could listen to unpleasant words. The Misty Hall was still the Misty School of the past. The disciple that Zhang Xiaohua had thrown to the ground blushed. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's tall, thin figure and somewhat childish face, he gritted his teeth, walked up to Zhang Xiaohua, turned over and knelt down. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him kneel down? She immediately pulled him back and smiled, "Senior brother, what do you want? It's not a festive occasion. I don't have any copper coins to give." The disciple struggled hard but couldn't move an inch. He was even more surprised and smiled bitterly. "I am Lu Qiao Gang of the Misty Hall. Junior brother, you are right. Let's not talk about the hidden weapon just now. Since I have lost the bet just now, I have to kowtow." This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She was just casually talking about her disappointment with the disciples of the Misty Hall. She didn't think that it would enlighten them. If this disciple really kowtowed to her, if they knew her identity, then wouldn't she? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "The bet is a bet. Logically speaking, you should kneel down to me. However, a man should not kneel down. I think you just casually said the conditions of the bet and fell into my trap. I'm also in the wrong. If you feel that you are in the wrong today, then return to the Misty Hall and kowtow to the seniors in your hall." This. It was Lu Qiao Gang's turn to hesitate. When it came to kneeling down, he was also hot-blooded and wanted to kneel down. Now that he was slightly sober, he knew that if he kneeled down, it would make him look noble. However, it would also make him lose face. He had lost a lot of face. When he returned to the hall, people would talk about the reason. Those who knew would say that he was in the wrong and kept his promise. But what about those who didn't know? They would definitely say that he was a coward. Sigh. Lu Qiao Gang sighed. It's hard to be a true hero. Then he borrowed the ladder and came down. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Ren, you are magnanimous. You are the role model of my generation. Thank you for your guidance today." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You are too kind. In the future, I will have to live with the support of the disciples of the Misty Hall. We will understand and support each other." At this moment, Lu Qiao Gang thought of the purpose of Zhang Xiaohua's visit to the Shirxin Peak. He smiled and said, "Senior Ren, please wait for a moment." After he finished speaking, he took out a signal and prepared to report to the Shirxin Peak. When the disciples saw that the two of them had turned hostility into friendship, they were all happy. A few disciples came over and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua returned their greetings and said a few words. Then she asked, "By the way, I heard that there is a disciple called Zhang Xiaohu in your hall. How is he doing now?" Zhang Xiaohu? When the disciples heard this name, their faces changed and their expressions became strange. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she couldn't help but wonder. She asked, "Is there no such disciple? Or did something happen to Zhang Xiaohu?" A disciple blinked and asked curiously, Senior Ren, how do you know Senior Zhang's name? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, this one also participated in the Yulan Dusk refinement. It was your hall's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu who rescued this one from the Yulan Grand Canyon. You are the disciple of the Pill Tower Hall that Senior Zhang rescued? The disciple said in disbelief, Senior Ren's martial arts seems to be higher than Senior Zhang's. How could he be rescued by him? I was seriously injured at that time. If not for Senior Zhang's help, I would have been buried in the stomach of a beast. Then she asked, is Senior Zhang in the Shishing Peak now? What happened? This. The disciples hesitated and said, Senior Zhang is indeed in the Shishing Peak, but after a long time they couldn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and was about to urge them. At this time Lu Qiaogang had already set up the signal. He waved his hand and a whistling arrow flew into the air. He then said with a smile, Senior Ren, wait a moment. There will be a senior brother coming to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care who was coming to pick him up. She just asked, what happened to Senior Zhang? Lu Qiaogang smiled bitterly, this? I can't tell you. But Senior Zhang's situation is not good. And I heard it from others. I didn't see it myself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. She was about to ask when she saw a colorful signal flying from the direction Zhang Xiaohua came from. It was similar to the signal of the inner disciple that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Lu Qiaogang was shocked and shouted, the signal of an inner disciple? Could it be that an inner disciple came to the Shishing Peak to ask about the Yulan Grand Canyon? Quickly go down the mountain to pick him up. I will. Before the voice fell, there was a rush of horse hooves from the mountain road. Everyone looked up and saw several horses galloping down from the Shishing Peak. The first one was a 25 or 26 years old disciple. When he came close he saw Zhang Xiaohua and frowned. He turned his head and asked, Junior Brother Lu, why did you send the signal of our sect? Lu Qiaogang stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Ding, this senior brother is the disciple on duty sent by the Pill-expanding Hall of Baiyue Peak. I will inform the senior brothers on the mountain to find someone to pick him up. Senior Brother Ding was obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua unkindly and said, how can I have time to pick him up? Didn't you see that the inner disciples are all at the foot of the mountain? You just need to stay here and watch him. At this moment, the hall masters must be ready to welcome the inner disciples. They don't have time to pay attention to him. Anyway, we just need to go up the mountain. When the inner disciples come up the mountain, let him follow them. Seeing that this senior brother was disrespectful to Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qiaogang was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would attack him in anger. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some apprehension. He saw that Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, it doesn't matter. It is important to welcome the inner disciples. I will wait here. While they were talking, the horn sounded loudly on the mountain peak, and then several tall horses came down the mountain. Senior fellow apprentice Ding did not dare to delay and said, forget it, junior fellow apprentice Lu, come with me. You don't have to wait anymore. Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Deputy Hall Master Qin have also come down the mountain. We'd better hurry to the front to welcome the inner disciples. After that, the group of disciples left Zhang Xiaohua aside and rode down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dust and could not help but smile bitterly. She wanted to ask about the news of her second brother, but it seemed that she should forget it. She would see him in a while. Whether he was good or bad she would know. While she was thinking, the people from the mountain had already approached. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled the big black horse and Huan Huan, who liked to walk in the middle of the road, aside. Several big horses galloped on the road. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation came from the horse near Zhang Xiaohua. Hey! When Zhang Xiaohua looked, it was a woman in black sitting on the horse. Her eyes were fixed on her, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Chapter 7:11. Hearing Yang Ruping's question, the masked Qin Qin smiled and said, Hall Master Yang's doubts have already been considered by Lord Sect Leader. This Zhang Xiaohu has only cultivated the ethereal divine art for 4 to 5 years and is only at the entry level. Even if he cultivates for another 30 to 50 years, it is impossible for him to reach the peak. However, if he cultivates the Suhuan mental cultivation method, and with the help of the Suhuan pill, he can definitely reach the next level in a short period of time. It is even possible for him to reach the peak of the Suhuan mental cultivation method within 20 years. But Yang Ruping still wanted to continue, but she was stopped by the masked Qin Qin. Qinshin said coldly, Hallmaster Yang, I respect you as my senior sister, so I have always answered your questions. But don't you think it's disrespectful to His Excellency when you keep questioning me when I'm passing on the decree of His Excellency? If it was anyone else, this envoy would have already taken them down. Thus, I ask Hallmaster Yang to sit down quietly. It won't be too late to continue speaking after the sect leader's decree is passed on. Yang Rupiang's face darkened and she lowered her head and returned to her seat. Seeing that when Wenhai was about to stand up, the masked Qinshin immediately said, Hero Zhang Xiaohu, you should also sit down. This is merely a gift from Lord Sect Leader to Zhang Xiaohu. There is no need to implicate too many people. It is better for him to choose what is more important and what is less important. After speaking, she handed the brocade box to Qinshin. Qinshin quickly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. What choice did Zhang Xiaohu have? In his heart he was just a cripple. What, ethereal divine art? What, Suhuan mental cultivation method? They had nothing to do with him. Since it was a gift from Lord Sect Leader, it was fine for him to take it. Perhaps he could leave it for Chang'e to use in the future. Thus he didn't need to think too much and nodded slightly. Very good. The masked Qinshin smiled and casually handed the brocade box to Qinshin. She then turned around and sat back in her seat. Then he looked at Yang Rupiang and said with a smile, Hallmaster Yang, this envoy has completed the 3 tasks ordered by Sir Religion Master. If Hallmaster Yang has any questions you can ask them now. Then he changed the topic and said, However, before we came, Lord Sect Leader had already instructed us that the foundation of Zhang Xiaohu's misty divine art is very shallow. Moreover, it conflicts with the Su Huan Heart Sutra, so we might as well dissolve the inner strength that he had cultivated in the past. This. Yang Rupiang and Wenhai were both shocked. However, Qinshin waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I've already checked his meridians just now. There's no internal energy in his meridians, only some of the cinnabar fruit's medicinal effects are still there. This saves me a lot of effort. Then he cast a sideways glance at Zhong Pei and said, This might be a good deed done by some people. However, now it has helped Zhang Xiaohu. He can directly cultivate the Suhuan heart technique. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. That day Zhao Jian's palm had indeed hit his dantian. Zhao Jian had even checked it. Why did the envoy of lingering fragrance peak not notice it now? However, if Zhao Jian's palm had no effect, where did his decades of internal energy go? At this time he heard the masked Qinshin say, In addition, Sir Religion Master knows that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the original Misty School. Considering that the cultivation method of the Misty School is not bad, he also agreed that Zhang Xiaohu can cultivate the Misty Divine Art in addition to cultivating the Suhuan Heart technique. Although these words were dignified, the meaning was clear. That was, Zhang Xiaohu must first cultivate the Suhuan Heart technique before he can cultivate the Misty Divine Art, as long as he is not afraid of Qigong deviation. Alas, Yang Rupiang and Wenhai both sighed in their hearts. The situation was stronger than the person. Since they were under the roof of the fragrance cult, it was impossible for them to not listen to Sir Religion Master's orders. They could only cup their hands and say, Thank you, Sir Religion Master, for your kindness. Good. The masked Qinshin clapped his hands and said, Since everyone is very happy, this envoy's trip can be considered to have ended satisfactorily. Then he glanced at Zhang Xiaohua who was sitting at the end of the table and said to Yang Rupiang, Master Yang Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill-Opening Hall was saved by Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall, and he also helped Xia Zai of the Misty Hall to set her bones. Now he has come to the Misty Hall to be a disciple on duty. It is estimated that there will be a long time in the future. I hope you won't be too harsh on him for his sake. This kind of thing was really insignificant to Yang Rupiang. Moreover, the Misty Hall had changed a lot at this time, so how could she care about this? She naturally nodded and said yes. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward to greet Yang Rupiang and Aunt Qin again and thanked Qinshin. At this time, the masked Qinshin said to him, Qinshin, come here. Qinshin was puzzled. He looked at Chang'e and walked to the masked Qinshin. The masked Qinshin carefully looked up and down for a while and said with a smile, What a lovely child. You almost died under the trap of Zhao Jian. After that he took out a jade pendant and threw it to Qinshin. Qinshin caught it and heard the masked Qinshin say with a smile, Well, I know you now. Qinshin, if you are bullied in the fragrance cult in the future, you can tell them my name. I guarantee that no one will dare to take advantage of you. Qinshin was stunned and turned to look at Chang'e. Seeing Chang'e nod, he said softly, I just don't know. Sister's name is, this sister, was really forced. It was even more awkward than Zhang Xiaohua that day. The masked Chin seemed to have guessed the answer to the riddle and was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, although it's not easy for others to remember my sister's name, it's really easy for you to remember. Zhang Xiaohua, who knew the details, couldn't help but secretly curl her lips and sneer. Chin said softly, then, sister, please tell me. Chin. The masked Chin said. Yes, Lord Messenger, please tell me. Chin. The masked Chin still said. Chin was a little embarrassed and said, yes, Chin is here. Lord Messenger, please tell me. The masked Chin suppressed the smile in his heart and said, Chin. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, Junior Sister Chin, the messenger of Fragrance Peak, is also called Chin. Ah? Chin exclaimed and revealed many small canine teeth. The masked Chin smiled and took her hand, saying, Chin, in the future, you will be protected by Chin in the fragrance cult. Chin was also happy and bowed, thank you, Sister Chin. Ah. The masked Chin turned to Yang Ruping and said with a smile, well, I have finished my mission and there are many things to do in the Misty Hall. I won't disturb Master Yang. Yang Ruping tried to persuade Chin to stay but failed, so she led the disciples to send Chin to Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua, as the representative of the Pill Expanding Hall, was also lucky to be there. When they were about to say goodbye, Chin called Zhang Xiaohua to the front and asked in a low voice, Rin Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are there any secret marks on your body? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked confusedly, I don't think so. What's wrong? Chin smiled mysteriously and said, you have held my hand and got married. Have you been touched all over your body? If you have any thoughts, it's better to check your entire body first. If there are any hidden marks that you don't know about, it's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't wait for others to come knocking on your door and you'll be at a loss. Zhang Xiaohua fell off the horse with a plop. Chin laughed and went down Shishing Peak. It was already late at night. In a small courtyard near the cliff of Shishing Peak, a tall and thin figure was standing in the middle of the courtyard. He stood with his hands behind his back and silently watched everything in the night. This person was the disciple on duty of the Pill Expanding Hall, Zhang Xiaohua. Chin came to Shishing Peak to deal with the matter of Zhang Xiaohu. It only took him half a day to bring Zhong Pei back to Lingxiang Peak, put him to death and gave Zhang Xiaohu a reward. After Chin left, Aunt Qin ordered the disciples to make a good arrangement for Zhang Xiaohua. Because of Chin's instructions to Yang Ruping and seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with Chin, the disciples of the Misty Hall did not dare to neglect. However, the residence of the disciples on duty of the Pill Expanding Hall was far from the Misty Hall. It was impossible for the Misty Hall to move the Pill Expanding Hall close to the Misty Hall just for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, when she saw the apologetic expression of the disciples of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua felt gratified for a while. After the disciples of the Misty Hall left, Zhang Xiaohua led his big black horse and David's deer into the courtyard. After a few days of living together, Huan had somewhat adapted to the aura of Little Black and Little Yellow. She could occasionally get close to them. At this time when Zhang Xiaohua led her, she did not feel nervous. This was a very tidy little courtyard. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits and there were a few small rooms. Zhang Xiaohua looked around carefully, and there was nothing that was out of the ordinary. Hence, he randomly picked one of the rooms to be his room, and threw some of his belongings inside. Normally he should be looking around the courtyard at this time, but first, it was late at night. Second, Zhang Xiaohu was seriously injured. When he heard from Chin that the internal force in his meridians was completely gone, Zhang Xiaohua was worried. Therefore, he stood in the courtyard and thought about whether he should go and see his second brother. After thinking for a while and looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation and went underground. He went straight to the Misty Hall during the day. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua came to the Misty Hall. At this time, the Misty Hall was still brightly lit. Many things had happened during the day and Yang Ruping and the others were probably still discussing what to do after Zhong Pei left. Zhang Xiaohua sneaked into the Misty Hall and showed himself in an inconspicuous corner. At this time, the candles in the Misty Hall were flickering. Zhang Xiaohua did not find Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Chin. There were only Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and wanted to escape, but he heard Yang Ruping say, Deputy Hall Master Qin, today in the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu's behavior was a little strange. I think, when he said this he stopped. Aunt Qin asked, Hall Master Yang, if you have something to say, please say it. Deputy Hall Master Qin, don't you think that Zhang Xiaohu didn't refuse at all and directly accepted the Sutra of Yuhuan Heart? Did he want to accept sect leaders' goodwill and let the Misty School? Please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 7:12. Zhang Xiaohua entered the alchemy room, looked around, and put the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into his belt. Even the jade boxes that were piled up in the alchemy room were swept clean. Previously, he didn't have much space to store them in his money pouch, but now that he had a belt, he naturally had to take them with him. Thinking that there were still some jade boxes left in the small courtyard on the mountainside, Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to tidy them up. The extremely precious medicinal herbs had already been brought to the mountaintop by him, and most of the remaining ones had been taken by him. The rest were just ordinary goods, and compared to what he had obtained in the Yulon Grand Canyon, it was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, those jade boxes were known to all the disciples of Tianmu Peak. If he took them away, wouldn't it raise suspicions? When the alchemy room was empty, Zhang Xiaohua took out his bag from his money pouch and slung it over his shoulder. Finally, his gaze fell on the great wisdom sword that was inserted into the ground. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua slightly gritted his teeth and released his divine sense, trying to put it into his money pouch. However, the great wisdom heavy sword was like a boulder in the wind. It could not be moved by the divine sense at all, let alone put it into the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and thought to himself, what material is this heavy sword made of? Even my divine sense can't move it. Immediately he tried to use the object controlling technique. When the technique hit the sword, it was like a dragonfly trying to shake a stone pillar. It didn't move at all. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. The more peculiar this sword was, the more precious it was. But immediately he frowned. Huan wasn't here and ordinary horses couldn't carry it. He also had to follow Yang Yao to Shishing Peak. It seemed that he couldn't take the great wisdom sword away for the time being. However, it didn't matter. Other than Zhang Xiaohua, there might not be anyone in Chuanxiang cult who could pick it up. Not to mention putting it in the alchemy room, even if he left it halfway up the mountain, it would still be safe. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing else, Zhang Xiaohua formed a hand seal and left the cave. She followed the path down the mountain. Halfway through, they saw Lu Chaoxian, Senior Wang, and the others walking up to them. They couldn't help but exchange some words when they saw each other. Under Lu Chaoxian's urging, they accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to the courtyard. At this time, Yang Yao, Qin Fengxiao, and Wu Zhoushu were talking in the yard. A handsome big black horse was tied to one side. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua come in, they all went forward to welcome her. What Wu Zhoushu saw was the package slung over her shoulder. Wu Zhoushu's eyes twitched for no reason, and there was a bitter taste in his mouth. He muttered in his heart, "Where did she hide the package? He actually made me search for several days without any results. Sigh, fortunately something happened to Vice Hall Master Su, otherwise." That's right, if Vice Hall Master Su was still around, Wu Zhoushu would have to follow Vice Hall Master Su's orders and go against Zhang Xiaohua. Wouldn't that put him in a difficult position? Sending Zhang Xiaohua off was simple. Since Yang Yao was in a hurry, all they did was send Zhang Xiaohua out of the courtyard. After exchanging a few words of farewell, the two of them mounted their horses, shook the reins and went down the mountain. After passing a bend, Zhang Xiaohua pulled the reins and turned the horse around. She took a closer look at the towering Tianmu Peak. It had only been a few months since she entered the incense cult and left Tianmu Peak. So many things had happened. Some of these things might have become stories that were passed down by word of mouth among the disciples of Tianmu Peak. However, most of them had become eternal secrets that no one knew about. The mountain remained the same, but the people had changed. Perhaps this was the sorrow of being a human. Zhang Xiaohua then turned the horse around and chased after Yang Yao. She left Tianmu Peak, the people of Tianmu Peak, and the matters of Tianmu Peak behind her. After descending Tianmu Peak, Yang Yao led Zhang Xiaohua in the direction of Baiyu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Martial Uncle Yang wants me to go to the pill expanding hall by myself? She quickly caught up and asked, "Martial Uncle Yang, this road seems to lead to the pill expanding hall. I heard from the senior brothers of Tianmu Peak that Shishing Peak should be in another direction." Yang Yao smiled. "Nephew, you should know that this old man is bringing you along a remote path." Remote path? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. From Yulon Grand Canyon to Tianmu Peak, they had taken a remote path which made it difficult for her meridians to recover. Why was it still a remote path from Tianmu Peak to Shishing Peak? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, Yang Yao explained, "Nephew entered the sect late and did not know this. Although the 19 peaks of Tianmu Peak are connected by roads, most of the disciples feel that the road is too far. Most of the time they take a shortcut and take a small path. As more and more people take this path, the road becomes more and more obvious. Therefore, if it is not a formal occasion, many people will take some unknown paths to save a lot of time. This time, nephew should have asked someone to send you to Shishing Peak. After all, this is your first time there, but the situation on Bayou Peak. Oh, everyone is very busy, so this old man volunteered to send you there. I still have other things to do, so I can only take this shortcut and not waste time. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. Thank you, Martial Uncle Yang, for your concern. Haha, Yang Yao was very happy. It's no matter. You can be considered as someone I personally brought into Tianmu Peak. Your progress is also my pride. That year Lu Lihong. I heard that this time, Martial Nephew Lu finally obtained the opportunity to refine Yulon Grand Canyon, but then he encountered the beast tide. His luck in martial arts are wasted. Yang Yao sighed several times, feeling pity for Lu Lihong. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disdain. Although his martial arts are good, his heart is sinister. That kind of martial arts will only harm others. It is better not to have such a person. Seeing Yang Yao speak as if he was speaking the truth, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was half relieved. However, Yang Yao was also good to her. Zhang Xiaohua did not suspect him, but she could not prevent others from using Yang Yao. It was not impossible to set up an ambush in such a remote place. However, would Zhang Xiaohua care about such a trivial ambush? And do I care about your ambush? The answer was naturally no. Zhang Xiaohua's divine ability did not need to be mentioned. Even the internal injuries that could not be healed for a long time had completely healed today. The recovery of her injuries was beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. It was only when she came down from Tianmu Peak that she realized it. After 2 days and 2 nights of comprehending the heavenly Tao, not only did her cultivation of the Heart Sutra improve, even the injuries that she had deliberately delayed had healed without leaving any traces. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether it was because of her cultivation of the Heart Sutra or because of her comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Raising her guard, Zhang Xiaohua followed Yang Yao along the desolate path for half a day. When it was almost sunset, Yang Yao turned his horse around and headed in another direction. Looking at the faint traces of a small path on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin and followed without hesitation. However, after half a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She pulled on the reins and stopped the horse. Yang Yao, who was in front of her, also stopped. He asked puzzledly, "What's wrong? Virtuous nephew Ren, are you tired?" Following which, he slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me, I forgot that you are still injured. I have been running for half a day without stopping the horse. I believe you can't hold on any longer." Yang Yao raised his head and looked around. He pointed to a gentle slope in front and said, "Let's go. We have set up our tents on that slope. We will rest there today. Haha, not to mention you, even my old bones are aching." As he spoke, he shook the reins and slowly moved forward. Zhang Xiaohua still stood there without moving. Looking at Yang Yao's back, she seemed to be deep in thought. After thinking for a while, she raised her head and let out a low whistle. That whistle wasn't loud, but it was abnormally clear. Her voice wasn't very loud and could only be heard in the wilderness. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's whistle, Yang Yao was also surprised. He stopped the horse and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and leaped onto the horse's back. He stood there steadily and looked around, causing Yang Yao to feel rather puzzled. Just when Yang Yao was puzzled, in the distance to the left, there was a hurried rustling sound from the grass and trees. Following which, there were a few low neighs that sounded like the neighing of a horse. Looking over, there was a wild beast that looked like a donkey and a horse that wasn't a horse. Wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua's lost mount, David's deer? Huan, Zhang Xiaohua stood on the horse's back and unconsciously felt tears in her eyes. Huan had been with her for so long. Although she didn't usually use it and felt that it didn't matter if she had it or not, it would still eat grass around her. When she really couldn't see it, her heart immediately felt empty. Especially when she was tidying up the Great Wisdom Sword, she missed this ugly mount even more. Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect to actually meet it here. At that time, her heart was moved. She thought that there would be an ambush from the Pill Tower Hall ahead. When Huan ran closer, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the horse's back. Huan immediately intimately came forward and stuck out its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's face. But just as it came close, its sensitive nose sniffed as if it felt a huge threat. It raised its head and neighed, then immediately retreated as if Zhang Xiaohua was a familiar stranger. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. She immediately realized that there were two little monsters in her arms. Ordinary horses might not be able to smell it, but how could a somewhat intelligent beast like Huanhuan not know? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted her chest. She used her hand to beckon Huanhuan to come over. Her expression was like a wet nurse who was about to breastfeed. However, Huanhuan was like a child who had made a mistake. Its big eyes flickered with fear as it vigorously shook its head. When Zhang Xiaohua took 2 steps forward, it took 2 steps back. When Zhang Xiaohua stood still, it also stood still, but it didn't dare to take another step forward. After trying a few times, Zhang Xiaohua was quite helpless. It must be said that the mother of the two little things in her arms was the Beast King who commanded the Yulong Grand Canyon. How could a spirit beast like Huanhuan, who had never seen the world, dare to approach? Yang Yao looked at the side and also said with heartache, "AI, look at this 4 odd beasts. I don't know what those disciples did a few days ago. They didn't even let a beast go." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Chapter 7:13. In the end, Huanhuan did not dare to get within 3 feet of Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy to see Huanhuan. Therefore, Huanhuan followed behind the big black horse and went up the gentle slope. After helping Yang Yao pack up, Zhang Xiaohua quietly stuffed Little Black and Little Yellow into her bag. Then she walked over to Huanhuan, who had been pacing back and forth beside her. The 4 odd beasts who had gained human intelligence looked at Zhang Xiaohua with their eyes. They looked like children who wanted to go home and admit their mistakes, but couldn't find an excuse to do so. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua walking towards it, Huanhuan took a step back as usual. However, it immediately raised its bald head and ran towards her as if it was cheering. It stuck out its tongue and licked Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stretched out her hand to cover her face. Huanhuan was very happy. Its soft tongue licked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. It was ticklish but very comfortable. After a moment of intimacy, Zhang Xiaohua patted Huanhuan's head. She looked around and saw that there were many whip marks on Huanhuan's body. However, they were almost healed. Other than that, there were not many changes. It was even fatter than when it was on Tianmu Peak. Only its fur was glossy. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This guy is really a glutton. His days here seem to be more comfortable than when he was on Tianmu Peak." Not long after, the sun set in the west and night came as usual. Zhang Xiaohua waited for Yang Yao to fall asleep. She immediately sealed his acupoints and set up a restriction around him. After casting a spell, she stood up and rushed towards Tianmu Peak. When she saw the odd beast Huanhuan, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her great wisdom sword did not have to be locked up in the boudoir anymore. When Zhang Xiaohua rose into the air, she realized that her wind-riding technique had improved. When she flew in the wind, she seemed to be able to blend in with her surroundings. Her speed was much faster and the consumption of her genuine qi was much lower. Is this the result of comprehending the way of heaven again? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. Previously, whenever he had time, he would try to comprehend the way of heaven, but it didn't help him in his cultivation. Now, it seemed that the comprehension of the way of heaven was a slow process that produced fine work. It was just a small improvement, but it actually had so many reactions in his cultivation. It seemed that the comprehension of the way of heaven should be a main homework for his future cultivation. In the time it took for 2 meals, Zhang Xiaohua had flown to Heaven Eye Peak. He did not delay and directly entered the pill room. He took the great wisdom sword and was about to return. However, when he was halfway up the mountain, he remembered the small courtyard where he kept the jade box. Even though Qin Feng had smilingly promised to keep these medicinal herbs properly and that Zhang Xiaohua could come back to collect them in the future, he would be gone for many years. Who would have the patience to come and collect them? Who knows, someone might benefit from it. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua identified the direction and headed towards the small courtyard. It was still the mentality of a small farmer. He didn't want to let others take advantage of him at all. The interior of the small courtyard was the same as before. Even the jade box in the room was the same as before. No one had moved it. It seemed that no one was interested in these medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to light a lamp. He only released his divine sense and picked up the jade box with the medicinal herbs. With a pinch of an incantation, he kept it in his belt. The incantation of the Way of Immortals was very strange. He finished it in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Seeing that there were still many empty jade boxes, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously clapped his hands. He thought maliciously, after half a year this Xiao Xiao will return. In front of Qin Feng, I will open these empty jade boxes. I want to see what kind of expression Headmaster Qin will have. Maybe I can even get him to compensate me with some rare medicinal herbs. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard light footsteps outside the courtyard. Other than me, who else would be interested in these medicinal herbs? However, the footsteps stopped outside the wall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand what was going on. He made a hand seal and teleported to the other side of the wall. He listened carefully and heard a familiar voice. Senior brother why did you ask me to come here? Is it something important again? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought, this seems to be some spy I met on Tianmu Peak. As expected, another voice that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with rang out. Sai, I don't want to either. It's just that I received orders from Elder Qingming. There are some things that I need to hand over to Junior Marshal Brother Qian. Qingming? Junior Marshal Brother Qian was obviously stunned. He blurted out, isn't Elder Spring Equinox the only leader? Why is there another Qingming? He can't be a fake, right? How is that possible? Senior Marshal Brother who was full of disdain. He explained, ever since Lord Spring Equinox got into trouble, I have been worried that others might find out. In the end, one night I was woken up by someone. When I saw that I was in the forest, I don't even know how I got there. Lord Qingming's cut and token are exactly the same as Lord Spring Equinox's. I think other than our own people, no one else would know about it. Then, what orders does Lord Qingming have? Yes, because Lord Spring Equinox's matter has attracted the attention of Lingering Fragrance Peak, Lord Qingming wants us to stop contacting each other frequently. We should lay low for now. Damn, if Senior Marshal Brother who doesn't call me, won't no one know about it? There's one more thing. Because a few of our brothers went missing, Lord Qingming thought that it was Lingering Fragrance Peak who did it. In order to prevent us from being exposed, he also organized some people to kill the ordinary disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak and caused some chaos. So, he wants us to remind each other not to act rashly or have any other thoughts. I understand, Senior Marshal Brother who. But our Tianmu Peak is still very quiet. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood a little. This Lord Spring Equinox should be one of the leaders of this organization. He should have some status in Lingering Fragrance Peak. Thinking about it, it seemed that Deputy Hall Master Su should be very suitable for this condition. Could it be Deputy Hall Master Su? Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and was about to go over and capture the two of them for questioning. But just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly felt happy. Am I not being a busybody? They are fighting with Lingering Fragrance Peak, isn't it safer for me? Moreover, they have already stirred up the water, who would suspect me? I should be encouraging them. How can I help the evildoer? If it's possible, I won't be stingy and give them a small banner of taking pleasure in helping others. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua had another thought. Just now, they said that Lingering Fragrance Peak has already noticed that a few people have gone missing. Moreover, they have also killed a few disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, causing chaos. I seem to have made a mistake. Immediately, she broke out in cold sweat. That day, Deputy Hall Master Su had killed Li Chang in order to silence him. For her own safety, she had taken Li Chang out to destroy the evidence. But now that she thought about it, wasn't she giving herself away? Li Chang was just an ordinary disciple of the Grass Division. If he went missing on a normal day, it wouldn't attract any attention. But now that he had gone missing and was even summoned by Deputy Hall Master Su, if the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak knew about it, they would definitely suspect her and Rejuvenation Valley. It would be hard to guarantee that Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't get into trouble. And this organization led by Lord Qingming had also caused a few ordinary disciples to go missing. They had done things that made it harder for people to distinguish between the truth and the lies. It had to be said that they had helped her. Sigh, I still don't have much experience. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She resisted the urge to give the two of them a good person award. She formed a hand seal and flew down Tianmu Peak. With Bano's heavy sword, Zhang Xiaohua's wind riding technique slowed down significantly. It took her longer to return than when she came, but she still managed to make it back before midnight. The gentle slope was as usual. The bonfire was about to extinguish. The two horses and the odd beast were resting by the side. Zhang Xiaohua fell from the sky. Huan Huan seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head to look, snorted and walked away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yang Yao. She didn't unseal his acupoints. Instead, she sat cross-legged beside him and took out some key stones to recover her Jinqi. When he woke up the next day, Yang Yao was relieved. He practiced a set of fist techniques at the morning sun and said, It's been a long time since I last camped outside. I even forgot about my insomnia and sleepwalking. It seems like I have to reminisce about the difficult times in the future. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. Zhang Xiaohua packed up her things and followed Yang Yao. She still had Xiao Huang and Xiao He in her arms, so Huan Huan could only follow behind. Yang Yao was stunned when he saw the sword on the back of the odd beast. He smiled and said, "Nephew Ren, why are you still holding onto the sword embryo? You already have the Hallmaster's keepsake. Why don't you go to the Qinghuan Hall or the Blacksmith Hall to get a divine weapon?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I don't have anything useful right now. I'll take it first." Yang Yao didn't doubt her. He had already seen the great wisdom sword on the way back to the incense order. Now that he saw it again, he just had to say a few words. The two of them continued on their journey. Occasionally they would bump into a few other disciples on this remote road. They would all politely greet each other before brushing past each other. After another 2 days, Zhang Xiaohua could be considered to have completely dispelled his doubts. It seems that lingering Fragrance Peak doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. Elder Sage really sent me to Shirxing Peak for this matter. Early in the morning, after turning around a mountain valley, there was a huge mountain peak in front of them. It was much bigger than the Tianmu Peak. Yang Yao pointed with his finger and said with a smile, "Nephew Ren, this is the Shirxing Peak. If you can have a good relationship with the disciples of the Misty Hall, I estimate that you will live here for the next few years. When you complete the Hallmaster's task, there will be a lot of positions in the pill-expanding hall waiting for you." Then he said some inexplicable words which made Zhang Xiaohua very puzzled. Finally he exhorted, "When you arrive at the Shirxing Peak, it's best that you don't have any conflicts with the disciples of the Misty Hall. They all practice martial arts. Well, if you have any opportunities, it's best to learn from them. This will also be beneficial for you to take the outer door assessment in the future." Thinking about her doubts about Yang Yao a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little apologetic. She bowed deeply on the horse and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Yang, for your advice." After another half a day, they suddenly heard a shout from the side of the road, "Stop, which disciple are you? You can't come to the Shirxing Peak so easily." Chapter 7:14. Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised to see someone blocking the way. She had heard from Bai Huan that there were many experts from the fragrance cult guarding the foot of the Shirxing Peak. They forbade the disciples of other halls to enter and the disciples of the Misty Hall to go down the mountain. Sure enough, Yang Yao stopped the horse and dismounted. He took out a token and a yellow silk and handed them over. He smiled and said to the disciple, "I'm Yang Yao of the Pill Sprouting Hall. I'm here to send my disciple Ren Xiaoyao to the Shirxing Peak. He's the new disciple on duty of the Pill Sprouting Hall." The disciple took the token and silk and looked at them carefully. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua quickly dismounted and walked to the front. The disciple pointed to the David's deer behind him and asked, "What's this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "This is my old mount. I'm used to it, so I brought it here." The disciple waved his hand and said, "Come here." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and walked to the front. The disciple suddenly reached out and patted on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. However, there was not much internal strength in the disciple's palm, so she could not hurt him. She ignored him and let him pat her shoulder. The disciple was surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua standing there straight and did not even sway. He looked back at Yang Yao and said, "This disciple is a little interesting. I remember that guy 3 months ago was slapped to the ground by me. He seemed to have stayed in the Shirxing Peak for a few days before the disciples of the Misty Hall found fault with him and broke his arm. I didn't expect that your pill-sprouting hall could find such a good seedling, but—" Yang Yao smiled apologetically and said, "Yes, aren't all halls worried about this matter now? We just sent our disciples to be on duty, but the Misty Hall thought that they were going to plant a spy. They were all malicious. What can our hall master say about this matter? Our disciples are just messing around. We can't be too serious about it. It's not easy to find a disciple who can handle the situation. How can it be so simple?" The disciple shook his head and said, "Shirxing Peak is in a mess now. Several groups of disciples went to Lingxiang Peak. It's hard to say if your disciple went there. Alas, it's a pity." The continuous pity made Zhang Xiaohua curious. She cupped her hands and said, "Senior, are the disciples of the Misty Hall so violent? Anyone who goes there will be broken arms and legs are broken?" But Yang Yao asked curiously, what? They had fought all the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak? What's the matter? That disciple looked at Yang Yao snappily. How could you and I know about the incident at Lingering Fragrance Peak? Yang Yao was embarrassed. He smiled and said no more. The disciple turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, you will know when you get there. However, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Being able to tolerate what others can't is the way to survive in the Misty Hall. Even if others challenge you to a duel, don't force yourself. You should know that although the Misty Hall has declined, there might still be a few unknown disciples waiting to deal with you. What does this have to do with me? Zhang Xiaohua said in her heart, this Xiaoxia is the direct disciple of Zhang Xiaohu, who can do anything to me. However, she still cupped her hands and thanked this enthusiastic disciple. The disciple smiled and said, go there. I hope you will behave yourself. Otherwise you will be thrown off Shishing Peak in a few days. Then he casually handed the 2 tokens to Zhang Xiaohua and said to Yang Yao, senior brother, I think you should return. You can only let this junior brother on duty pass. Okay. Yang Yao heard and hesitated for a moment. Then he thanked Zhang Xiaohua and said, I have told you everything along the way. This place is far from the Pill Repository Hall and there are no close disciples here. Everything depends on you. And this disciple is right. Although your martial arts are strong, you are still lacking compared to the disciples of the Misty Hall. Don't try to be brave and just follow the Hall Master's orders. Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed when she saw Yang Yao acting like an old woman. She smiled and said, I know, Martial Uncle Yang. Come and pick me up in a few years. Okay, Yang Yao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, let's part here. I have other important matters to attend to in the Pill Repository Hall. If you have the chance to go back to White Mountain Peak, come and see this old man. After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and rode away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the enthusiastic old man and cupped her hands to the disciple on duty. Then she mounted her horse and left for Shishing Peak. Shishing Peak was different from Tianmu Peak. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. Not to mention the green pines and cypresses, the flowing mountain springs, even the chirping of birds was intoxicating. Moreover, the yuan qi of heaven and earth on Shishing Peak seemed to be stronger than on Tianmu Peak. Looking at the many medicinal fields at the foot of the mountain, it was easy to tell how many medicinal herbs were planted on Shishing Peak. But looking at the ordinary herbs in the fields, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. That's right. These herbs are like weeds on Tianmu Peak. No wonder second brother insisted on bringing the 4 carts of herbs back. While she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua went up the mountain path. Just as she was about to urge her horse to go up, she heard a soft sound in the air. A hidden weapon was aimed at her shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua had already seen clearly with her spiritual awareness that the hidden weapon was an iron lotus seed. She frowned and thought, how can the disciples of the Misty School treat people like this? It's different from what I imagined. Zhang Xiaohua was born in Huanxi Villa, which was a branch of the Misty School. She had always been looking forward to joining the Misty School. She had only been in and out of the Misty School for a few times, but she felt that the whole sect was full of vitality. Every disciple would have a smile on their face and would greet people politely. The unhappiness in the pharmacy hall and the embarrassing things that happened to Zhang Xiaohu were all forgotten by her consciously or unconsciously. Even by Huan's description, Yang Yao's advice and the disciple on duty at the foot of the mountain were not taken seriously by Zhang Xiaohua. They obviously regarded her as a member of the Misty School and thought that they were exaggerating. She even felt a little conflicted. But now, she saw the disciple of the Misty School shoot out the hidden weapon without saying a word. If it were an ordinary disciple of the Pill Hall, wouldn't his shoulder be injured? It seemed that the disciple at the foot of the mountain was not lying. The disciple of the Pill Hall who had his hands and feet broken must be true. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. What was the difference between him and the bullies in Lu Town if he bullied the weak with his martial arts? She wanted to make him suffer a little. But on the one hand, this was the Misty School. Maybe he was the junior fellow apprentice of her second brother. On the other hand, if she fought with him as soon as she arrived, wouldn't the senior fellow apprentice at the foot of the mountain be wasting his breath? So, Zhang Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged. She waved her right index finger and middle finger in front of her eyes and casually pinched the iron lotus seed between her fingers. Then she looked up at the tree next to her and said with a smile, I wonder which senior fellow apprentice of the Misty School wants to make fun of me? There was a cry of surprise from the tree next to her. Then several young disciples who were about the same age as Zhang Xiaohua jumped down. The one in the front was holding a sword in his right hand and something in his left hand. He walked forward and looked up and down. Then he looked at the four odd beasts behind Zhang Xiaohua. He did not salute and said loudly, "Who are you? Why did you barge into my Shixing Peak?" "Your Shixing Peak?" Zhang Xiaohua heard and laughed. "I am Rin Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Pill Hall's Shixing Peak. I haven't asked for your name yet." "What are you laughing at?" The disciple was a little angry. "You are just a little apprentice of the Pill Hall. What is there to be proud of? I've seen a lot of people like you. Many of them have died in my hands. You seem to have some skills. Give me a reason. Otherwise today will be the day you leave the mountain." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and sighed in her heart. Where is the magnanimity of a senior from the Misty School? But she said, "The 19 peaks of the incense cult naturally belong to the disciples of the incense cult. This Shixing Peak used to belong to my Pill Hall. But now it has been allocated to your Misty Hall. When did it become your Misty Hall's? How can I not laugh at your words?" The disciple was furious. Zhang Xiaohua's words could not be refuted. So he waved his sword and shouted, "You brat, don't pretend to have a glib tongue. Don't think that you are good at catching the hidden weapon. I didn't use my full strength. If you have the guts, jump down from your horse and fight with me for 300 rounds. Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry when she heard the disciple calling her me. She smiled and said, "There is no need for 300 rounds. I want to knock your sword down in 30 rounds. The disciple was even angrier and shouted, "That's good. If you can't knock my sword down, quickly kowtow to me 3 times and run down the mountain." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "What if I knock it down? Then I will kowtow to you." The disciple blurted out. "Good," Zhang Xiaohua said loudly. "Senior brothers, you have to be a witness. Don't bully me with your numbers." After he finished speaking, his right wrist flicked and the iron lotus seed that he had just caught flew out. Before the disciple could react, it hit the hilt of the long sword. A huge force came and the disciple felt as if he was struck by lightning. His right hand couldn't help but loosen. The long sword flew out of his hand and brushed past the disciple's cheek. With a dang sound it hit a big tree on the side of the road. "You." Not only was that disciple shocked, but the disciple beside him also turned pale and couldn't help but take a step back. The other disciples also immediately spread out and surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the actions of these disciples, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What? Are you really going to bully me with numbers? Why did you launch a sneak attack without even drawing your sword?" That disciple said angrily. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and let out a long laugh. "Which eye of yours saw a sword on my body? Besides, did I tell you that I used my sword to knock your sword down?" Chapter 7:15. Looking at the disciple's changing face, Zhang Xiaohua educated him again. "Besides, I have already made an appointment with you. Are you waiting for me to start? If I were to sneak attack, what would you call it just now?" "You." The disciple was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow brothers of the Misty Hall, the little medicine boy of the pill-expanding hall from the Fragrant School is bullying people in our Shixing Peak. This is unbearable. We can't let him bully us." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Come on, little medicine boy. Let this young master see what you are capable of." After that he turned to the disciples and said, "Go, let the pill-expanding school see our Misty Halls." Hearing this, the disciples at the side were all eager to give it a try. They held their long swords and were about to rush forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down from his horse. Without waiting for the disciple to finish his words, he rushed in front of him and waved his left hand. Slap, slap, slap. He gave the disciple 2 tight slaps on the face. Then he grabbed the disciple's neck as if he was holding a chick. Looking at the disciple's face gradually turning red and his eyes bulging, Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, "I have heard the senior brothers in the hall talk about the Misty School and the deeds of the Misty School's disciples. So, I have always looked forward to the disciples of the Misty School. I think they are the real men of the Jianghu. Similarly, I also thought that the disciples of the Misty Hall are heroes. But now it seems that they are nothing more than this. You are unworthy of the name Misty. Look at what you have become now. Using hidden weapons to attack an unknown disciple from the dark. You don't care if the disciple knows martial arts or not. You want to bet with him when you fail. You want to gang up on him when you lose the bet. What kind of behavior is this? It is the lowly behavior of the Jianghu. A decent man of the Jianghu would never do this. Do you think that with what you have done today you are worthy of the name Misty? Are you worthy of the seniors of the Misty School who defended the name Misty? Then she sighed and said, forget it, forget it. The Misty Hall is nothing more than this. She shook her hand and the disciple was easily thrown to the ground. He could only gasp for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. This group of young disciples, when they were 12 or 13 years old, had encountered the great change in the Misty School. They didn't have time to break out with the other disciples and were captured by the Righteous Alliance and the other two factions. During this time they had seen many of their senior brothers being killed. They had long regarded the disciples of the three factions as their enemies. Even now in the Misty School their hearts were still restless. Whenever they had the chance, they would take the disciples of the other factions who were on duty at Shishing Peak. They didn't care if these disciples knew martial arts or not. After a long time they had already gotten used to it. How could they still care about the morals of the Jianghu and basic etiquette? Now that Zhang Xiaohua had said those words, their expressions changed. It was unknown whether it was because they felt ashamed or because they were shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Most of their eyes flickered, not daring to meet Zhang Xiaohua's gaze. There were also a few who held their swords eager to fight. However, no one dared to make the first move. In a moment of urgency, they didn't dare to step forward. Seeing the reaction of the disciples, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. She couldn't expect all the disciples to be reasonable. Most of them could listen to unpleasant words. The Misty Hall was still the Misty School of the past. The disciple who was thrown to the ground by Zhang Xiaohua was even more embarrassed. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure and somewhat childish face, he gritted his teeth and went forward to kneel down. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him kneel down? She immediately pulled him back and smiled. Senior brother, what do you want to do? It's not a festive occasion. I don't have any copper coins to give. The disciple struggled hard but couldn't move an inch. He was even more surprised. He smiled bitterly and said, I am Lu Qiao Gang of the Misty Hall. This junior brother's teaching is very right. Let's not talk about the previous hidden weapon. Since I have lost the bet, I have to kowtow. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She was just casually talking about her disappointment towards the disciples of the Misty Hall. She didn't expect that it would enlighten them. If this disciple really kowtowed to her, if they knew her identity, then wouldn't she? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, the bet is a bet. Logically speaking, you should kneel to me. However, a man should not kneel down. I think you just casually said the conditions of the bet and fell into my trap. I'm also in the wrong. If you feel that you are in the wrong today, then return to the Misty Hall and kowtow to the seniors in your hall. This. It was Lu Qiao Gang's turn to hesitate. When it came to kneeling, his blood had rushed to his head and he wanted to kneel. Now that he was slightly sober, he knew that if he kneeled, it would make him look noble. However, it would also make him lose face. It would be a huge loss of face. When he returned to the hall, people would talk about the reason. Those who knew would say that he was in the wrong and kept his promise. But what about those who didn't know? They would definitely say that he was a coward. Sigh. Lu Qiao Gang sighed. It is difficult to be a true hero. Then he borrowed the ladder and came down. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Ren, you are magnanimous. You are the role model of my generation. Thank you for your guidance today. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, you are too kind. In the future, I will have to live with the support of the disciples of the Misty Hall. We will understand and support each other. At this moment, Lu Qiao Gang thought of the reason why Zhang Xiaohua came to Shishing Peak. He smiled and said, Senior Ren, please wait for a moment. After he finished speaking, he took out a signal and prepared to report to Shishing Peak. When the disciples saw that the two of them had turned hostility into friendship, they were happy. A few of them came over and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua returned their greetings and said a few words. Then she asked, by the way, I heard that there is a disciple called Zhang Xiaohu in your hall. How is he doing now? Zhang Xiaohu? When the disciples heard this name, their expressions changed greatly, and their expressions became strange. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she couldn't help but wonder, is there no such disciple? Or did something happen to Zhang Xiaohu? A disciple blinked and asked curiously, Senior Ren, how do you know Senior Zhang's name? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, this one also participated in the Yulan Dusk refinement. It was your hall's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu who rescued this one from the Yulan Grand Canyon. You are the disciple of the pill-expanding hall that Senior Zhang rescued? A few disciples said in disbelief, Senior Ren's martial arts seems to be higher than Senior Zhang's. How could he be rescued by him? Aha, I was seriously injured at that time. If not for Senior Zhang's help, I would have been buried in the stomach of a beast. Then she asked, is Senior Zhang in Shishing Peak now? What happened? This. The disciples hesitated and said, Senior Zhang is indeed in Shishing Peak, but after a long time they couldn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and was about to urge them. At this time Lu Qiaogang had already set up the signal. He waved his hand and a whistling arrow flew into the air. Then he said with a smile, Senior Ren, wait a moment. There will be a senior brother coming to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care who came to pick him up. She just asked, what happened to Senior Zhang? Lu Qiaogang smiled bitterly, this? I can't tell you. But Senior Zhang's situation is not good. And I also heard it from others. I didn't see it myself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. She was about to ask when she saw a colorful signal flying from the direction that Zhang Xiaohua came from. It was similar to the signal of the inner disciples that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Yulong Grand Canyon. Lu Qiaogang was shocked and shouted, the signal of an inner disciple? Could it be that an inner disciple came to Shishing Peak to ask about the Yulong Grand Canyon? Quickly go down the mountain to pick him up. Before the voice fell, there was a rush of horse hooves from the mountain road. Everyone looked up and saw several horses galloping down from Shishing Peak. The first one was a 25 or 26 years old disciple. When he came close he saw Zhang Xiaohua and frowned. He turned his head and asked, Junior Brother Lu, why did you send the signal of our sect? Lu Qiaogang stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Ding, this senior brother is the disciple on duty sent by the pill-expanding hall of Baiyue Peak. I'll inform the senior brothers on the mountain to find someone to pick him up. Senior Brother Ding was obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with an unfriendly look and said, how can I have time to pick him up? Didn't you see that the inner disciples are all at the foot of the mountain? You just have to look at him here. At this moment, the hall masters must be ready to welcome the inner disciples and have no time to pay attention to him. Anyway, he just has to go up the mountain. When the inner disciples come up the mountain, let him follow them. Seeing that this senior brother was disrespectful to Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qiaogang was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would get angry and attack him. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some apprehension. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, it doesn't matter. It's important to welcome the inner disciples. I'll wait here. While they were talking, the horn sounded loudly on the mountain peak, and then several tall horses came down the mountain. Senior fellow apprentice Ding did not dare to delay and said, forget it, junior fellow apprentice Lu, come with me. You don't have to wait anymore. Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Deputy Hall Master Qin have also come down the mountain. Let's hurry to the front to welcome the inner disciples. After that, the group of disciples left Zhang Xiaohua aside and rode down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dust and could not help but smile bitterly. She wanted to ask someone about second brother, but it seemed that she should forget it. She would see him in a while. Whether he was good or bad she would know. While she was thinking, the people from the mountain had already approached. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled the big black horse and Huan Huan, who liked to walk in the middle of the road, aside. Several big horses galloped on the road. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation came from the left hand of the horse that was very close to Zhang Xiaohua. Hey! When Zhang Xiaohua looked, it was a woman in black sitting on the horse. Her eyes were fixed on her, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Chapter 7:16. Zhang Xiaohua was also taken aback. Following which he was overjoyed. There was no need to look at this woman's face. Just by looking at her waist, which was as thick as a bucket, and that extremely pleasant voice, he knew that this was an old friend of Misty Sect, Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua then realized that Lu Qiaogang had mentioned Deputy Hall Leader Qin from the Misty Hall. She must be the former Hall Leader Qin from the Misty School's Mingzue Hall. However, when she heard Aunt Qin's Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she was surprised because she had heard about her from Chang'e and saw her here, or because she was surprised to see a similar face from a few years ago in the Chuanxiang cult. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she should greet her. While she was hesitating, Aunt Qin also withdrew her gaze and brushed past the other people. The other people also looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely, but didn't stop to ask. After that, the entire mountain path returned to its usual tranquility and no one came over. Zhang Xiaohua had to pull the big black horse and the four odd beasts to the side of the mountain path obediently, waiting for the inner core disciples of the Lingxiang Peak to go together. After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of galloping horses could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Looking up, it was the group of young disciples who had been with Lu Qiao. They rode past in a hurry, not even sparing Zhang Xiaohua a glance. In such a hurry? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. I thought it was the inner core disciples who came up. After a while there was another sound of horse hooves. This time it was still a few young disciples who came over, but also hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaohua was a little disdainful. Why is that? Why don't they go up together? Can't they save money by going up separately? However, after a while Lu Qiaogang and the others appeared again, which made Zhang Xiaohua dumbfounded. Even if he was ignorant, he seemed to know that this was definitely not as simple as saving money. This seemed to be a kind of etiquette, right? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still in a daze, Lu Qiaogang shouted, Senior Apprentice Brother Rin, after the inner sanctum messengers are over, you can just follow behind the carriages. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse and left. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and swallowed the words she wanted to ask. Then several groups of disciples walked past Zhang Xiaohua. Only then did she see the inner court emissary walking slowly from the foot of the mountain. This was a simple caravan. At the front, there were a few young disciples riding pure white horses. At the back, there were a few female disciples with their faces covered. They also looked quite young. In the middle there was a girl in green clothes. She was wearing a veil so her face could not be seen. She rode a large red horse, like a moon surrounded by stars. Behind the girl, there was an exquisite carriage that slowly followed behind the caravan. Currently, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could only reach 10 feet, and could not see through that disciple's veil. Of course, what kind of person was our Zhang Xiaohua? She was a magnanimous man, so how could she do such a thing without telling? Cough cough. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua carefully hid at the side of the road and waited for the caravan to pass. In this caravan, on both sides of the inner court emissary, there were Misty Hall's Deputy Hall Master Qin and Deputy Hall Master Zhong accompanying them. They were pointing at the side of the mountain path and talking about something. When Aunt Qin saw Zhang Xiaohua in front, she unconsciously looked at her a few times and secretly said, "This person looks very familiar. Why can't I remember? It seems that other than the Misty School's disciples, I don't know anyone else in the fragrant religion. Could she be one of the Misty School's disciples? That can't be right. This young person is only in her teens. Back then she was even younger. How could she be one of the Misty School's disciples? Back then? How could it be? I remember now. She looks very similar to Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother. And she should be called Zhang Xiaohua. What a pity, that child." While Aunt Qin's imagination was running wild, the inner court emissary in green also saw Zhang Xiaohua and unconsciously blurted out, "Ren Xiaoyao." From her tone there was a hint of joy. Hearing this, Aunt Qin smiled apologetically and said, "Emissary Qin, do you see someone you know?" "Yes. Deputy Hall Master Qin, don't you see the young disciple in front of us? He's a little medicine boy from the Pill Hall and entered the fragrant religion a few months ago." After saying this, she shut her mouth. It was better not to tell the Misty Hall about the fragrant religion. Moreover, she was an inner court emissary. How could she answer every question? Hearing this, Aunt Qin didn't mind and smiled. "Should I call him over?" The woman in green thought for a while and nodded. "I'll have to trouble Deputy Hall Master Qin to ask him what he's doing at Shixin Peak." Aunt Qin nodded and urged her horse forward, stopping in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Aunt Qin coming over, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. When she was about to salute, she heard Aunt Qin say, "Are you Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Pill Hall?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled and smiled apologetically. "Yes, I am. May I know, you're a disciple of the Pill Hall. Why are you here at Shixin Peak? What's the matter?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Aunt Qin didn't recognize her, so she took out the token of the Pill Hall and gave it to Aunt Qin. She briefly explained the whole story. Hearing this, Aunt Qin nodded and carefully looked at the token. Then she put the silk in her arms and returned the token to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Please wait a moment." She was about to turn around when she turned back and asked, "Do you know Lord Qin of the inner court?" "Lord Qin?" Then she realized that it was the gossipy Qin Qin. She nodded and said, "I've met him a few times, including Lord Kong." Aunt Qin thought for a while and got up to greet the approaching carriages. Then she reported the matter to Qin Qin. Qin Qin smiled and said, "That's good. Let him come over and we can go up the mountain together." Hearing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong hurriedly stopped her and said, Lord Qin, the disciple on duty of the Pill Hall, is just an ordinary disciple. It's always the ordinary disciples of the Misty Hall who welcome him. If he goes with Lord Qin, won't he? Qin was wearing a veil, so no one could see the change of expression on her face. She snorted and said, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, do you still want to meddle in my affairs? Even if I let him ride my horse, it's none of your business. Zhong Pei blushed and smiled apologetically. I just think it's a little inappropriate. It'll damage the identity of the inner court disciple of the Lingxiang Peak. Inner court disciple? Qin chuckled and said, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong is now the Deputy Hall Chief of the Misty Hall. Let's talk about the identity of inner court disciple in the future. Hearing this, Aunt Qin felt happy and bowed. She said, Then should I call Ren Xiaoyao over? Qin waved her hand and motioned her to hurry up, but she didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised to hear that Qin called her. Qin was a gossipy girl. It would be strange if she didn't call her over when she saw her and asked her to tell her what happened in the Pill Hall. So Zhang Xiaohua pretended that she didn't know and walked to Qin's horse in a panic. She bowed to the ground and asked, I'm Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill Hall. Greetings to the inner court emissary. May I know why you call me here? Hearing this, Qin was amused and said in a low voice, I just heard from Deputy Hall Chief Qin of the Misty Hall that you're the disciple on duty of the Pill Hall this time. So I call you here and go up the mountain with me. Hearing that Qin used a fake voice, Zhang Xiaohua had already complained in her heart. As I said, Qin is not a quiet person. She won't stop until she does something strange. Zhang Xiaohua looked panicked and waved her hand quickly. I don't dare. I'm just a little pharmacist of the Pill Hall. How can I be qualified to walk beside you? Qin laughed in her heart and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Don't talk nonsense. Just come here. Believe it or not, I'll ask Elder Purple Herb to whip you 30 times. Zhang Xiaohua shrank her neck and looked scared. She jumped on the black horse next to her and walked behind Qin's horse. Qin looked around and frowned. She whispered, Well, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, can you walk behind me? Ask the pharmacist of the Pill Hall to come here. I want to ask about the Pill Hall. Well, seeing that Qin suddenly changed her voice, Zhong Pei felt very strange. Hearing her words, he was even more puzzled. What's there to ask about the Pill Hall? Don't you want to ask about the Misty Hall? His Excellency asked me to care more about the lives of ordinary disciples and give them more care. Isn't that right? Do you want to question the wise decision of His Excellency? Zhong Pei was sweating. He quickly reined in the horse and walked behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Qin with a bitter face and bowed. What can I do for you? Ahem. Qin coughed and pretended to say, Tell me what you've done in the Pill Hall in the past few months. Zhang Xiaohua had already burst into laughter. Tell me what you've done in the Pill Hall in the past few months? It was obvious that Qin knew that she had just come to the fragrance cult a few months ago. She knew that the messenger Qin in front of her should be the original Lord Qin. Zhang Xiaohua had ears. How could she not hear the messenger Qin mentioned by Deputy Hall Chief Zhong? However, Qin thought that he had concealed it well. His fake voice was as real as a real one. Putting aside the fact that Qin somewhat looked down on ordinary disciples, Zhang Xiaohua was still pleasing to the eye in other aspects. At this time he had found his second brother and no longer had to suck up to Qin, but he was also willing to tell Messenger Qin about the interesting things of the Pill Expanding Hall. So, Zhang Xiaohua rode beside Qin and told him about what had happened in the Pill Hall and the gambling on Tianmu Peak. Qin was so fascinated that he almost wanted to fight on behalf of Zhang Xiaohua. He unconsciously revealed his original voice and complained, Ren Xiaoyao, why do you have all the good things? You've held the hand of the beautiful girl in the Rejuvenation Valley and got engaged. Even in the fragrance cult, you can meet such interesting things. God, what can I say about you? You can be an inner disciple and I'll go to the Pill Hall. You? Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be surprised and almost fell off the horse. She pointed at Qin's veil and said, Who are you? Chapter 717. Qin accidentally revealed his true face and was regretting it. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua almost falling off the horse, he couldn't help but feel happy. After lying for a long time, wasn't this a happy moment? Qin was so happy that he swayed back and forth and laughed heartily. There was no trace of the majesty of the inner disciple just now. Not only Aunt Qin and Zhong Pei, but even the few inner sect disciples accompanying them had faces full of astonishment. After Qinshan finished laughing, he sat up straight again and coughed twice. His voice was as calm as usual as he said, "Well, Ren Xiaoyao, you're very good. Your martial arts are good and you get along well with the disciples of the Pill-Toppling Hall. You can be considered an excellent talent. If there's a chance in the future, I'll put in a good word for you in front of the sect master." As soon as he said that, everyone around him was filled with admiration. Zhong Pei was even more jealous. What kind of relationship was this? Just fooling a few burly men from Tianmu Peak and exchanging a few stalks of herbs for their pills, and that was it? Then what had they done all these years? Wasn't it better than what they had done in the past few days? Was this the legendary, having connections in the court makes it easier to be an official? Zhang Xiaohua looked surprised, and repeatedly cupped her hands at Qinshan. She said, "So it's Qin? Or?" I was wondering which inner disciple was so approachable and amiable as usual, making me feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Since it's Lord Qin, it's really not strange. Oh, by the way, Lord Kong, Lord Xia, how are they? Qinshan beamed with joy. Good, very good. It's just that you can't go to Lingxiang Peak. Otherwise, I'll take you to see them. Aunt Qin, Zhong Pei, and the other disciples' jaws dropped to the ground. This inconspicuous little medicine boy of the Pill-Toppling Hall even knew Peacock and Xia Qin. Could this guy be a relative of the sect master? Then Qinshan felt a little strange and asked, "But according to what you said, you went to Tianmu Peak as soon as you arrived at the Pill-Toppling Hall. You didn't even see Elder Zishen. How could he know you? And he even let you be a disciple on duty at Shixing Peak?" Then he looked at Aunt Qin and smiled. The Misty Hall is famous for its unity. The disciples on duty in the other halls have suffered a lot in their hands. Your martial arts might be good, but you've only been in the fragrant cult for a few months. You don't know anything. How can you succeed? Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment. It was not a secret that she had participated in the Yulan Dusk refinement. That day at the exit of the Yulan Grand Canyon, Qinshan only cared about running away and did not see her. Otherwise, he would not be here listening to her. She just had to talk about the unimportant things. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, "About this, it is because this little one participated in the Orchid Evening Refinement, and accumulated a little merit." Twilight Orchid Refinement, Qinshan was shocked and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. You also participated? Why didn't I see you? And, you actually made it out alive." Then she realized, "Are you the disciple of the Tuatan Hall saved by the disciple of the Misty Hall?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said with a wry smile, replying to Lord Qin, "It is this little one. This little one relied on Senior Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall to escape from the Yulan Grand Canyon." Zhong Pei's face was extremely ugly and he wanted to say something but stopped. Qinshan's interest was piqued and she quickly said, "Quick, tell me about it." Zhong Pei quickly stepped forward and said, "Reporting to Envoy Qin, it's getting late. Let's hurry up. Hall Master Yang is still waiting for Envoy Qin on the mountain." Qinshan casually looked at the mountain path and said, "Am I not going up the mountain? You don't have to say more." Zhong Pei was rebuffed and had to follow behind. Beside him, Aunt Qin was happy and also slowed down her pace, thinking that the mountain path was getting longer and longer. Zhang Xiaohua was well aware of Qinshan's character, so he told him about the thrilling experience he had in the Valley Orchid Dusk. Of course, he did not mention anything about Deputy Hall Master Su and Lu Lihong. He only said that he had made a mistake and the Hall Master wanted him to pick the ice soul grass. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohua saw him at the exit of the Yulan Grand Canyon and that he was running in the front and that Zhang Xiaohua sacrificed herself to lead the Yellow Wind, to Lu Chaoxian and the other disciples out of danger, he could not help but be silent. After a long while, he stretched out his jade-like hand and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, you're really good. I didn't expect you to be so benevolent." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. That jade-like hand patting his shoulder was a little mushy. He could only smile apologetically and say, "I don't know why I was so hot-blooded that day. Maybe it's because the feelings between men are different. I couldn't bear to see them lose their lives. Now that I think about it, I'm scared. Also, did Lord Qin have other important matters to attend to that you couldn't care about other things?" Qinshan was stunned and then his voice became a little louder. He found a reason to be at ease and said, "Yes, you are right. If I didn't have to protect junior sister Zixia, how could I be in such a difficult situation?" "Zixia?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. She guessed that it was the woman in purple who was holding Qinshan's hand that day. Then Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, That's right. I think with Lord Chen's chivalry, if it wasn't an urgent matter, he wouldn't have to be like this. That's right. Chen echoed unwillingly. But then she felt strange and said, but that yellow wind was unusually brave. Was like the wind. How could you escape with your life? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua exerted his strength. His face suddenly turned pale and he looked frightened. He said in a trembling voice, Lord Chen, please don't mention it. Speaking of this, I'm just scared. What on earth was that thing that was like the wind? I still don't know. You don't know that when I ran in front, it chased after me. It disappeared for a while and then appeared again. At first my neck was cut by it. You see. After that he was about to show his neck. Chen couldn't look at his neck. He waved his hand and said, then, what happened later? Later I don't know what happened. That thing slowed down a little. But then I didn't know where I ran to. I saw a very deep cliff and then I heard a cry that resounded through the sky. Then I felt a pain in the back of my head and fainted. I guess I was killed by that thing. Chen was also surprised. Knowing that Zhang Xiaohua was in front of him, he also shouted, why did the yellow wind come from the back of your head? Didn't it tear the throat? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Lord Chen, I don't know. At that time, I didn't care about anything and tried my best to run to a place with many trees. I was afraid that thing would catch up with me. Now that I think about it, it was because I ran into the valley that the thing was afraid that someone would come out from the exit, so it hesitated. Or perhaps there was something wrong with that thing, so it slowed down the more it chased me. In the end it knocked me out. Perhaps it thought that I was already dead. Chen was thoughtful, but Zhang Xiaohua was nervous. He didn't know if this lie could be deceived by Chen. After a long while, Chen asked again, Ren Xiaoyao, can you tell me what happened after you met Zhang Xiaohu? Zhong Pei, who was at the side, couldn't help but want to remind him. However, after patting his horse and taking 2 steps forward, he stopped. Nonsense, you've repeatedly disturbed the inner court emissary's observation of the people's situation. Isn't it obvious that you have a guilty conscience? Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned and secretly said, what's there to say? Isn't it all a story made up with second brother and second sister-in-law? Could it be that the people of Lingxiang Peak saw something wrong? After thinking for a while, he cleared his throat and told the story that he had discussed with Zhang Xiaohu one by one. Even the matter of saving the inner disciple was put on Zhang Xiaohu. Of course, in the middle of the story, Zhang Xiaohua did not forget to praise herself. Lord Qin, the inner disciple's bones were all set by me. If there's any merit, don't forget me. I don't dare to share with senior brother Zhang Xiaohu. I'll just give a little reward. As he said, he stretched out his little finger and gestured the size of a fingertip. Chen laughed out loud and said, if you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't know. When I have the chance, I'll definitely report this matter to the sect master. Then he asked, where did you learn the technique of setting bones? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and said, Lord Qin, don't you know? I came from Rejuvenation Valley. The medical skills of Rejuvenation Valley are also famous in Jianghu. Isn't that so? Chen patted his forehead and said, I really forgot about this. Then Zhang Xiaohua followed up with a casual look, Lord Qin, why have you come to the ethereal hall today? Is it to reward senior brother Zhang for saving the inner disciple? The corners of Chen's mouth under the veil curled up and he said with a smile, how can you know the whereabouts of the inner disciple? Then he looked at the disciples of Shirxin Peak who were already in sight and said with a smile, let's go. You're just in time. Follow me and you'll know. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and secretly complained, isn't it just an inner disciple? What's so great about it? I Xiaoxia have been talking all the way and my mouth is dry. Can't I let you say a word? If it weren't for my second brother's reputation, I Xiaoxia would be too lazy to talk to you. Although he thought so, his mouth was tight and he said modestly, I'll listen to Lord Chen's orders. In front of Lord Chen, I'm willing to lead the horse and serve you faithfully. Chen laughed again and said, forget it. I don't need you to do this. Just watch from the side. On Shirxin Peak, Yang Ruping and Hall Master Yang had been waiting anxiously for a long time. After several waves of disciples came up to report, there was no news, which made her very anxious. Although there would be no accidents on the mountain road of Shirxin Peak, she was a little confused because she hadn't come up for a long time. Yang Ruping was not relieved until she saw the figures of the crowd. But even so, Chen and others still went up the mountain slowly, which made her frown and her heart moved for no reason. Is this a show of strength from His Excellency? I don't know which junior sister this messenger is. I only heard that her surname is Qin. I don't know if she is easy to get along with. Chapter 7:18. By the time Qin saw Yang Ruping, Zhang Xiaohua's story had also ended. Qin did not delay any further. He spurred his maroon horse and rushed out of the crowd. When Yang Ruping saw this, she hurriedly came out to greet him. When the two of them got closer, Qin dismounted from his horse and took out a fist-sized jade talisman. He held it high and said, "I've come to Shishing Peak on the orders of the sect leader to settle the dispute between Hall Master Yang Ruping and Vice Hall Master Zhong Pei." Yang Ruping bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern, sect master." Then Qin handed over the jade talisman and said with a smile, "Senior Sister Yang, please tell me your identity." Hearing Qin call her Senior Sister Yang, Yang Ruping was relieved. According to the rules, she was the Hall Master of the Misty Hall, so Qin should call her Hall Master Yang. Now he called her Senior Sister Yang in front of her, which meant that they were close. So she took the jade talisman and looked at it carefully. Then she handed it back and said with a smile, "Welcome to Shishing Peak, Junior Sister Qin. Thank you for your hard work." Qin took the jade talisman and put it in his arms. He shook his head and said, "It's not hard work. I'm just helping sect master. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I didn't have the chance to meet you. Now seeing you in person is better than hearing about you." Yang Ruping smiled bitterly and said, "What do you mean by famous? I'm very stupid and I'm not good at dealing with the affairs of the hall. Sect master put the Misty Hall in my hands, but I caused so much trouble and troubled sect master. Junior sister, please don't laugh at me." Qin stopped talking. At this time Aunt Qin, Zhong Pei and the others also approached. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be young among the inner disciples, so they couldn't see anything special about her. Yang Ruping glanced at the crowd and said to Qin, "Junior Sister Qin, do you want to take a rest now or ask the questions directly?" Qin looked at the many disciples standing solemnly behind Yang Ruping and nodded. "There's no need to rest. Let's just ask them directly. This has dragged on for many days. I'm sure that Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin must have suffered a lot. Please call them here, Hall Master Yang." When he mentioned the name Qin, there was a hint of excitement in his tone, which made Yang Ruping a little confused. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the crowd, heard this, he felt his head explode. What? Zhang Xiaohu was wronged? What's going on? Second brother brought back 4 carriages worth of spirit grass and even saved a female inner sect disciple. How could he get into trouble? Zhang Xiaohua looked around, the corner of his eyes twitching slightly, and his teeth grinding. At this time he also thought of the scene when he met Lu Qiaogang on the mountain road. Presumably, all the disciples of the Misty Hall knew what was going on. Who can tell me what happened? Zhang Xiaohua shouted in her heart. At this moment Yang Ruping asked, "Yes, Emissary Qin, where would you like to ask?" "Ethereal Hall," Qin said indifferently. "Emissary, please follow me." With that, Yang Ruping led the way and led Qin inside. The younger disciples of the inner sect also followed Qin. Zhang Xiaohua mingled in the crowd. After a moment of hesitation he followed as well. Qin did not ask him to go out. He wanted to see what happened to his second brother. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was not in the mood to look at the scenery of Shishing Peak. She just followed the disciples and was puzzled. What happened to second brother? Not long after, everyone came to the Ethereal Hall. Although the Ethereal Hall was big, it could not accommodate everyone. Qin looked back and pointed. You, and you come in with me." After that he stepped into the Ethereal Hall. Among these people Zhang Xiaohua was among them. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why Qin called her in, but this was exactly what she wanted. She quietly followed the crowd into the Ethereal Hall. Needless to say, there were rules about who could enter the Ethereal Hall and who could not. After the disciples of Lingxiang Peak went in, the others also went in and stood in their own positions. Zhang Xiaohua, who entered the Ethereal Hall for the first time, was stunned. The decoration of the Ethereal Hall was almost the same as the meeting room of the Misty School. Even the position of the torches and candles were the same. At first glance she thought she was back in the Misty Heights. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded inwardly. Hall Master Yang really has deep feelings for Master Openg. I admire him. Qin was the envoy of His Excellency, so naturally he was the chief. The disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak and Zhang Xiaohua stood on both sides of Qin. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin sat on the lower left side, while Zhong Pei sat on the lower right side. After everyone had taken their seats, Qin Qin said, "Disciples of Misty Hall, His Excellency has known about your report on Lingering Fragrance Peak since the earliest time. But now the sect is not peaceful and there are more important things happening in other peaks, so it has been postponed again and again. This time, His Excellency has taken time out of his busy schedule to pay attention to our Shirxing Peak and sent me as an envoy to investigate your report." Then he said to Yang Ruping, "Hallmaster Yang, please escort Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Qin to the front of the hall." Escort to the front of the hall? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. She was slightly angry and thought, are they already considered prisoners? Why use the word escort? Yang Ruping bowed and said, "Chang'e and Qin Qin are female disciples and have not been tortured to extort a confession. It's okay to call them up, but Zhang Xiaohu," as she said, she looked at Zhong Pei. Zhong Pei hurriedly got up and said with a smile, "Messenger Qin, I took over this matter from the beginning. I know it's of great importance and concerns the lives of thousands of disciples in the sect, so I dare not be careless." However, Zhang Xiaohu refused to say anything, so I had to use some punishment. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his mind buzzed again. He was furious in his heart. His eyes were round as he stared straight at Zhong Pei. This ignorant man, he actually dared to torture second brother. He must be tired of living. Qin Qin waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Punishment is a necessary means. You just need to send Zhang Xiaohu to the front of the hall." Hearing that Qin Qin did not mean to blame him, Zhong Pei was overjoyed. He waved to the law enforcement disciples behind him and said, "Go and bring Zhang Xiaohu here." The law enforcement disciples behind him hesitated for a moment and bowed to take the order. Not long after, a stretcher carried Zhang Xiaohu, who was covered in blood and bruises and whose breathing was a little weak. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the crowd, stared at the stretcher as soon as it appeared. Her eyes were faintly filled with tears. When she saw her second brother's miserable condition, she almost exploded. However, when her divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohu, she found that her second brother was still alive and not in danger. Only then did she force herself to restrain herself and see what Qin Qin was looking for. At this time, Chang'e and the other Qin Qin were also brought to the front of the hall. As soon as Chang'e saw Zhang Xiaohu, he no longer cared about etiquette and rules. He rushed forward in a few steps and wanted to hug Zhang Xiaohu. However, he was covered with wounds and did not dare to do so for fear of hurting Zhang Xiaohu. He only held the bamboo pole of the stretcher tightly with his hands. His tears had already dripped onto Zhang Xiaohu's body. Qin Qin also hesitated for a moment before following behind Chang'e. Her tears fell as she cried, "Senior brother? Senior brother, you can't die." When Chang'e heard this, his heart ached as if he had returned to the wilderness surrounded by blood wolves. He clenched his teeth and fiercely glared at Zhong Pei. Then he looked at the masked woman sitting in front of the hall. How could he not know that she was an inner disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak? He walked forward and knelt in front of the high and mighty Qin Qin. He said, "Senior brother Zhang is innocent. Zhao Jian is the main culprit." When the masked Qin Qin saw this, she said in a deep voice, "Stand up. Regardless of whether your senior brother Zhang is innocent or not, you have to remember that in the Lingering Fragrance sect, female disciples are respected. You don't need to kneel to anyone except the sect leader." When Chang'e heard this, he hesitated for a moment before slowly standing up. "Zhao Jian?" The masked Qin Qin asked, "Where is he?" "This lowly one is here." Zhao Jian walked out from behind Zhong Pei and bowed towards the seat of honor. Qin Qin didn't comment. Then she stood up and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. She stretched out her hand and gently touched Zhang Xiaohu's pulse. After checking, she sighed and said, "His meridians are damaged, but his martial arts are not damaged. However, his internal injuries are very serious. Many of his bones are broken and there are many external injuries. His life is not in danger, but he will need a long time to recover." After speaking, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to Chang'e. "This is Lingering Fragrance Peak's Yuandan pill. Feed him one, I have something to ask him." Chang'e accepted the bottle and fed the Yuandan pill into Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. The masked Qin Qin looked at Zhong Pei's face and said, "Deputy Hallmaster Zhong, you don't have to do this. The truth is not out yet. I just want to wake Zhang Xiaohu up and ask him the reason." Then she sat back in her chair and stretched out her right hand. She hooked her right index finger and said to Qin Qin, who had just stopped crying, "Are you Qin Qin? Come up and talk." Qin Shin looked at Chang'e, who was busy feeding Zhang Xiaohu the pill, and timidly walked forward. He bowed and said, "Disciple Qin Shin greets your excellency." "And you don't have to be so polite, Qin Shin." The masked Qin Shin nodded and said, "Tell me everything that happened in the Yulin Canyon." Then he added, "Don't be afraid. It'll be fine as long as you tell me the truth, Qin Shin." It was very easy to call him Qin Shin. Qin Shin looked back at Chang'e and started to talk about the disciples of the Misty Hall, from entering the Yulin Canyon to encountering the blood wolves and the two inexplicable neighs of the horses. "Qin Shin is lying. Your Excellency." Qin Shin must have colluded with Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu. Zhao Jian couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward to defend himself. "Shut up. Who are you to call Qin Shin?" The masked Qin Shin was furious. "Didn't you see that your Excellency is asking a question? What right do you have to speak?" Chapter 719. Although Zhao Jian did not understand the meaning of "Qin Shin is also for you to call," he knew the anger of the messenger from Lingxiang Peak. He quickly shrank his head and retreated. The masked Qin Shin sneered, "Zhao Jian, since it's your first offense, I won't lower myself to your level. If there's a next time, I'll slap you." Zhao Jian said that he didn't dare. The masked Qin Shin asked, "You said there were two inexplicable horse neighs. Is it the horse of your Misty Hall? Aren't the horses of your Misty Hall all in the woods?" Qin Shin looked at Chang'e, then at Yang Rupiang and Aunt Qin. She still said timidly, "That's what we thought. We haven't seen any disciples from other halls for several days. If I'm not mistaken, this horse belongs to our Misty Hall." "But didn't you say that you were all in the woods?" Qin Shin was anxious and said, "That's what we thought at the beginning, but later on when we carefully recalled it, it seems that Senior Zhao Jian and Senior Xia Zai rode out to call the patrolling disciples, but we didn't pay attention to whether they came back." Zhao Jian's face changed slightly when he heard this. He was about to go forward, but he stopped when he thought of the warning just now. The masked Qin Shin nodded. That is to say, Qin Shin, Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu discussed and felt that it was the horse of Zhao Jian and Xia Zai, but you couldn't be sure that it was them. "This." Qin Shin hesitated and nodded. "Yes, I was also very scared at that time. The blood wolves were not far away and I only wanted to pray that they would leave quickly. How could I pay attention to anything else?" The masked Qin Shin asked again, "Chang'e, is Qin Shin right? Are you and Zhang Xiaohu not sure?" Chang'e thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, Lord Messenger, I'm not sure either." "What about you? Zhang Xiaohu, are you not sure either?" "You just need to nod." It had to be said that the Yuhuandan pill of the Xiangism was magical. After the seriously injured Zhang Xiaohu took the Yuhuandan pill, he had already woken up. His breathing was long and steady, not as intermittent as before. What could Zhang Xiaohu say? He could only nod. At that time he really didn't notice whether or not the two of them had returned to the forest. He was only guessing based on his intuition. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was still somewhat confused. Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e had also told him about this matter. But if that was the case, the one who should be locked up in the dungeon should be Zhao Jian. How could it be Zhang Xiaohu? However, when he saw that Qin Shin had given the Yuhuandan pill to Chang'e, he was temporarily relieved. As long as his second brother's life was saved, nothing else mattered. "What next?" the masked Qin Shin asked. Qin Shin looked at Chang'e and said, "After that, senior brother Zhang, senior sister Chang'e, and I rode the horses and ran wildly. Although the horses were more handsome than the horses of the other senior brothers and senior sisters, after the other senior brothers and senior sisters were eaten by the wolves, we were caught up by the wolves. But just as the wolves were about to eat us, there was a sudden roar that shook the whole valley. Those wolves immediately stopped and then quickly ran south." "You're talking about a roar?" the masked Qin Shin asked. "Was it the same as the previous roars and could be heard by the whole Yulin Grand Canyon?" Qin Shin nodded. "Yes, it was the same as before, but it was changed to the direction of the south exit." The masked Qin Shin nodded thoughtfully. "What next?" Qin Shin thought for a moment and said, "Then we had nothing to eat. We picked some vermilion fruits by a pool and then fainted. When we woke up, our power was greatly improved." The masked Qin Shin smiled and said, "Qin Shin, you're so lucky that you can pick the legendary vermilion fruit. I've been looking for it for a long time but still couldn't find it." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Come here." Qin Shin walked over obediently. The masked Qin Shin checked for a moment and nodded. "There's still a lot of medicine in your body that hasn't been refined. You're not lying." Then he asked, By the way, who thought of using elk to drive the carriage? And who caught the elk? Hearing this, Qinshin said with a smile of exultation, Senior brother Zhang is really amazing. When I woke up that day, he and senior sister Chang'e had caught 4 elks nearby. Then we went back to the woods and picked out all the rare herbs from the original carriage. We gathered them in the 4 carriages and let the elks pull them out of the woods. The masked Qinshin turned his head and asked, Chang'e, tell us what happened at that time. Chang'e said, Senior brother Zhang and I woke up first. Senior brother Zhang remembered the herbs in the woods and said that they were exchanged with the blood of the disciples in the hall and should be taken out. At that time we just wanted to take some for each of us, but when we saw elk passing by, I had an idea and thought of using elk to pull the carriage. Then why are there 4 elk and not 3? Messenger, there were only 2 of us. Qinshin was still in a coma, so each of us could only subdue 2 elk. After all, we didn't have a third hand. Chang'e answered calmly. Not far away, Zhang Xiaohua was also in a cold sweat. This was indeed a flaw. She was rescued by Zhang Xiaohu and others when they left the valley. At that time there were already 4 carriages and one of them was undriven. It was not designed by her that each of them could drive 1 carriage. Qinshin next to her also sighed. It's a pity that I didn't wake up in time. Otherwise I could have helped senior brother Zhang catch 1 more elk and pull 1 more carriage out. There were a lot of herbs, which were exchanged with the lives of senior brother Zhang and senior sister Chang'e. As soon as these words came out, the whole misty hall was silent. The masked Qinshin smiled and said, Qinshin, you've done a good job. It's a great contribution to help senior brother Zhang and senior sister Chang'e get the carriage back. Then the masked Qinshin asked, what happened later? How did you save the disciples of the Tuodu Hall and the female disciples of the inner branch? Qinshin no longer hesitated and told the story that he had made up in the future, just like Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud. I Xiaoxia am good at making up stories, no worse than some scholars. The masked Qinshin nodded and said, Qinshin, are you telling the truth? Of course, Lord Messenger. Then, do you think Zhang Xiaohu has anything to do with the animal tide? Animal tide? How could the animal tide have anything to do with senior brother Zhang? Hearing this, Qinshin's expression changed greatly. Even Chang'e next to him was panicked. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu lying on the stretcher, he quickly shook his head and explained, Lord Messenger, it's all the framing of senior brother Zhao and Deputy Hall Master Zhong. How could senior brother Zhang have anything to do with the animal tide? He has been with us all the time. When the animal tide happened, senior brother Zhao was also there. How could he say that senior brother Zhao is related to the animal tide? Since Chang'e and Qinshin were taken to the dungeon, they did not understand what was going on at first. After Yang Rupiang and Aunt Qin's inquiries as well as Zhong Pei's indirect inquiries, how could they not understand the reason behind it? It was just that they felt that Zhao Jian and Zhong Pei had no reason to frame Zhang Xiaohu. At the same time, they faintly felt that Zhao Jian was guilty. Of course, it was just a feeling. They did not have any real evidence. The masked Qinshin did not comment and asked, Qinshin, Chang'e, do you have anything else to say? Qinshin and Chang'e shook their heads. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at Zhao Jian. He said something softly, but even if Chang'e put his ear next to Zhang Xiaohu's mouth, he could not hear clearly. He could only faintly hear. Gong. Gong. Zhang Xiaohu actually wanted to say that Zhao Jian had sinisterly broken his dantian and crippled his entire body's internal energy. He had a guilty conscience, but he was seriously injured and could not speak clearly. How could he accuse him? Chang'e listened for a long time and still could not understand. He could only look at the masked Qinshin and shake his head slightly. The masked Qinshin turned to look at Zhong Pei and said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you can tell us your reason. Zhong Pei cupped his hands and said, Thank you Envoy Qin for giving me this opportunity. Then he cleared his throat and told Qinshin about the conspiracy between him and Zhao Jian. Zhong Pei's eloquence was very good. He was like a lotus flower with his tongue, vividly describing his suspicions. It was as if Zhang Xiaohu was the instigator of the beast tide and the group of beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon were under the command of Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu's purpose in going to the Yulon Grand Canyon was to slaughter thousands of ordinary disciples of the Xiangzi cult. Until the end, Zhong Pei did not leave any trace. How could Zhang Xiaohu have such magical powers? He must have been instructed by someone, but who were these people? This question was thrown to the masked Qinshin. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing among the inner disciples, finally understood why his second brother was sent to the dungeon by Zhong Pei and suffered such torture. It turned out that Zhong Pei wanted to fight for fame and gain the favor of the leader of the Xiangzi cult. The angry Zhang Xiaohua was in an incomparably bad mood. It doesn't matter if you fight for power, but to step on the corpses of small people is your fault. This kind of behavior of harming people behind their backs is even worse than the blood wolves in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Well, since I'm here, then second brother's grievances can't be in vain. Staring at Zhong Pei, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes gradually narrowed. But at this time the masked Qinshin raised his head and looked at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, didn't you always want to speak? Now it's your turn. From now on, I will remember everything you say and report it to Lord Sect Leader without changing a word. Zhao Jian took a step forward and bowed. Thank you, Lord Messenger. Then he pointed at Zhang Xiaohu and said, they're lying. Qinshin was anxious when he heard this and said in a shrill voice, Zhao Jian, why do you say we're lying? The masked Qinshin stopped him. Qinshin, shut up. Whether they're lying or not, it's up to me to decide. Although he stopped him, there was some excitement in his tone. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind him, unconsciously curled his lips. He understood Qinshin's mood. Talking to someone with the same name was like talking to two of himself. It was quite novel. It was exactly Qinshin's favorite trick. Chapter 720. Qinshin saw that the messenger had stopped him and didn't dare to say more. He lowered his head in grievance. The masked Qinshin looked on with interest and said to Zhao Jian, tell me what you think is true. Zhao Jian's eyes were filled with deep emotions as he recounted everything he knew. In the end he concluded, do you know? Messenger Qin, when I saw that my brothers were buried in the belly of the wolves, my heart was broken. I also wanted to go with them. That way they wouldn't be alone on the road back to the Yellow Springs. At least we could hold hands and go together. However, I also know that there are more brothers in Shixin Peak waiting for me to bring back news of the brothers in Yulon Mulien. I can't be so depressed. I still have a complete body to serve Sir Hierarch. So, I wiped my tears and hid my grief and indignation deep in my heart. I silently thought of Sir Hierarch and fled all the way back to Shixin Peak from the Yulon Prairie. Zhang Xiaohua's stomach spasmed when he heard this. He didn't expect that senior brother Zhao, who looked so bright, would be so fluent in flattery. Then Zhao Jian changed the topic and said with great grief and indignation, after returning from the Yulon Grand Canyon, I have always felt guilty. I couldn't bring back the brothers who went with me. I regret it very much. Why is my martial arts so bad? However, before I could escape from the abyss of grief, I heard the news that junior brother Zhang Xiaohu had returned safely from the Yulon Grand Canyon. You don't know how excited and happy I was at that time. However, when Zhang Xiaohu came back, I saw the 4 carriages of spirit grass and junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Qinshin were safe and sound. My upright heart couldn't help but have doubts. Yes, I didn't want to doubt. I didn't want to doubt Zhang Xiaohu, who was like a brother to me. He was usually so loyal and honest. Moreover, as a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was supported by most of us disciples. This direct disciple of the Misty School, Zhao Jian's words were especially clear and heavy. However, my conscience tells me that I have to say it. I have to say it on behalf of the dozens of brothers in the underworld. They can't die in vain. It's true, Lord Messenger. Although the situation was urgent, I still cared about my brothers. My eyes never left the pack of wolves. Zhang Xiaohu was really submerged in the pack of wolves and there was no possibility of survival. But now he is actually standing in front of us. I don't need to say it, you should be able to think of something. If I say that Zhang Xiaohu has nothing to do with this blood wolf pack, would you believe it? Hearing this, the disciples in the hall went into an uproar and started whispering to each other. All the disciples knew about Zhang Xiaohu's matter, but because of Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei, everyone was not clear about the details. These days there had been a lot of rumors and there were all kinds of versions, but no one would have thought of this because after all, Zhang Xiaohu was able to bring the 4 carriages of spirit grass back to the Shixin Peak, which could be considered a great merit. Now that they heard Vice Hall Master Zhong's words and Zhao Jian's instigation, they couldn't help but suspect. That's right, dozens of disciples have died, and Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts are not high, how could he have survived? Furthermore, he saved a lot of people and brought back a lot of spirit grass? Hearing the noisy discussions of the disciples and their distrustful gazes, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel regretful. Why didn't she think of this earlier? No matter what Zhao Jian's intentions were, what he said was reasonable. These things could not be explained very well. Although Qin had already said that he had eaten the cinnabar fruit and increased his power, it was still a bit far-fetched. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel anxious. She lowered her head and thought, if things developed unfavorably for Zhang Xiaohu, how should she deal with it? Shut up. The masked Qin berated, and the entire Misty Hall immediately fell silent. Then he said, Zhao Jian, do you have any evidence for your words? Zhao Jian shook his head. No, all the disciples died in the Yulon Grand Canyon and I barely escaped. Where is the evidence? The masked Qin asked Qin again. Qin, do you have any evidence? Qin shook his head. Then he turned to ask Zhong Pei, Vice Hall Master Zhong, who do you think is telling the truth? Zhong Pei cupped his hands. I know that Zhao Jian is telling the truth, so I put Zhang Xiaohu in the dungeon. I believe Zhao Jian. Good. The masked Qin nodded and said to Yang Ruping, what do you think, Hall Master Yang? This. Yang Ruping hesitated. To be honest, she was also moved by Zhao Jian's words. After all, what Zhao Jian said was reasonable. Of course, his final conclusion was also a bit unimaginable. I believe in Zhang Xiaohu, Yang Ruping said reluctantly. When the word believe came out, Zhang Xiaohua was a bit angry. Her second brother risked his life to bring back 4 carts of spirit grass, and in exchange, the Misty Hall Master trusted him so little. It was really not worth it. What about Vice Hall Master Qin? The masked Qin asked again. Lord Messenger, although I know Zhang Xiaohu and I don't dare to judge his affairs, I believe in Chang'e and Qin. They were brought up by me. What they say is what I want to say. Madame Qin was resolute, but after thinking about it, she was a bit soft-spoken. However, what she said was reasonable. Zhang Xiaohu joined the Misty School halfway. When he came to the Shixing Peak, he was not with Madame Qin and the others. It was reasonable to say that he didn't know them. There was no flaw in Madame Qin's words, but in the ears of the disciples in the hall, it was a bit inappropriate. The disciples' hesitant eyes became more and more puzzled. The masked Qin laughed and said loudly, what about the disciples in the hall? Who do you think is right and who is wrong? Seeing that everyone was silent, he waved his hand and said, those who believe in Zhang Xiaohu stand on the left. Those who believe in Zhao Jian stand on the right. Those who don't know who is right and who is wrong stand in the middle. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples panicked. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at them. Among the disciples, 5 of them stood on the right and 4 of them stood in the middle. Those who believed in Zhang Xiaohu stood on the left, only 1 of them. Clap, clap, clap. The masked Qin clapped his hands and asked softly, Qin, do you have anything to say? This. Qin's face was pale and he said in a trembling voice, Lord Messenger, senior brother Zhang is indeed. While they were talking, there was a loud bang and the closed door of the Misty Hall was pushed open. The strong sunlight outside shone in, making many people squint their eyes slightly. In the sunlight, a middle-aged man with a straight back walked in with heavy but firm steps. Who are you? The masked Qin said angrily, I am here. How dare you break in? However, the man still walked into the hall step by step. His shadow in the sunlight was extremely bright. When the disciple next to him closed the door of the Misty Hall again, everyone saw clearly that he was Zhang Xiaohu's master, Wenhai, who had been abolished of his martial arts and had never come to the Misty Hall. Zhang Xiaohua stood behind. Although he didn't move, his heart was warm and his eyes were moist. When he saw Wenhai, his first impression was that gentle young master he saw in Lu Town, the young Xiaoxia who came from the sky and saved him and his father from the hands of bullies. At this moment, although Wenhai was not old, his spirit was not as good as before, and his movements were no longer as nimble as before. He was not much different from an ordinary burly man, and this was the result of his inner strength being crippled. When Wenhai walked to the front of the hall, bowed to Yang Ruping and said, Master's wife. Yang Ruping got up and returned the salute. Then she said, Wenhai, why are you here instead of resting? Oh, this is Lord Qin, the messenger sent by the hierarch of Lingxiang Peak. When Wenhai cupped his hands and said, I am Wenhai from Misty School. Greetings, Messenger Qin. He said Misty School instead of Misty Hall. The masked Qin didn't care about it. He waved his hand and said, I wonder what Hero One has to say? When Wenhai straightened his back and glanced at Zhong Pei from the corner of his eyes, his expression was full of disdain. Withdrawing his disdainful look from Zhong Pei, when Wenhai said to the masked Qin, when I came to Shixing Peak, I never entered Misty Hall. I don't care about anything on Shixing Peak. It's just that I haven't seen this disappointing disciple of mine for a long time, So I asked someone and found out that such a thing had happened. Lord Qin, just now I heard clearly outside the door. Isn't Zhong Pei trying to find the person behind Zhang Xiaohu? Came. I'd like to see how a cripple like me who has lost all his martial arts can have a connection with the beast tied in the Yulon Canyon. When Wenhai stood there as steady as Mount Tai and looked at Zhong Pei with bright eyes. For a moment, Zhong Pei felt that he didn't dare to face him. Hero Wen, I know you love your disciple, but Vice Hall leader Zhong is just guessing. Am I not looking for evidence? Then let me ask you, you are standing here. What evidence do you have to prove that you and Zhang Xiaohu have nothing to do with the beast tied in the Yulon Canyon? Then he pointed to the disciples in the hall and said, You see, I don't need to say anything. How many of your own disciples in Shixin Peak believe your disciple Zhang Xiaohu? When Wenhai looked at the three groups of disciples in the hall, many of them were a little ashamed and lowered their heads. With a smile on his face, when Wenhai looked around and said, Regardless of whether you support it or not, there is only one truth. No one can fake it, right? They have the right to choose. I won't blame them no matter who they choose. On the contrary, if they go against their conscience for power and reputation, then I'm ashamed. When Wenhai's words were powerful and resonant. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's blood surged. She couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism spontaneously rise. Isn't it just unfair? With the 3-feet-long sword in my hand, I'd like to see who dares to say no. Lingering fragrance peak? I'll just topple this lingering fragrance peak. Chapter 721. Hearing this, the masked Qinchin smiled and said, Master Wen, you can see it clearly, but don't you want to see your disciple's injury? When Wenhai glanced to the side and saw Zhang Xiaohu's eyes full of grief and indignation, he said with a smile, As long as he is alive, there will always be life. At worst, he will only have some dry firewood like me. There is no need to see him. The masked Qinchin asked curiously, Master Wen, are you here to accept your punishment? Don't you want to say something? Do you want to say something for your disciple? When Wenhai shook his head and said, If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiaohu has made such a great contribution to the Misty Hall, but he was destroyed by you with a groundless accusation. What else can I say? I came here today just to see. Aren't you looking for the person behind Zhang Xiaohu? Who else is there except me? If you have any problems, just come to me. At worst, I will give you my head to fulfill my wish several years ago. Although when Wenhai was talking to Qinchin, he also looked at Yang Ruping several times, which made Yang Ruping quite embarrassed. Hearing when Wenhai's heroic words, all the disciples were a little ashamed. The masked Qinchin stood up from the chair and clapped his hands and praised, Master Wen, you are so forthright that I admire you. Then he turned around and said to Zhong Pei, Zhong Pei, do you think you are the only smart person? Do you think you can play everyone on the Shixin Peak and the inner disciples on the Lingxiang Peak in the palm of your hand with such means? Zhong Pei was stunned and quickly stood up and said excitedly, Envoy Qin, please understand. I am loyal to the Lingxiang Peak. I am trying my best to complete the task of the sect master. Seeing that Zhong Pei still wanted to argue, the masked Qinchin took out the jade talisman from his arms and held it above his head. He shouted, Pass the sect master's decree. Zhong Pei did not dare to speak at once. He bowed and said, Please tell me. The masked Qinchin said, Zhong Pei, do you think I am a fool? Do you want to fool me with such a non-existent thing? Why don't you use your cleverness on the right path? I know that you want to make some contributions, but you have to find something reliable to do. Don't mention the beast tide of Yulon Mu. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, use your heel and think about it. Is that something the disciples of the Misty Hall can control? It's the work of Yellow Wind and Black Lightning. We'll look into it when we have the time. There's no need for Vice Hall Master Zhong to come. Zhong Pei's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He mumbled to himself, not daring to say a word. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have a good impression of this sect master whom he had never met before. Fortunately, you're not muddle-headed from old age. You can still distinguish the cause of the matter. Then he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the masked Qinchin. This guy had already received the order from the sect master that he only needed to pass it on to the Shixin Peak and everyone would have to listen to it. But this guy on the other hand kept shouting this and that, insisting on being the so-called righteous, one time, making him worry for nothing for a long time. After reading the decree of the sect master, the masked Qinchin put away the jade talisman and said to Zhong Pei with a cold face, Zhong Pei, the matter of the beast tide ends here. Do you know? Zhong Pei said obsequiously, "This lowly one knows." This lowly one was also blinded for a moment and wanted to make some contributions for lingering fragrance peak. I didn't expect that I was deviated. This matter will never be mentioned again. Up to this point, things were not out of Zhong Pei's control. He had made preparations for both sides. If he succeeded, he would have completed some unspeakable tasks given to him by the hierarch. If he failed, he would have been punished by the hierarch. Not far away, Zhao Jian's face was green and red. He was unwilling, but if Zhong Pei did not dare to say anything, what could he do? Who knew that the masked Qin would say, "The sect master is extremely dissatisfied with you. You stirred up a storm, but you fell into the scheme of others. Well, sit down first. When I return to the Lingxiang Peak, you will return with me and ask for forgiveness in front of the sect master." The scheme of others? Zhong Pei was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Jian. "Zhao Jian, what did you do behind my back?" When Zhao Jian heard this, he became anxious. He stepped forward and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, I am innocent. I did not do anything. I only did what I should do according to your instructions." These words were vague, but it was also very clear that Zhao Jian had entered the Yulon Grand Canyon because of Zhong Pei's instructions. "You," Zhong Pei said angrily, "you still dare to talk nonsense?" The masked Qin waved his hand. "Zhong Pei, sit down. Your task in the Shishing Peak has been completed. There will be a successor to replace you." Then he said to Yang Ruping, "Hall Master Yang, the sect master will arrange a suitable person for you to live in harmony and develop the Misty Hall together." Yang Ruping nodded. "Thank you for the arrangement. Well, Hero Wen, you can sit down now. Everything in the Yuanxiang cult is under the control of the sect master. He will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will he let a bad person go." When Wenhai snorted, but obediently found a seat to sit down. The masked Qin sat back in his chair and quietly looked at Zhao Jian for a long time. He said in a deep voice, "Zhao Jian, are you not going to say anything?" Zhao Jian cupped his hands and said, "I have said what I should say. There is nothing more to say." "Well, good." The masked Qin asked, "Then I would like to ask again. Did the two inexplicable horse neighs in the Yulon Grand Canyon have anything to do with you?" Zhao Jian shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. I didn't hear any horse neighs. If my guess is wrong, then junior brother Zhang and the others also escaped from the Blood Wolf. I have wrongly accused a good person. I can apologize to junior brother Zhang." The masked Qin sneered. "If you don't have any ulterior motives, why did you suggest such an idea to Zhong Pei when Zhang Xiaohu and the others came back?" This? Zhao Jian was somewhat speechless. When he suggested the plan to Zhong Pei, there was obviously no one around. How did the sect master, who was far away in the Lingxiang Peak, know about it? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jian hardened his heart and said, "Since Lord Envoy knows about this, then this little one will tell you everything. Bringing my fellow disciples into the Yulon Grand Canyon to gather herbs was due to my hard work. Gathering more than 10 carriages of rare herbs was also due to my contribution. Even if we encountered a beast tide, I thought that I would be able to escape and bring back some herbs. But this Zhang Xiaohu actually came back alive and brought back 4 carriages worth of herbs. He actually became the greatest contributor to the Yulon Grand Canyon. What about me? I became the pitiful worm in the mouths of the other disciples. Everything that I worked so hard to do was obtained by him by luck. His martial arts are ordinary, how can he block my path?" Yes, Lord Envoy is right. I am jealous. Really, I am incomparably jealous. He is only a direct disciple of the Misty School. He took all the glory of being a direct disciple. He learned the Misty Divine Art, and practiced the Misty 7 Swords. These were all obtained by him effortlessly. But what about me? My martial arts are stronger than his, and my swordsmanship is better than his. But what did I obtain after 10 years of hard work? The more Zhao Jian spoke, the more agitated he became. It was as though he was about to step on Zhang Xiaohu's nose. Zhang Xiaohu was lying on the stretcher. He was so angry that his face turned red and his eyes were wide open. He pointed at Zhao Jian with difficulty and wanted to say something. But after a moment he regained his composure and looked at Zhao Jian's performance pitifully. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but smack his lips. This fellow was really boring. He didn't know about the other direct disciples, but when it came to his second brother, he knew very well. If he didn't exchange his life for sect leader O's little sister, how could his second brother enter the Misty School? The identity of a direct disciple was also incomparably awkward back then. Now he was actually envied by an ordinary disciple. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua had never thought of. Zhao Jian spoke for a while more, and the surrounding disciples also came to a realization. They looked at Zhao Jian with some disdain, but at the same time, there was some sympathy. What he said was not false. Many disciples would occasionally have such complaints, but they would all say it secretly and not dare to surface it on the surface. After a series of sonorous and forceful explanations, Zhao Jian finally said, "Lord Envoy, I know I was wrong, but I feel that there is nothing to regret. The martial arts world is a place where the strong preys on the weak. Since I have done something wrong, I should be punished. I am willing to apologize to junior brother Zhang and accept the punishment of the Misty Hall." The masked Qin turned his head and smiled. "Since you are accepting the punishment of the Misty Hall, then you should listen to Hall Master Yang's opinion." When Yang Ruping heard this, she hesitated and said, "Although Zhao Jian is jealous of Zhang Xiaohu and has done something wrong, but, after all, it is pardonable. Moreover, he has also made some contributions in the Yulong Grand Canyon. I think." Aunt Qin, who was at the side, could not accept it and said anxiously, "Hall Master Yang, Zhao Jian is jealous of junior brother and the things he has done are not small. If not for the sect leader's clear investigation, Zhang Xiaohu's life would have been gone. How can he be spared?" This. Yang Ruping muttered, "Zhao Jian has also done a lot of things in the hall, and his martial arts is the highest among the second-generation disciples." Seeing that Yang Ruping was somewhat protective and indecisive, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. At this time, the masked Qin opened his mouth and said with a smile, "This is the punishment of your Misty Hall. You can slowly discuss it in the future." Then he suddenly raised his head and asked Zhao Jian, "What is the third rule of the fragrant cult?" "Disciples of the cult who kill each other." Zhao Jian blurted out, and then his face turned pale. The next few words were said with gritted teeth, "Kill, without, pardon." "Good, you still remember." The masked Qin clapped his hands and said, "But why did you still do it?" Zhao Jian turned pale with fright. Chapter 722. The Envoy is Wise. Zhao Jian hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Xiaohu's injuries were caused by the law enforcement disciples. I only whipped him occasionally to appease the injustice in my heart. I have no intention of taking junior brother Zhang's life." The pitiful Zhang Xiaohu didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Even if he was tormented by Zhao Jian, he couldn't say a word. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They felt that the envoy from the lingering fragrance peak was making a mountain out of a molehill. The masked Qin smiled and said, "Zhao Jian, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. I just want to know if you were the one who caused the blood wolves in the Yulong Grand Canyon." The entire place was silent. Zhao Jian pointed his finger to the sky and said, "The heavens above and the earth below, the two horse neighs were definitely an illusion of junior brother Zhang's group. I definitely didn't do it. If I was the one who did it, I would have been struck to death by the heavens." Zhao Jian, on the other hand, was tense. He saw that the emissary of the lingering fragrance peak was very particular about evidence. Out of all the Misty Hall disciples who participated in the trial, only the 4 of them came back alive. Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 were obviously in cahoots. Their words could not be trusted. He wanted to see how this emissary would judge. Zhang Xiaohua also frowned. When he met Zhang Xiaohu, it was already later on. He also heard about the incident in the forest from Zhang Xiaohu. To be honest, it couldn't be used as evidence and he couldn't be sure that it was Zhao Jian who did it. In fact, even if Zhao Jian admitted that he was the one who caused the horse neighs, it was only due to negligence. It couldn't be considered as fratricide. Haha. The masked Qin laughed again. "Since ancient times, traitors have always been stubborn. Seems like you are the same. You won't give up until you see the river. Men, bring her up." As soon as he said that, Zhao Jian's face changed drastically. He barely managed to stand still and his eyes darted around as he glanced at the door. Several inner disciples standing behind Qin heard the order and walked out. Not long after, they brought in a stretcher from outside the hall. On the stretcher was an inner disciple with a veil covering her face. Zhao Jian's expression softened. He looked at Xiao Qin strangely and did not say anything. The masked Qin asked, "Zhao Jian, look at this woman. Do you recognize her?" Zhao Jian pretended to take a look and cupped his hands. "Senior sister seems to be seriously injured." It's a pity that I've always stayed in Shirshing Peak and had no chance to see Senior Sister Lingering Fragrance Peak. Even when I brought the disciples of Misty Hall to train in Yulon Grand Canyon, I've never seen you before. Yes. The masked Qinchin asked. Qinchin, do you know this woman? Qinchin looked at her for a long time, then bit his lip and said, Messenger, the clothes this woman is wearing are mine and Senior Sister Changa's. She should be the inner disciple we saved on the Yulon Prairie. Yes, good. Qinchin turned his head and said, Rin Xiaoyao, come forward and take a look. Do you recognize this woman? Zhang Xiaohua did not expect Qinchin to suddenly call her and was stunned. Then she looked at the familiar faces of Wen Wenhai and Aunt Qin and slowly walked out from the group of inner disciples. Wen Wenhai was sitting there calmly, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance he was shocked. After staring for a moment, he regained his composure. Yang Ruping had never seen Zhang Xiaohua before. When she heard Qinchin suddenly calling her from behind, she was also taken aback. Aunt Qin, who was next to her, quickly went up and briefly explained Zhang Xiaohua's origin. She also handed over the silk in her arms. Yang Ruping saw this and nodded slightly. When Chang'e and Qinchin heard the name of Rin Xiaoyao, they did not react at first. But when they saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, they were surprised and happy. Then they remembered that Rin Xiaoyao was Zhang Xiaohua. But then they stole a glance at Qinchin and did not dare to be too happy. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the hall. First, she bowed to Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, and said, Rin Xiaoyao of the Pill-Expanding Hall pays his respects to the three saviors. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and moved his fingers slightly. Chang'e and Qinchin also saluted back. After that, Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of the woman and reached out to pick up her arm and other parts. He carefully pinched it, then stood up and said, Reporting to Lord Envoy, this is the inner court female disciple that we saved in the Yulon Grand Canyon that day. The bone injuries on her body were all treated by this little one, so I still recognize them. Good. The masked Qinchin said, Sit down. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right, then chose the seat next to Wen Wenhai and sat down. The masked Qinchin asked again, Zhao Jian, you really don't know this female disciple? Seeing Qinchin ask again and again, Zhao Jian frowned and said, I'm really not familiar with her. At this time, the woman on the stretcher opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Zhao Jian, you don't know me? Do you want me to call you junior brother Zhao or husband Zhao before you will recognize me? When Zhao Jian heard this, he was puzzled at first, but then he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. After a long while, he hesitated and said, You're Xia. Senior Sister Xia? Chang'e and Qinchin also exclaimed, You are Senior Sister Xia? The hoarse voice sighed and said, Is it Junior Sister Chang'e and Junior Sister Qinchin? I heard from Lord Qin that it was you and Junior Brother Zhang who saved me. Alas, why did you save me? You might as well let me die. But then the woman said hurriedly, No, I can't die. If I die, who can expose the shameless face of a despicable person like Zhao Jian? When Aunt Qin, who was sitting there, heard that the masked woman was Xia Zai, she was overjoyed. However, when she saw Xia Zai's miserable state and then looked at Qinchin, who was sitting at the head of the table, her eyes were moist, but she did not dare to go forward. Zhao Jian's eyes turned quickly and immediately changed into a joyful expression. He cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect Senior Sister Xia to be lucky enough to survive. Congratulations, congratulations. Then he looked puzzled. I wonder what I did to make Senior Sister misunderstand. You actually treat me like this? Xia Zai was flustered and said with a stutter, You. The masked Qinchin looked at her coldly and turned to Aunt Qin. This Xia Zai was sent to our Lingxiang Peak by the disciples of Wuming Hall as an inner sect disciple. However, after we identified her, we found that she wasn't a disciple of our Lingxiang Peak. She had been unconscious for a few days and we couldn't determine her identity. She only woke up a few days ago and after some questioning, we reported to the cult master. The cult master took pity on her and granted her a veil, allowing her to cover her face in the cult of fragrance. He also asked me to send her to Shirshing Peak. Of course, we can't determine whether she is real or fake. Aunt Qin didn't say anything, but Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why does wearing a veil in the cult of fragrance require the cult master's special approval? Could it be that it's one of the rules of the cult? Then, his right hand unconsciously touched the handkerchief in his chest and thought, I, Xiaoxia, have used this handkerchief countless times. If I'm caught red-handed by the inner sect disciples, won't I be chased for thousands of miles? Sigh, there really isn't any human rights in the cult of fragrance. When Aunt Qin heard Qinchin's words, she couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up and walked to Xia Zai. She looked at Xia Zai, who was lying on the stretcher, but she couldn't tell who she was. Xia Zai's head was covered by a veil and her entire body was covered by clothes. No one could tell who she was. Xia Zai heard Aunt Qin's footsteps and said with a choked voice, "Master? You won't be able to recognize me." Aunt Qin comforted her, "Zai, you grew up by my side. If I can't recognize you, who can? You'll know when you remove my veil." Aunt Qin immediately had an ominous premonition. Therefore she reached out her hand to remove Xia Zai's veil. Jianghu and Qinshin, who were at the side, knew what she was going to do. They exclaimed softly, "Master." After saying that, Qinshin also walked forward and stood in front of Aunt Qin. He said softly, "Master, senior sister Xia was disfigured long ago. You must be mentally prepared." Aunt Qin waved her hand. What a joke. Which child in the pugilistic world didn't have blood on their hands? Why would they be afraid of this? As she spoke, she removed the veil. However, even though Aunt Qin was mentally prepared and knew that Xia Zai's face was disfigured, she was still shocked by what she saw. Under the veil was a head that was similar to a skull. There was no hair on the head and only a small part of the head had a greenish-white scalp. There were many parts of the skull that revealed white bones. On the face, the 2 pools of autumn water had now become dry pools. There was also a black hole in the nose and her lips were scattered. Her face was almost full of holes. Aunt Qin was dumbfounded. This was much scarier than a skeleton. How could she still see her original face? Moreover, this woman's voice had changed. If one tried to identify it, there were some traces of Xia Zai's voice. However, this didn't mean anything. Junior sister, put on the veil. I knew that Master wouldn't be able to recognize me. Aunt Qin felt that some tears had quietly fallen from her eyes. She quickly wiped them with her sleeves and quietly covered Xia Zai's face with the veil. At this moment, she didn't want to look at Xia Zai's hands that were hidden in her sleeves. Her face was already like this, how good could her body be? After thinking for a while, Aunt Qin moved her mouth close to Xia Zai's ears that had basically become a black hole and whispered a few words. Then she also moved her ears close to Xia Zai's mouth to hear her reply. The others all watched quietly and couldn't hear anything. However, Zhang Xiaohua's 6 senses were several times more sensitive than others. Even if he didn't use his martial arts, he could still hear the sounds. However, when he heard first pain, his face turned red. He looked at the ceiling and then at the ground. From time to time he would dig his ears as if there were lice on his body. When Wen Hai, who was beside him, had been secretly observing him. At this moment he couldn't help but wonder, when did my peripheral vision become so powerful? The 2 of them talked for a while. Aunt Qin straightened up and gestured for Qinshin to identify it as well. Qinshin thought for a while and spoke in a low voice like Aunt Qin. However, his face was a little red. After Xia Zai finished answering, her face became even more shy and cute. She nodded vigorously at Aunt Qin. Qinshin, who was wearing the veil, was curious and asked, "Aunt Qin, can you identify it?" Chapter 723. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was seated far away, heard Qinshin's silent question, she couldn't help but sit stiffly on the chair. She didn't move an inch and had a look of disbelief on her face. This Qinshin is too good at messing around? He can even do such a thing? This is the only way to tell if this is the real Xia Zai or not. Seeing Qinshin's flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh secretly. When Aunt Qin heard Qinshin's question, she stood up and cupped her hands. "Reporting to Lord Envoy, my disciple Qinshin and I have confirmed that this is indeed my disciple, Xia Zai." The masked Qinshin clapped his hands. "Good, that's good. Since we can confirm it, junior sister Xia, please tell everyone about your encounter in the Yulon Grand Canyon." When everyone heard this, they revealed a curious expression. Just now, Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 were telling a story while Zhao Jian was telling another story. Who wouldn't know which was true and which was false? They wondered what kind of story this crippled Xia Zai could tell. Not far away, Zhao Jian's expression changed a few times before he gradually calmed down. He returned to his previous confident expression and like everyone else, he revealed an interested expression. Xia Zai had lost her eyes and couldn't see everything around her. When she heard Qinshin's instructions, she recounted her encounter. Her hoarse voice wasn't loud but it rang out in the silent misty hall, causing everyone to be shocked. That day, Zhao Jian held Xia Zai's hand and came to the edge of the small forest. He instructed the patrolling disciples to go back and warn the herb-gathering disciples of the Misty Hall. Then he tied his horse and Xia Zai's horse to a tree. After that, he held Xia Zai's hand and stealthily walked towards the wolf pack. You. Xia Zai was puzzled. She wanted to ask but was stopped by Chu Li's gentle gaze. He whispered, "Don't talk too much. Let's walk for a while and get closer to the wolf pack before we make a sound. Maybe we can lure the blood wolves to this side. Our light body technique is good, so we have a higher chance of escaping." Zhao Jian's image in Xia Zai's heart immediately became infinitely tall. She allowed Zhao Jian's hand to tighten and held Zhao Jian's hand in return. She had already decided in her heart, this is a good lover who is loyal and selfless. Even if I were to be fed to the blood wolves together with him, my heart would still be sweet. Sure enough, when they were some distance away from the blood wolf, Zhao Jian led him in another direction. It was different from the direction of the small forest. At this moment, a low-lying area appeared in front of them. There were some pawns. Xia Zai said softly, "Junior brother Zhao, we should reveal ourselves. Otherwise..." Before Xia Zai could finish her sentence, 2 horse neighs could be heard from afar. "This is bad." Zhao Jian's face was filled with panic as he said, "I forgot about the 2 horses." When Xia Zai heard this, she also turned around to look. Sure enough, the 2 horse neighs had already attracted the attention of the blood wolves to the small forest. Xia Zai panicked and immediately leaped up. Zhao Jian was even more anxious as he hugged her and scolded, "What are you doing?" Before Xia Zai could say anything, the blood wolves in the distance had also discovered their tracks. Immediately, a few of them ran towards them. This is bad. This time, Zhao Jian seemed to be really panicking. He didn't say anything to Xia Zai and quickly dragged her forward. When they reached the side of the pond, he pulled out a few reeds from the side of the pond and handed them to Xia Zai. Then he immediately dived into the pond. Xia Zai was a little hesitant. However, when she thought of the blood wolves behind her and the fact that the small forest had already been discovered by the blood wolves, she knew that it was impossible to lure all of the blood wolves to her location. Thus, she followed Zhao Jian and dived into the water with the reeds in her mouth. Although Xia Zai's martial arts were higher than Zhao Jian's and her internal energy was also long, she wasn't good at swimming. When she entered the water, she didn't know what to do. After being hugged by Zhao Jian, she was momentarily dazed. After an unknown amount of time, the blood wolves at the side of the pond wandered away in search of the 2. Only then did the 2 emerge from the pond. Needless to say, the 2 of them were completely drenched and it was no different from being naked. Xia Zai, who was in a daze, and Zhao Jian, who was distracted, easily turned the world upside down. When Xia Zai woke up, everything that should have happened had already happened. Even the wet clothes that were taken off at the side had been dried by the sun. The 2 of them put on their clothes. Xia Zai, who already had feelings for Zhao Jian, felt a little shy. To her, it was only a matter of time. She was only happy that she was able to find such a loyal and affectionate husband. Thus, she discussed with Zhao Jian and decided to check out the situation in the small forest. This suggestion was immediately rejected by Zhao Jian. If they were surrounded by blood wolves, how could they possibly survive? Furthermore, who could guarantee that there weren't 1 or 2 blood wolves there? If they were discovered, how could the 2 of them possibly survive? It was better to take advantage of the fact that the blood wolves had just left. The 2 of them could turn their grief into strength and quickly escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon to spread the news. Xia Zai pondered for a moment and agreed. Since everyone else was dead, the most important thing now was to protect their lives. Thus, the 2 of them headed towards the exit of the Yulon Grand Canyon. In the beginning, Xia Zai didn't have any doubts about Zhao Jian's arrangement. However, after a day she thought about it carefully and had some doubts in her heart. She couldn't help but ask a few more questions. For example, why didn't he pass the horse to the other disciples and instead tie it to the tree? Why didn't he pick the direction where the blood wolves were going, but the direction beside them? Regarding these questions, Zhao Jian was a little hesitant. In the end, he said that it was just a momentary thought and he didn't make any careful arrangements. On the other hand, Xia Zai didn't think too much about it. After all, they were passionate and would always think positively. Furthermore, at that time, it was indeed urgent. Even she was at a loss and had a huge pressure in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get together with Zhao Jian the moment they escaped danger. In the next 2 days, Xia Zai felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the most important thing for the 2 of them was to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, this Zhao Jian. Whenever he had the time, he would find Xia Zai and do it several times a day. At first, Xia Zai thought that it was her first time doing it and that she was addicted to it. After all, she was aroused and tried her best to respond. However, day after day, it made Xia Zai develop a feeling that Zhao Jian was treating her as a tool and that every day he could use her was one more day. It was a pity that Xia Zai's vigilance was too late. Just when Xia Zai was suspicious, the two of them were about to enter the Yulon Grand Prairie. In a desolate cave on the mountainside, after doing it, Xia Zai's face was still flushed red. It was because Zhao Jian had sealed her acupuncture point. Xia Zai was alarmed and shouted for the reason. However, how could Zhao Jian be willing to tell her? He wanted to kill her immediately. Xia Zai was a famous disciple of the Mingcue Hall and her martial arts were above Zhao Jian's. She hurriedly used the Misty School's reverse blood corrosion secret technique to break through her sealed acupuncture point. Even so, she could only take advantage of Zhao Jian's carelessness to escape from the cave. If she wanted to defeat Zhao Jian, it would be extremely difficult. When Zhao Jian saw Xia Zai escaping, he was alarmed and immediately chased after her. Xia Zai panicked and fled to the top of the mountain. When she saw the cliff in front of her, she subconsciously stopped and turned around to ask Zhao Jian why he was doing this. Zhao Jian only laughed sinisterly and said, "You have already asked so many questions. If I keep you here, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? Only when you are dead will I be at ease." At this moment, Xia Zai finally understood that Zhao Jian had tied the horses outside the forest to attract the blood wolves. The direction he was escaping in was the rear wing of the blood wolves and wouldn't attract the attention of the blood wolves. As for herself, because of a coincidence, she had become Zhao Jian's plaything for a few days. Seeing that they were about to enter the Yulon Prairie and would be leaving in a few days, how could Zhao Jian allow someone who knew about the entire process to live? Even if this person was extremely in love with him and might even be his intimate lover who would never tell anyone about it. Xia Zai was completely disheartened. She didn't even try to dodge Zhao Jian's palm strike that was aimed at her chest. Zhao Jian's move was a feint and when he got close, he realized that he had increased the strength of his palm strike. He wanted to kill Xia Zai on the spot, but with the strength of his palm strike, Xia Zai was sent flying off the cliff. Seeing that Xia Zai had been struck by his own palm strike, he knew that she wouldn't be able to survive. Furthermore, she had fallen off the cliff, so it was even more impossible for her to survive. Zhao Jian couldn't find a corpse at the bottom of the mountain and left the valley with peace of mind. Even if Xia Zai didn't die, she wouldn't be able to cross the entire Yulon Prairie. However, Xia Zai was lucky. When the palm strike struck her, the strength of the reverse blood corrosion essence was still present and neutralized some of the palm strike. When she fell off the cliff, she was similarly caught by a tree branch at the bottom of the cliff. After waiting for half a day for the mountain wind to blow again, she fell down again. At this moment, the bones in her arms and legs were all broken. Xia Zai actually relied on her anger and desire to live to crawl forward until she was eaten by jackdaws before she fainted. Xia Zai naturally didn't know what happened after that. When she woke up, she was already at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Just as Xia Zai's voice fell, the sound of clapping could be heard amidst the sighs of the Misty Hall's disciples. Moreover, a voice of praise could be heard, "Good story, good plot." When everyone looked over, it was Zhao Jian who was a little panicked just now. Zhao Jian laughed and said, "Senior Sister Xia, I'll call you that for now. Since Vice Hall Master Qin and Junior Sister Chen Chen both said that you're real, I'll also believe that you're real. I don't know how you escaped, but you're slandering me and using my character to make up stories about me. How are you still the Senior Sister Xia that I've always respected? I don't know how I've offended you in the past. Or was it because I commanded you too much during the Yulon Prairie evening refinement that you felt that it affected your status? That's why you're telling such a ridiculous story?" Xia Zai said angrily, "Zhao Jian, you're a heartless and ungrateful villain. Why don't you tell me how I'm fake? How can I use my own innocence to frame others?" There are more chapters. Chapter 724. Zhao Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's hard to say. Although I didn't see you like this, but seeing Vice Hall Master Qin's shocked expression, do you think anyone would still care about your innocence? If you can use it to do something, then it's still possible." Zhao Jian. The masked Chen Chen berated, "What nonsense are you talking about? Even now you still won't admit your guilt?" Zhao Jian cupped his hands and said, "Sir Envoy, what Martial Uncle Wen said just now is extremely right. If you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? If you want to pin a crime on me, then I can't do anything about it. But think about it, These dozens of people are all disciples of my Misty Hall. We have lived together for more than 10 years and are brothers who have gone through life and death together. What use do I have for their lives? Zhong Pei, who was sitting by the side, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. His eyes were wandering and no one knew what he was thinking about. Zhong Pei. The masked Qin Shen's shout gave Zhong Pei a fright. He immediately jumped up from his chair and cupped his hands. Envoy Qin. Speak, did you instigate this matter? The masked Qin Shen asked. Sir, sect leader has already made it clear that as long as you speak, you will be pardoned. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the bottom, heard this and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Dozens of lives just because the mastermind is an inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak. Sir, sect leader will not pursue this matter. I think the matter of my second brother will not continue. Since this matter has been made known to this Xiaoxia, how can I not give justice to the disciples of the Misty Hall? But Zhong Pei gave a bitter laugh and said, reporting to Sir Chen before I entered the valley, I did indeed have some instructions. This orchid twilight refinement is the most dangerous and I allowed him to take the opportunity to get rid of a few disciples who were usually disobedient and a threat to him. Anyway, it's normal for people to die in the orchid twilight refinement, and it's not normal if they don't die. No one will pursue this matter and this strategy is also in line with cough cough, but I have never asked him to leave dozens of disciples in the valley. There are also a few disciples that I have nurtured. However, this lowly one understands Zhao Jian's intentions. The masked Qin Shen thought for a while and asked, is Zhao Jian the same as you? Does he want to make a big deal out of this? Anyway, he has been instructed by you. If he succeeds, he will have made the greatest contribution. Moreover, there will be no other disciple in the Misty Hall who can compete with him, no matter if it is, or if it is cultivated by you. Zhong Pei smiled bitterly again. That's probably the case. It's just that, this bastard is really generous. I didn't expect him to be so ambitious. Moreover, thousands of people died in the beast tide, so I didn't expect him to be the culprit. It's my fault. Let's return to Lingering Fragrance Peak. No need. The masked Qin Shen waved his hand and said, His Excellency Sect Master said that as long as you admit it, he won't pursue the matter. Besides, you didn't instigate it, so there's no need to mention it. Then he said to Zhao Jian, how is it? Since your backer has said so, can you still not admit it? Zhao Jian looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, Envoy Qin, you have said so much, but it is all empty talk. Do you have any evidence? Just based on this woman who we don't even know if she is a human or a ghost. To be honest, I even doubt if she is Senior Sister Xia. I know that our cult of fragrance has always emphasized on evidence and fairness. How can I be convinced by your story? How can I explain this to all the disciples of the cult of fragrance? How can I explain this to the wise and mighty sect master? You can only force a confession and smear the name of the sect master. You. The masked Qin Shen saw that Zhao Jian was stubbornly resisting. Even if he did not confess, he was furious. The entire Misty Hall was silent. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. This bastard is really too shameless. Didn't he know that he could use the bewitching finger? He had never used it before, so he might as well use it on this despicable thing. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to stand up, he saw that although the masked Qin Shen was angry, he was still sitting there calmly. He couldn't help but think, from Zhao Jian's tone, it seems like he's already going soft. He's actually placing his hopes on the so-called evidence, on the so-called wisdom of the sect master. But, just based on the decree that Qin Shen passed down earlier, Zhong Pei didn't even have a chance to refute it. How could the sect master possibly be fair? Even Zhong Pei of the inner sect was like this, let alone the lowly Zhao Jian. Everything just now was just an act by Qin Shen. What about now? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think to herself, this girl is really bored. Just as Zhang Xiaohua gave herself a thumbs up for her own cleverness and gave the masked Qin Shen a thumbs up, a hoarse voice sounded, Junior Brother Zhao, could it be that you have forgotten our intimate relationship? How can I not know that you have 6 fingers on your left foot? The disciples in the hall were stunned. Even they did not know that Senior Brother Zhao Jian had such a secret. It seemed that what Xia Zai said was true. But Zhao Jian's expression did not change. He laughed and said, I didn't expect Senior Sister Xia to still admire me. You even found out about my secret. Although there might not be any disciples in Shixin Peak who know about the 6 fingers, there were a few senior brothers who knew about it when we were in Ethereal Mountain Villa. Haha, Senior Sister Xia actually had feelings for me at that time. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then? Junior brother Zhao, what about the small mole on your thigh? The hoarse voice was still calm. This. Zhao Jian's expression changed drastically. For both men and women, the mole was the most secretive part of their bodies. Other than their parents and those who had physical contact with them, no one else knew about it. Since Xia Zai had mentioned this mole, it naturally proved that she had physical contact with Zhao Jian. And since they had physical contact with each other, everything she said was naturally true. At this moment, the hoarse voice sounded again. What? My junior martial brother Zhao, you didn't think of it, did you? Although the woman beneath you was already in a state of delirium, she still touched your entire body while you were enjoying yourself. I reckon that even you didn't know that you had a tiny mole the size of a grain of rice on your thigh. Xia Zai was right. When they were doing it, Zhao Jian only felt that Xia Zai's hand was abnormally comfortable. Although she deliberately avoided some places, how could she remember when she was in a state of delirium? Especially such a sensitive place. Moreover, the thigh was hidden. Who would notice it? To be honest, even Zhao Jian himself did not know that he had a small mole on his thigh. If it was not in front of others, he would want to touch it himself. It was probably impossible for him to see it. Instantly, all the male disciples in the Misty Palace looked at Zhao Jian's crotch in unison. Even Zhang Xiaohua was no exception. Zhao Jian immediately felt it and couldn't help but block it with his hand. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to release her divine sense. But thinking about how secretive that place was, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and rolled her eyes. Please, am I Xiaoxia so wretched? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua still looked expectantly at the masked Qin Qin, who was sitting at the head of the table. He hoped that she would give the order to take off Zhao Jian's pants and verify his identity. After all, peeping alone was vulgar, but everyone was curious. Unfortunately, Qin Qin's face was covered by a veil. Zhang Xiaohua could not see if she lowered her shy face like the other female disciples and did not know her current mood. Well, Zhang Xiaohua still overestimated Qin Qin's curiosity. How could Qin Qin, who was in her 20s, sit still and do nothing? The masked Qin Qin shouted, Zhao Jian, let me ask you, what is the first rule of the incense cult? Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face turned ashen and he did not dare to answer. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He really did not know what the first rule of the Xiangism was. Qin Qin sneered. I'm afraid you don't dare to say it. Those who betray you will be punished. You have long forgotten the first rule of the Xiangism. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. It was indeed the Xiangism. If you hurt a brother, you would only be killed. But if you betrayed your heart, you would be punished. This was really unreasonable. Lord Hierarch said that if you set up such a trap to kill all your opponents for the sake of fame and fortune, then you can be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. Seeing that you're a talent, it's not necessarily impossible to pardon you. But you betrayed her and even wanted to kill her. If the heavens did not let her be saved by Zhang Xiaohu, then wouldn't the leader have made a big mistake? Then she stood up from the chair and took out the jade talisman. She said seriously, the leader has decreed that Zhao Jian betrayed her heart and killed her. He will be executed immediately. Everyone in the hall was surprised. They knew that Zhao Jian was going to die, but they did not expect that he would die in such a way. However, although everyone was surprised, they did not have the slightest bit of pity in their hearts. Even Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel sorry for this sect master whom he had never met before. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua already knew the whole story. He knew that Zhao Jian was the main culprit who harmed his second brother. He had long since drawn a red cross on Zhao Jian's face in his heart. And the leader's execution made him feel great. When Zhao Jian heard this, his face, which was originally calm, immediately turned pale. He rushed to Zhong Pei's feet and hugged his legs. He howled, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to help me. This little one only followed your instructions and did these things. This happened, you. Zhong Pei was furious and kicked Zhao Jian away. He scolded, you dog slave, I only gave you a straw but you used it as a banner. You have such great ability, how can I give you instructions? Zhao Jian, who had been kicked to the ground, came to Xia Zai's side. As though he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, he held onto her hand and said, Senior Sister Xia, I was possessed for a moment. You must remember my kindness and plead with the sect leader. I will serve you for the rest of my life and treat you well. Really, I will love you just like in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Then there was a cry of surprise. Chapter 725. Zhao Jian's hand grabbed Xia Zai's left arm. In a moment of desperation, how could he still control his strength? With just a stretch of his hand, he took out Xia Zai's left hand that was hidden in her sleeve. What he touched was not the smooth and soft hand that he had imagined. Instead, it was like an ice-cold thin bamboo. When he took a closer look, he realized that what he was holding in his hand was a white bone that did not have a single bit of good flesh. It wasn't neat to begin with, and with this grab, it was a mess of flesh and blood. This immediately frightened Zhao Jian and he cried out in shock. At this moment, Xia Zai, who was lying on her back, lifted her veil and revealed her skeleton-like face to Zhao Jian. After Zhao Jian exclaimed in shock, he immediately let go of Xia Zai's hand and took a few steps back with the force of his feet. Just as he took a step back, Zhao Jian came to his senses and was about to take another step forward when he heard Xia Zai's cold laughter. "Junior brother Zhao, after seeing me like this, you still dare to sleep beside me at night? Aren't you afraid that I will strangle your neck with my cold hands?" This. Zhao Jian naturally hesitated. At this moment he heard the masked Qin Chen's shout. "Where are the disciplinary disciples? Take this heartless man down and kill him by 1,000 cuts. Feed his flesh to the stray dogs." Just as he finished speaking, 2 of the inner disciples that Qin Chen had brought with him stepped out and walked toward Zhao Jian. When Zhao Jian saw them, he knew that there was no hope and he was about to make a final struggle. However, the moment he moved, the disciplinary disciples' fingers were already in front of Zhao Jian's eyes. Before Zhao Jian could make a move, all of his major acupoints were sealed. Then, the 2 of them skillfully grabbed one arm each and dragged Zhao Jian out of the ethereal hall. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, save me. Senior Sister Xia, I was wrong. I will accompany you forever. Lord Qin, save me." In the end he said, "Junior brother Zhang, say something. Think about our brotherhood back then." It was a classic case of begging for help at the brink of death. Zhao Jian's voice didn't stop even after he was outside. First he begged for help, then he cursed and finally he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The masked Qin Chen looked at the disciples in the Misty Palace and said with a smile, "Are you interested in seeing this guy's miserable state?" However, the hall was completely silent. No one made a sound. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely anxious. This was the legendary death by 1,000 cuts. They had to take a look and broaden their horizons. Moreover, this Zhao Jian had harmed her second brother heavily. Seeing his miserable state could be considered as venting their anger. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense was only 10 feet long at this time. Otherwise she would have already released it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhao Jian's howls gradually became softer. It was obvious that he had run out of strength. The masked Qin Chen opened his mouth and said, "Our sect's punishment of death by 1,000 cuts is usually carried out for 3 days and 3 nights. We have to let the victim taste all kinds of pain before he dies. However, this is Shirxing Peak, so we'll keep it simple and only let this guy have a little advantage. All of you male disciples go out and take a look. Remember the consequences of being unfaithful." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, you go and take a look too." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and deliberately asked, "Lord Qin, do I have to go too?" "Yes, you have to take a look." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She couldn't help but ask, "Why? If I tell you to go, then go. How dare you disobey my orders?" Qin Chen didn't explain at all. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. She got up and followed the male disciples to the open space in front of the Misty Palace. In the middle of the open space was a thick wooden stake and Zhao Jian was tied up on it. His entire body was drenched in blood, and even his face was covered in flesh and blood. He could no longer be seen as a human. At this moment, Zhao Jian was already out of breath and he groaned in a low voice, "Two, Senior brothers, please, give me a quick death, please." The 2 law enforcement disciples turned a deaf ear to his pleas. The 2 sharp knives in their hands continuously cut off pieces of flesh from Zhao Jian's body. Zhang Xiaohua was curious at first, but after a few glances she couldn't help feeling disgusted. A person could only die with his head on the ground. This kind of torture was indeed against the heavens. But when she thought about what Zhao Jian had done, Zhang Xiaohua could only sigh. It's not that the time isn't up. When the time is up, the pain inflicted on others will be returned 1,000 times. It was unknown whether it was due to Zhao Jian's tenacity or the lingering Fragrance Peak's law enforcement disciples' special methods. But after another hour, Zhao Jian's flesh was completely shaved off, revealing his eerie white bones. Only then did Zhao Jian gradually stop breathing amidst his miserable groans. Not only Zhang Xiaohua but the other male disciples of the Misty Hall were also pale. Their breathing was rapid and their foreheads were slightly sweaty. It seemed that they had been taught a good lesson. They no longer dared to do such things in the incense cult, such as liking the new and hating the old. Seeing that Zhao Jian had died, the two law enforcement disciples found something from the side and cleaned up his remains and the flesh on the ground. They took it outside, presumably to find the wild dog. However, in the cult of fragrance, this wild dog might not be easy to find. It was unknown how the two of them completed Qin Chen's instructions. Zhang Xiaohua and the other male disciples returned to the Misty Hall. They were still standing or sitting waiting for Qin Chen to speak. Qin Chen looked around and cleared his throat. Well, since Zhao Jin has been executed, this envoy has successfully completed 2 of the 3 things that I came here for. Everyone stared blankly for a moment, their hearts thumping wildly as they searched their minds for any heartless actions they might have done. At this time, Qin Chen said slowly, the ancients said, "Good people don't live long, bad people live for 100 years. However, now that the bad people are dead, our good people are still living very well, yes, although there are some injuries. Well, back to the topic, the bad people have been punished. What's next? Will the good people be rewarded?" That tone, that method of arousing people's curiosity, it was really comparable to the storytellers in the tea house. Well, perhaps Qin Chen had learned it from them. Seeing that everyone's eyes were shining, Qin Chen was very happy. He waved his hand again and a girl behind him came up and handed Qin Chen a brocade box. Qin Chen took it and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. "Zhang Xiaohu, the hierarch has heard of your deeds and is very pleased. Your martial arts are not high, but you care about your senior sisters and junior sisters. Even if you don't sacrifice your own life, you still want to keep them safe. You are a role model for all the male disciples of the cult of fragrance. If you don't reward people like you, how can you convince the others?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously touched his nose and secretly said, Isn't this talking about Xiaoxia?" Unfortunately, in his story, Zhang Xiaohu was the protagonist. He was the little medicine boy of the Tuodan Hall who was saved by Zhang Xiaohu. Qin Chen continued, "Not only did you save your own disciple of the Misty Hall, but you also saved other disciples along the way. Although Xia Zai is a disciple of the Misty Hall, you didn't know it when you saved her. You have always treated her as an inner disciple. It shows that in your heart, no matter which peak the disciples are from, they are all your brothers and sisters and you treat them equally. This really shows that you are kind and broad-minded. You are a disciple worthy of training in the cult of fragrance. Therefore, His Excellency the cult leader has decreed that he will give you a copy of the Suhuan Heart Sutra and 3 Suhuan pills to help you improve your internal strength and have stronger martial arts. He will also carry forward the tradition of mutual help and friendship among the disciples of the cult of fragrance." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. His second brother's torture for the past 10 days had not been in vain. Even the fragrant religion's lord had personally bestowed him a pill. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of this plain pill before, he was sure that it was a pill that could increase one's cultivation. As for the plain aura cultivation method, it was probably not much worse than the ethereal divine art. However, when these things were placed in front of Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, they did not arouse any gratitude from Zhang Xiaohu. Wasn't this nonsense? His internal strength had been crippled by Zhao Jian. Even if he took these pills and skills, what use would it be? The masked Qin Chen saw Zhang Xiaohu's incomparably clear eyes and couldn't help but think to himself, "I admire him. He really is a direct disciple of the Misty School. If he hadn't practiced the secret skills of the Misty School, how could he not be tempted by these things? His Excellency the cult leader is truly wise." Thus he said to Qin Chen, "Qin Chen, your senior brother Zhang's hands and feet are inconvenient. You take them for him first." Yang Ruping, who was sitting below Qin Chen, had a drastic change in expression when she heard that the cult leader had bestowed the pills and the Suhuan Heart Sutra. When she heard that Qin Chen was to take them, she couldn't help but stand up and say, "Envoy Qin, please wait." The masked Qin Chen revealed a knowing smile. He turned around and asked, "Hallmaster Yang, do you have any objections to the cult leader's decree?" Yang Ruping shook her head and said, "This disciple doesn't dare to question the cult leader's decree. It's just that. I want to ask Envoy Qin, these Heart Sutra and pills, are they mistaken?" The masked Qin Chen smiled and said, "When this envoy came down from the Lingxiang Peak, I personally went to the pill room and the skill room to take these things. How can they be wrong?" This. Yang Ruping pondered for a moment and said while gritting her teeth, "But the cult leader is wise. Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School and his teacher is Wenhai. He practices the ethereal skill, a secret mental cultivation method of the Misty School, and he has already succeeded in it. This internal strength mental cultivation method is the hard yang one, while the Suhuan mental cultivation method is the soft yin one, which is the internal strength mental cultivation method practiced by the female disciples of the school. If Zhang Xiaohu didn't practice the ethereal skill, he could practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method, which is a gift from the cult leader. But now, if he practices the Suhuan mental cultivation method, isn't it like pouring water on the fire? It's very easy to go mad. Hearing this, Wenhai's expression suddenly changed. The other disciples' envy also turned into sympathy. Yes, the masters in Jianghu all practiced one kind of hard yang or soft yin internal strength. Few people practiced both at the same time. Although there were very few people who practiced both at the same time, very few people succeeded. These people were all rare geniuses in Jianghu. Was Zhang Xiaohu such a genius? Absolutely not. He started practicing internal strength at the age of 18. If he practiced two completely different kinds of internal strength mental cultivation methods at the same time, he would definitely go mad. Chapter 726. Hearing Yang Ruping's question, the masked Chen smiled and said, Hall Master Yang's doubts have already been considered by Lord Sect Leader. This Zhang Xiaohu has only cultivated the ethereal divine art for 4 to 5 years and is only at the entry level. Even if he cultivates for another 30 to 50 years, it is still impossible for him to reach the peak. However, if he cultivates the Yuhuan mantra, with the help of the Yuhuan pill, he can definitely reach the next level in a short period of time. It is also possible for him to reach the peak of the Yuhuan mantra within 20 years. But Yang Ruping still wanted to continue, but she was stopped by the masked Chen. Chen said coldly, Hall Master Yang, I respect you as my senior sister, so I have always answered your questions. But don't you think it's disrespectful to His Excellency when you keep questioning me when I'm passing on the decree of His Excellency? If it was anyone else, this envoy would have already taken them down. Thus, I ask Hall Master Yang to sit down quietly. It won't be too late to continue after the decree is passed on. Yang Ruping's face darkened and she lowered her head and returned to her seat. Seeing that Wenhai was about to stand up, the masked Chen immediately said, Hero Zhang Xiaohu, you should also sit down. This is merely a gift from Lord Sect Leader to Zhang Xiaohu. There is no need to implicate too many people. It is better for him to choose what is more important and what is less important. After speaking, she handed the brocade box to Chen. Chen quickly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. What choice did Zhang Xiaohu have? In his heart he was just a cripple. What, ethereal divine art? What, Yuhuan mantra? They had nothing to do with him. Since it was a gift from Lord Sect Leader, it was fine for him to take it. Perhaps he could leave it for Chang'e to use in the future. Thus he didn't need to think too much and nodded slightly. Very good. The masked Chen smiled and casually handed the brocade box to Chen. She turned around and sat back in her seat. Then he looked at Yang Ruping and said with a smile, Hall Master Yang, this envoy has completed the 3 tasks ordered by Sir Religion Master. If Hall Master Yang has any questions you can ask them now. Then he changed the topic and said, however, before we came, Lord Sect Leader had already instructed us that the foundation of Zhang Xiaohu's misty divine art is very shallow. Moreover, it conflicts with the Suhuan Heart Sutra, so we might as well dissolve the inner strength that he had cultivated in the past. This. Yang Ruping and Wenhai were both shocked. However, Chen waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I've already checked his meridians just now. There's no internal energy in his meridians, only some of the cinnabar fruit's medicinal effects are still there. This saves me a lot of effort. Then he cast a sideways glance at Zhong Pei and said, This might be a good deed done by some people. However, now it has helped Zhang Xiaohu. He can directly cultivate the Suhuan heart technique. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. That day Zhao Jian's palm had indeed hit his dantian. Zhao Jian had even checked it. How could the envoy of lingering fragrance peak not notice it now? However, if Zhao Jian's palm had no effect, where did his decades of internal energy go? At this time he heard the masked Chen say, In addition, Sir Religion Master knows that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the original Misty School. Considering that the cultivation method of the Misty School is not bad, He gave extra grace and agreed that Zhang Xiaohu can also cultivate the misty divine art in addition to cultivating the Suhuan heart technique. Although these words were dignified, the meaning was clear. That was, Zhang Xiaohu must first cultivate the Suhuan heart technique before he can cultivate the misty divine art, as long as he is not afraid of Qigong deviation. Alas, Yang Ruping and Wen Hai both sighed in their hearts. The situation was stronger than the person. Since they were under the roof of the fragrance cult, it was impossible for them to not listen to Sir Religion Master's orders. They could only cup their hands and say, "Thank you, Sir Religion Master, for your grace." Good, good, good. The masked Qin clapped his hands and said, "Since everyone is very happy, this envoy's trip can be considered to have ended satisfactorily." Then he glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the end of the table, and said to Yang Ruping, "Master Yang, Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill-Expanding Hall was saved by Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall, and he also helped Xia Zai of the Misty Hall to set her bones and heal her wounds. Now he is a disciple on duty in the Pill-Expanding Hall of the Misty Hall. It is estimated that there will be a long time in the future. I hope you won't be too harsh on him for the sake of the monk." This kind of thing was really insignificant to Yang Ruping. Moreover, the Misty Hall had changed a lot at this time, so how could she care about this? She nodded naturally and said yes. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went forward to greet Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin again and thanked Qin. At this time, the masked Qin said to Qin, "Come here." Qin was puzzled. She looked at Chang'e and walked to the masked Qin. The masked Qin carefully looked up and down for a while and said with a smile, "What a lovely child. You almost died under the trap of Zhao Jian." After that, she took out a jade pendant and threw it to Qin. Qin took it and heard the masked Qin say with a smile, "Well, I know you now. Qin, if you are bullied in the fragrance cult in the future, you can tell them my name. I guarantee that no one will dare to take advantage of you." Qin was stunned and turned to look at Chang'e. Seeing Chang'e nod, she said softly, "I just don't know. Sister's name is..." This sister was really forced. It was even more awkward than Zhang Xiaohua that day. The masked Qin seemed to have guessed the answer to the riddle and was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, "Although it's not easy for others to remember my sister's name, it's really easy for you to remember." Zhang Xiaohua, who knew the details, couldn't help curling her lips secretly and still sneered. Qin said softly, "Then, sister, please tell me." Qin. The masked Qin said, "Yes, Lord Messenger, please tell me." Qin. The masked Qin still said. Qin was a little embarrassed and said, "Yes, Qin is here. Lord Messenger, please tell me." The masked Qin suppressed the smile in her heart and said, "Qin." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, "Junior sister Qin, the messenger of the fragrance peak, is also called Qin." "Huh?" Qin exclaimed and revealed many small canine teeth in her mouth. The masked Qin smiled and took her hand, saying, "Qin, in the future, you will be protected by Qin in the fragrance cult." Qin was also happy and bowed, "Thank you, sister Qin." Ah. The masked Qin turned to Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Well, I have finished my mission and there are many things to do in the Misty Hall. I won't disturb Master Yang." Yang Ruping pretended that she couldn't persuade Qin to stay, so she led the disciples to send Qin to the fragrance peak. As the representative of the Pill-Expanding Hall, Zhang Xiaohua was also lucky to be there. When they were about to leave, Qin called Zhang Xiaohua to her and asked in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are there any secret marks on your body?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked confusedly, "I don't think so. What's wrong?" Qin smiled mysteriously and said, "You have held my hand and got married. Have you been touched all over your body? If you have any other thoughts, you'd better check your entire body first. If there are any hidden marks that you don't know about, you'd better get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't wait for others to come knocking on your door. You'd be at a complete loss." Zhang Xiaohua fell off the horse with a plop. Qin laughed and went down Shixin Peak. When Qin and his group were halfway down, a figure appeared between the rocks not far away. It was Zhang Xiaohua, who had found an excuse to follow them down. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dispirited Zhong Pei, who was riding a horse with his head drooped. In the Misty Hall, when Zhang Xiaohua saw her second brother being tortured to extort a confession, she wanted to kill him. Only Qin of the Fragrant Peak acted swiftly and decisively. He even alienated the disciples of the Misty Hall and made it watertight. There was no chance for him to vent his anger on Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved by Zhao Jian's death, Lingxiang Peak prioritized the inner disciples and did not directly pursue Zhong Pei. This made Zhang Xiaohua very unhappy, so she found an excuse to go down the mountain to find trouble with Zhong Pei. Unfortunately, Zhong Pei was among the inner disciples and was not far behind Qin. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was more than 10 feet and the flying sword could not reach him. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and directly went to the feet of the inner disciples. She took out her small sword and was ready to kill. At this time she heard Qin call out, "Zhong Pei, come over here." "Envoy Qin, what's the matter?" Zhong Pei naturally urged his horse forward. "Envoy Qin." These words immediately awakened Zhang Xiaohua. Qin was now the envoy of Lingxiang Peak. She had rashly killed Zhong Pei at Shixing Peak. Although it was true that she wanted to vent her anger, but this time she had implicated the entire Misty Hall. Even Qin, the inner disciple's envoy, might be implicated. Moreover, he might be able to hide his face, but his figure could be clearly seen in broad daylight. No matter how incompetent Qin of Lingering Fragrance Peak was, it was impossible for him not to discover that the person who had ambushed him was him. In this way he was likely to be investigated. Needless to say, the matter of Deputy Hall Master Su would also be exposed. Following that, Yang Yao and Rejuvenation Valley would most likely be in a bad situation. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and secretly gritted her teeth. She returned to the mountain rocks and looked at the group of inner disciples who were gradually disappearing. She fiercely said, "Old dog Zhong, you have escaped today. But don't worry, I Xiao will definitely take revenge. Isn't it just Lingxiang Peak? After I have cured my second brother's injury, I will definitely go and find you." With that, she punched the huge crouching ox rock beside her. With a loud explosion, it was smashed into pieces. In the distance, the inner disciples seemed to have heard the sound and vaguely looked over. That Zhang Xiaohua had already escaped. Where was her human form? It was already late at night. In a lonely small courtyard near the cliff of Shixing Peak, a tall and thin figure was standing in the middle of the courtyard. She stood with her hands behind her back and silently watched everything in the night. This person was Zhang Xiaohua, the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall. After she failed to kill Zhong Pei, she returned to the Misty Hall. Aunt Qin had already arranged for the disciple in charge to wait beside her and make a good place for Zhang Xiaohua. Because of Qin's instructions to Yang Ruping and the familiarity between Zhang Xiaohua and Qin, the disciple of the Misty Hall did not dare to neglect her. However, the residence of the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall was far from the Misty Hall. It was impossible for the Misty Hall to move the residence of the pill-expanding hall to the left of the Misty Hall just for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, looking at the apologetic expression of the disciple of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua felt gratified for a while. After the disciple of the Misty Hall left, Zhang Xiaohua brought her big black horse and David's deer in. After a few days of getting along, Huan had somewhat adapted to the aura of Little Black and Little Yellow. Occasionally she could get close to them. At this time she was led by Zhang Xiaohua and did not feel panic. This was a very tidy little courtyard. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits and there were a few small rooms. Zhang Xiaohua looked around carefully, and there was nothing that was out of the ordinary. Hence, he randomly picked one of the rooms to be his room, and threw some of his belongings inside. She should have checked the situation around the small courtyard at this time. However, it was late at night and it was difficult to see clearly. Besides, Zhang Xiaohua was seriously injured. Although Zhang Xiaohua had checked with her divine sense in the Misty Hall, she did not have a real diagnosis after all, so she was not at ease. Moreover, Qin said that there was no internal force in his meridians, which made Zhang Xiaohua even more depressed. When they parted a few days ago, he just had more than 20 years' worth of internal force. How could there be no internal force in such a short time? Others might not know, but Zhang Xiaohua was very clear about it. He immediately felt that there was something fishy going on, but whether it was Zhong Pei or Zhao Jian he was not sure. He could only find out if he went to Zhang Xiaohu and asked him personally. However, Zhang Xiaohu had just been released from the dungeon and was seriously injured. There should be many disciples around and she did not know if it would be inconvenient to visit him now. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stood in the courtyard and thought about whether she should visit second brother. After thinking for a while and looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua finally made up her mind. She cast a spell and went underground, heading straight to the Misty Hall in the day. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the side of the Misty Hall. At this time, the Misty Hall was still brightly lit. Many things had happened during the day and Yang Ruping and the others were probably still discussing what to do after Zhong Pei left. Zhang Xiaohua sneaked into the misty hall and revealed herself in an inconspicuous corner. At this time the candles in the misty hall were flickering. There were no Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Qin, but only Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and wanted to escape, but she heard Yang Ruping say, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, today in the misty hall, Zhang Xiaohu's behavior was a little abnormal." I think, when he said this he stopped. Aunt Qin asked, "Hall Master Yang, if you have something to say please say it." Vice Hall Master Qin, don't you think that Zhang Xiaohu didn't decline at all and directly accepted the Su Huan Heart Sutra? Is it because he wants to accept Sir Hierarch's goodwill and let the Misty School? Chapter 727. Hearing Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin talking about her second brother, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but stop. Aunt Qin said apologetically, "Hall Master, I'm not too familiar with Zhang Xiaohu. You also know that he joined the Misty Heights before the Misty School was destroyed. It was Master O's sister who recommended him. His background should be clean, otherwise, Wenhai wouldn't have taught him wholeheartedly." It's just that. She wanted to say something but stopped. Yang Ruping also smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that Deputy Hall Master Qin has the same concerns as me. Zhang Xiaohu doesn't have the ethereal divine art now. If he practices it again, it will be the cultivation method of the incense cult. Hall Master Qin doesn't know about the Suhuan mantra, but I know it very well. It's also a famous mantra of the incense cult. It's a big deal for sect leader to win over Zhang Xiaohu. He may not. Alas, it's more than may not, it's almost certain. Sect leader has decreed that Zhang Xiaohu must practice it. Since he has practiced the Suhuan mantra, he can't practice the ethereal divine art anymore. This Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School, but his internal strength is the mantra of the incense cult. It's a great irony." Aunt Qin's brows also furrowed as she said, "That's right. It wasn't easy to send Zhong Pei away. Not only is there a new vice hall master coming in, I don't know what his character is like. This direct disciple who was originally quite pleasing to the eye was instantly roped in. However, sect leader is too blatant. Although Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple, but his martial arts can't catch up with Chang'e. Even Qin Qin is a little inferior. The 4 carriages of licorice roots, saving the disciples of the Tuodan Hall, and Xia Zai should be credited to Chang'e. But why did sect leader only reward Zhang Xiaohu, while Chang'e and Qin Qin didn't get anything?" Yang Ruping giggled and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin, you also know to cry out for your disciple? Unfortunately, women are born to favor outsiders. Didn't you hear Chang'e and Qin Qin say at the same time that it was Zhang Xiaohu's credit that they didn't contribute at all?" Alas. Hearing this, Aunt Qin sighed even more. "That's right. It's normal for Chang'e to say this. Qin Qin actually said the same thing. Is it because she grew up with Chang'e?" However, looking at Lingering Fragrance Peak Qin Qin's attitude toward Qin Qin today, it's not without reason. Maybe it's the arrangement of Sir Sect Master. Aunt Qin asked curiously, "If that's the case, only Chang'e didn't get the reward. Then what? Lord Hierarch's wisdom is as vast as the sea, how can we know? If we don't reward him, what can we as his disciples say?" Aunt Qin probed again, "Hall Master, could it be that Zhang Xiaohu can only practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method and can't practice the ethereal divine skill? If he can practice both, then our Misty School can be considered to have some relationship with him." Yang Ruping shook her head silently and said, "This Suhuan mental cultivation method is very wonderful. The disciples who practice it all have deep internal strength and it lasts for a long time. No matter what kind of martial arts they use it to perform, they get twice the result with half the effort. Even the ethereal divine skill can't compare to it. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohu doesn't practice the ethereal divine skill, he can still use the Suhuan mental cultivation method to perform the martial arts of the Misty School. The Suhuan mental cultivation method is extremely soft and can't be mixed with the ethereal divine skill at all. Not to mention the genius of Jianghu, even the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak can't do it." Back then, Lingering Fragrance Peak also had an inner disciple with outstanding talent who wanted to walk the path of yin and yang dual cultivation. Unfortunately, it went smoothly at first, but when it reached the middle stage there was no progress no matter what. After a few years he suffered from Qigong deviation and died. From then on, no disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak took this path. However, Yang Ruping frowned and said with a smile, "There is a legend in Lingering Fragrance Peak that there is an immortal pill that can harmonize yin and yang, allowing the Suhuan mental cultivation method to be practiced together with other martial arts. The name of this immortal pill hasn't been passed down, so us inner disciples don't know about it." "How can you believe the things in legends?" Aunt Chin said with a smile. "However, there are many legends in your Lingering Fragrance Peak. We've been at Shirxin Peak for many years and have heard many of these magical stories." Yang Ruping hesitated for a moment. "Actually, they might not all be fake." Aunt Chin didn't think so and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then we have to be prepared for Zhang Xiaohu's betrayal. He changed his path halfway and his aptitude seems to be good. However, he also missed the best opportunity to practice internal strength. I reckon that the ethereal divine skill will also be abandoned by him." "And that's right. There's no need to talk about this. Moreover, he's using the Suhuan mental cultivation method to help him practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method. Although he can quickly get started, his foundation isn't solid enough. It's impossible for his mental cultivation method to reach perfection and he can't practice other martial arts." Then the two stopped talking about Zhang Xiaohu and talked about the matters in the hall. Zhang Xiaohua saw that there was nothing he was interested in and was about to leave when he heard Aunt Chin talking to Yang Ruping. "That's right, that Ren Xiaoyao from the Pill Expansion Hall today?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said inwardly, "Hee, it's really worth it to come here. Let's see if Aunt Chin has discovered anything." He had a good impression of Aunt Chin. After all, she had helped him in Huanxi Mountain Manor. Alas, the people from the Pill Expansion Hall came. Shiyu Hall and Chengquan Hall will probably send people here soon. Why can't our Misty Hall's disciples be fine? Yang Ruping didn't seem to understand the meaning of Aunt Chin's words and complained, "As a hall master, I'm also annoyed. It's just that, there's no one in the Misty Hall who can replace me. I can't just watch my husband's old subordinates be broken up by Sir Hierarch. That's why I'm holding on." Aunt Chin heard and sighed, "Hall master, you've worked hard." Then she didn't mention Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the dark and thought while rubbing his chin, "I guess Aunt Chin wants to tell Hall Master about me. She might already be suspicious. After all, my appearance hasn't changed much." But in the end she didn't say anything. "I guess there's still some estrangement between us. And Aunt Chin seems to be partial to the Misty School. That's not bad." Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the patience to listen to the two discussing the affairs of the hall. She cast a spell and escaped. Then she searched several places in the dark but didn't find any trace of Zhang Xiaohu. Even when she eavesdropped on some disciples, they only talked about the heartless man during the day. They didn't mention Zhang Xiaohu, let alone his residence. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to search anymore and was about to return to her residence. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized something and slapped her forehead. "Oh, it seems that I've been so used to being a thief that I forgot that Zhang Xiaohu is Ren Xiaoyao's savior. I should just go and thank him openly. Why do I have to be so sneaky?" Shaking her head with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua returned to her residence. After a quiet night, when she woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua was still practicing the Fist of the North Star. Only then did she find that the Fist of the North Star had advanced to the second level. There were a total of 12 flows to temper the bones of the whole body. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. It seemed that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao was really useful. Even the bone tempering could improve. Seeing that the sky was bright, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of her residence and carefully observed the surrounding environment. The small courtyard of the Pill Expanding Hall was extremely remote. There were no residences of the Misty Hall around it, only a medicinal field. It must have been set up by the Misty Hall to isolate the disciples on duty of the Pill Expanding Hall. In her mind, Zhang Xiaohua found that the qi of heaven and earth in the Shirxin Peak was indeed somewhat different from that of the Tianmu Peak. No wonder the Shirxin Peak was the richest peak in the Pill Expanding Hall. The Shirxin Peak was extremely high. Zhang Xiaohua visually estimated the peak and felt that it was much higher than the Tianmu Peak. Most of the houses of the Misty Hall were also on the mountainside. However, there were not many flat places on the mountainside. Most of the time the mountain rocks also blocked many courtyards. While she was looking, she saw a young disciple coming from afar. It was the disciple Du Feng who had sent Zhang Xiaohua here yesterday. Thinking that he was quite enthusiastic yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua went forward to greet him and cupped her hands saying, "Senior Du woke up very early." Du Feng returned the greeting and said with a smile, It's nothing. We martial artists are most particular about gathering qi. The rising sun is also a great opportunity to temper the internal qi. How can we miss it? Junior brother Ren, why did you also wake up so early? In the past, the disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall would only wake up late in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I've also learned a little bit of martial arts. Master also told me to practice more. Du Feng was stunned and then understood. He said with a smile, I was wondering why the pill-expanding hall sent junior brother Ren here. So that's why. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Du Feng was so straightforward and unconsciously had a good impression of him. She said, Senior brother Du, do you also want to test my martial arts? Du Feng heard her words and waved his hand saying, Forget it. Yesterday Master Yang had told me not to embarrass you. If I fight with you, won't I be looking for trouble? Well, senior brother has become a brother. I don't know if it's really straightforward or for the sake of Qin Qin of the Lingxiang Peak. The purpose of Du Feng's visit was to tell Zhang Xiaohua about the environment and let her know something. They chatted for a while and then talked about the pill-expanding hall. Yang Yao had told them about these things on the way to the Shixing Peak. Zhang Xiaohua just learned about it from Du Feng and it didn't take long for them to finish. Therefore Du Feng smiled and said, Junior brother Ren is indeed smart. You understood what I said. You disciples on duty don't have anything to do. We don't have a good relationship with the previous disciples, so there's no need to mention it. If you are willing, you can look for me if you have any problems. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said with a smile, Thank you, senior brother Du, I'll definitely come to you for help. Then she asked about Du Feng's residence. Then she said with a smile, By the way, senior brother Du, where does Zhang Xiaohu live? This little brother is indebted to him for saving my life. Seeing that he was seriously injured yesterday, this little brother still wants to take a look. Chapter 728. Zhang Xiaohu. Du Feng nodded, he is a direct disciple of our Misty School and doesn't live with us. I can tell you where he lives, but, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, is it inconvenient for me to visit him? Du Feng smiled bitterly, I'm afraid so. He then explained, in the past the disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall lived around here and in the herb field at Shixing Peak. We rarely visit our residence. I invited you because junior brother Ren and I are on good terms. Moreover, we are both disciples of the fragrant religion and there is no harm in chatting with him. However, senior brother Ren is a direct disciple of the Misty School. I don't know if it is convenient for us to meet. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I wonder if senior brother Du can meet with Hall Master Yang and tell him about this little brother's thoughts. I think it's not a big deal to take a look at our benefactor. Moreover, this little brother came from the Pill Expansion Hall and knows a little about Qi Huang. Helping Zhang Xiaohu take a look can be considered a bargain. Du Feng nodded slightly, that is good. Our Misty Hall is good at everything but we don't have anyone who knows about Qi Huang. We usually treat our own injuries. However, senior brother Zhang's injuries are a little serious. The hall was worried about him yesterday. He then pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and said, Let's go. Junior brother Ren, follow me. I will report to the hall master and see what she decides. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He followed Du Feng to the Misty Hall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't go in but waited outside. Du Feng came out not long after he went in. He smiled and said, Hall master has allowed it. Let's go. In the future, junior brother can go and find senior brother Zhang. Hall master likes to repay kindness. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and followed Du Feng to Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard wasn't far from Wenwenhai's, but it was in a different direction. When Zhang Xiaohua approached the courtyard, she smelled a medicinal fragrance. Perhaps someone was brewing medicine inside. Du Feng walked to the door and knocked. A woman's voice was heard, Who is it? Du Feng was stunned and said respectfully, Senior sister Chang'e, it is me. The courtyard door opened and Chang'e's haggard face appeared at the door. She asked softly, Du Feng? Before she finished her question, she saw Zhang Xiaohua who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Her face lit up and smiled, Junior brother Ren, you are here too? Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, Senior sister Chang'e, I saw that senior brother Zhang was seriously injured yesterday and I have been thinking about him. Today, I asked senior brother Du to bring me over to take a look at my benefactor's injuries. Du Feng smiled and said, Junior brother Ren is grateful to senior brother Jiang for saving his life. When we were at the medicinal field he kept talking about it. I saw that he was impatient and asked for Hall Master Yang's permission. Hall Master Yang also agreed and said that I can come over often to take care of him. I hope that senior sister Chang'e can make things convenient for me. Chang'e had been looking forward to Zhang Xiaohua's visit for a long time. How could she say anything more now? However, she still had to say, Junior brother Ren, I have seen him in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Naturally, I know his character, but, forget it. Since Hall Master Yang has agreed, what else do we as disciples have to do? Come in. Du Feng was overjoyed and said, Thank you, senior sister Chang'e. Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and thanked her. This was a small courtyard. After entering there were 3 connected rooms. Chang'e led the 2 of them into the hall. A young disciple came out holding a bowl of medicine. He frowned and said, Senior sister Chang'e, this? Senior brother Zhang will vomit after eating this medicine. What should we do? Should we ask for the hall master's order and ask him to come to Lingxiang Peak? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took a step forward and said, Senior sister Chang'e, I have studied Qighuang for a few years. Can you let me take senior brother Zhang's pulse? Chang'e pretended to be happy and said, That's right. Senior sister Xia's broken bones were fixed by you. How could I forget? She then said, Wait for a moment in the outer hall. I will ask senior brother Zhang. After saying this, she went into the eastern room. After a moment, she poked her head out and said, Junior brother Du, bring junior brother Ren in. When Zhang Xiaohua followed Du Feng into the eastern room, she was not in a hurry to see the layout and decorations of the room. Instead, she looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was lying dispiritedly on the bed under the window. She saw Zhang Xiaohu's pale face. His eyes were sunken and his lips were dry and peeling. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He nodded. Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward and cupped her hands and said, Benefactor Zhang, you still recognize me, right? Zhang Xiaohu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His eyes were also a bit bright as he nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with her back facing everyone and said, I have learned Qighuang before. Now I will take Benefactor's pulse and check your injuries. After he finished speaking, he took a few steps to the bed and picked up Zhang Xiaohu's wrist. He carefully felt his pulse. After a long while, he transferred his true energy to Zhang Xiaohu and checked his meridians. Then he frowned and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, I don't know if Benefactor trusts me. If you trust me, I will write a prescription for you. I wonder if Shixing Peak has the herbs? When Chang'e saw Zhang Xiaohua's act, a smile appeared on her haggard face. She replied on behalf of Zhang Xiaohu, Junior brother Ren, feel free to write a prescription. Shixing Peak has a lot of herbs. There are also some Qighuang herbs that are commonly used. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the table next to her and picked up the brush on it. She quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Chang'e. Senior sister, please find some herbs according to this prescription and boil them for senior brother Zhang. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's confident look, Chang'e was also happy. But when she saw the writing on the white paper that looked like a nest of crabs taking a stroll, she couldn't help but laugh. When the 2 disciples saw it, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiaohua had to lower her head and count the ants on the ground, pretending that she didn't see anything. Chang'e ordered the disciple to go out and find the herbs. She accompanied Du Feng and Zhang Xiaohua to talk in the hall. Then she heard Zhang Xiaohua ask, Senior sister Chang'e, how is your arm? Chang'e smiled and said, Junior brother Ren's bone setting technique is really good. The bone seems to be a little sore and itchy. It should be healed soon. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, It takes 100 days to break a bone and tendon. How can it be healed so quickly? However, she said, it's because senior sister Chang'e recovered well. It has nothing to do with my medical skills. Du Feng also chatted with her for a while. Then he stood up and said, Senior sister Chang'e, I still have things to do. I will come to see senior brother Zhang in the afternoon when I have time. You are injured, so you should rest more. Let the other junior brothers or junior sisters do these things. Chang'e smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Senior brother Zhang saved me. I just want to repay him. Junior brother Ren, I have to go back. Do you want to go with me? Or stay here? Du Feng turned his head and asked. I will wait for a while. After the medicine is boiled and senior brother Zhang takes it, I will see the effect. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't leave. Therefore Du Feng left first. After he left, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior sister Chang'e, am I very talented in singing? Chang'e smiled and said, of course you are. Not only that, but you also have the potential to be a traveling doctor. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and shook her head. She said, it's not potential. It's real. No way. This time it was Chang'e who was surprised. You can set bones and plant herbs. It's okay. But you really know Qi Huang? Oh, senior sister Chang'e, you underestimate me. Do you think I only rely on elixirs to set your bones and save senior sister Xia? Well, I know you can do it. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go and see Xiaohu. As she said, she looked a little worried. Seeing Chang'e like this, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the east room and said, don't worry, senior sister Chang'e. Second brother is just seriously injured, which affects his body. His meridians and other parts are intact. Although she said so, how could Chang'e rest assured when she saw Zhang Xiaohu was seriously injured? She only accompanied Zhang Xiaohua into the room, but her eyebrows were still frowning. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Zhang Xiaohu's bed again and said with a smile, second brother, why are you so embarrassed every time I see you? Zhang Xiaohu smiled with difficulty and didn't speak. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at Chang'e and said, senior sister Chang'e, I have to check second brother's injuries. You see, Chang'e didn't understand for a moment and blurted out, you see there are no outsiders now. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly gave Zhang Xiaohu a thumbs up with her right hand. Zhang Xiaohu was very helpless and kept blinking. When Zhang Xiaohua lifted Zhang Xiaohu's quilt and took off his clothes, Chang'e understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. She immediately blushed and ran out. Looking at Chang'e's back, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She got close to second brother's ear and said, second brother, you don't seem to have any secret marks on your body. If you do, tell me now. I will definitely help you. Zhang Xiaohu's mouth moved a few times. Zhang Xiaohua put her ear close and heard a word, ba. Although Zhang Xiaohua had already felt his pulse and knew his injuries, when she took off Zhang Xiaohu's clothes, she was so distressed that she almost cried. Zhang Xiaohu's whole body was covered with whip marks. Some were scarred, some were suppurated, and some were still oozing blood. Even his clothes were stuck. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, second brother, I don't know if you are afraid of pain. I have to cut off all the rotten flesh on your body. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nod slightly, Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into her belt and took out a dozen jade boxes. She took out the herbs inside and said loudly, senior sister Chang'e. Chang'e answered and entered. At a glance, she saw Zhang Xiaohu lying naked on the bed. She was about to scold Zhang Xiaohua, but then she saw the whip marks on Zhang Xiaohu's body. She couldn't help crying and asked, Xiaohua, what's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua asked, is there a big wooden tub for bathing? Chang'e was stunned and pointed to a small house in the yard. There should be some in there, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, well, I'll have to trouble sister Chang'e to start the fire first. I want to give second brother a bath first. Chapter 729. Take a bath? Jianghu was stunned and asked, why do we need to take a bath at this time? Zhang Xiaohua said, second brother's body is full of whip marks. Because of the long time his flesh has rotted. I want to cut off all the flesh. While I'm at it, I also want to wash his body with some medicinal herbs and apply some medicinal pills. I know. Chang'e nodded, what medicinal herbs do you need? Tell me and I'll go get them. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the medicinal herbs on the table and said, I brought all these. You just need to start the fire. Looking at the dazzling array of medicinal herbs on the table, Chang'e was speechless. He didn't know how Zhang Xiaohua managed to get them. He could only smile and said, no problem. Although my arm is injured, it's not a problem to boil water. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the door without looking back. He said, Xiaohua, it's better to put your second brother under the quilt. Don't catch a cold. I know. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. She then covered him with the quilt. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu's pale face had a little bit of color. When Chang'e finished boiling the water, the disciple who went out to get the medicinal herbs came back. He set up a pot outside and started boiling the medicinal herbs. Since a disciple came back and Zhang Xiaohua wanted to wash Zhang Xiaohu's body with medicinal herbs, Chang'e naturally couldn't stay any longer. He gave some instructions and left first. Zhang Xiaohua tested the temperature of the water in the wooden barrel and threw different medicinal herbs inside. Not long after, the strong smell of medicinal herbs filled the small courtyard. It was stronger than the medicinal herbs in the pot. TSK, these are medicinal herbs that are decades old or even hundreds of years old. They're actually boiling water for you to bathe. Second brother, if you have too much kidney fluid in the future, second sister-in-law will blame you. Don't sell me out. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and chattered in Zhang Xiaohu's ear. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Xiaohua easily grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder with one hand and took out Chasing Dream with the other. With a wave of her hand, she wanted to peel off Zhang Xiaohu's body. In half a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohu's entire body was peeled off. All of the rotten flesh was removed, revealing new tender flesh. AI, second brother, you didn't see Zhao Jian's death by 1,000 cuts yesterday. It's really similar to yours. Say, why didn't he think that he would end up like this when he was torturing you? Well, that's right. In that case, there are no more hidden marks on your body. AI, this Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts jumped too quickly. Zhang Xiaohu's acupoints were sealed by Zhang Xiaohua, so he couldn't feel any pain. However, he could still feel the small sword cutting his body. Looking at the pieces of rotten flesh being cut off and then looking at Zhang Xiaohua using the small sword to draw on his waist, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but sweat. In his heart he cursed, "You should be more focused. Don't say such useless things. If you make a mistake, even if my kidneys are full, your second sister-in-law won't care about me." After the rotten flesh on Zhang Xiaohu's body was removed, the medicinal soup in the wooden tub was also ready. Zhang Xiaohua lifted her second brother and placed him into the medicinal soup. She smiled and said, "Second brother, I'm going to unseal your acupoints. You must endure the pain. Furthermore, I'm going to put your entire body into the medicinal soup. Hold your breath and only circulate your internal energy. I'll help you absorb the medicinal power in the soup." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua placed her second brother into the medicinal soup and transferred her qi to help Zhang Xiaohu circulate his internal energy to absorb the medicinal power. Zhang Xiaohua said it was simple and easy. However, Zhang Xiaohu suffered greatly. When his acupoints were unsealed, the pain in his body was like a tidal wave crashing into his head. The heat of the medicinal soup magnified the pain by several times. If not for his entire body being soaked in water, even if he screamed, it would only be bubbles. Zhang Xiaohu would have already cried out. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohu was already used to being tortured in the prison. Although the initial pain was unbearable, he slowly got used to it. Furthermore, as he circulated the art of ethereal divination, the pain in his body gradually disappeared. His mind also gradually became clear. It was as if the internal energy flowing through his meridians was the only thing supporting his entire world. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohu felt an explosion in his mind. He woke up from an indescribable state. He only felt that his dantian was lively. Before he could circulate his internal energy to check, he was pulled out of the medicinal soup by Zhang Xiaohua. After that, Zhang Xiaohua sent her second brother back to the eastern hut and used the blood coagulation pill to rub his entire body. At this time, the disciples outside the hut had already finished boiling the medicinal soup. There were 2 full bowls. After Zhang Xiaohua finished feeding him the medicine, she smiled and said, "Second brother, I've already done what I should do. You should sleep well. When you wake up, you'll feel much better." Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and smiled. He tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Xiaohua left the eastern hut and said goodbye to the disciple in the hall. Then she returned to the small courtyard of the pill repository hall. At this time, the small courtyard was still as quiet as before. It was as if no one had ever been there. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the hut and set up a restriction around the hut. Then, she sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to take inventory of her harvest from the Orchid Evening Refinement. Ever since she came out from the Orchid Grand Canyon, she had not been idle. Killing people, treating injuries, and getting promoted were one thing after another. Until today she finally had some free time. The first thing to be checked was the medicinal herbs in the belt. Those were the hard work of hundreds of disciples from the Pill Repository Hall and the Misty Hall. Now Zhang Xiaohua had reaped without sowing. There were many jade boxes in the belt. Zhang Xiaohua could not take them out one by one. She could only immerse her divine sense into the space of the belt and take inventory of them one by one. There were many medicinal herbs in the strange birch forest. The varieties were also complicated. The disciples of the Pill Repository Hall's herb department had picked all kinds of strange herbs. Even though Zhang Xiaohua had read the 100 Herbs Compendium, she still did not recognize about 40% of the herbs. the disciples of the Misty Hall had picked some rare herbs. Although there were not many of them, their value was considerable. This not many was only relative to the pill repository hall. Usually, if she only needed 10% of them, Zhang Xiaohua would be so happy that she could not close her mouth. But at this time she was a little numb. There were also hundreds of bloody wolf tails in the belt, but they were just thrown in a corner of the space. Zhang Xiaohua casually looked at them and did not care. At that time she had just wanted to see how many points she could get for fun. The real use of it was almost useless. Then Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade box from the money bag and carefully removed the restriction on it. As soon as she opened the lid, a desolate, primitive, unruly and somewhat cold aura hit her in the face. It was the black and white fruit. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This unknown black and white fruit was not like this at that time. It was just like a stone. At this time, not only was it quietly suspended in the jade box, but the fruit was also slightly rotating. With the rotation, the aura was emitted wave after wave. But when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense approached the fruit, it immediately slid away when it reached the surface of the black and white fruit. She could not penetrate it at all. What is this thing? What can it be used for? Zhang Xiaohua stared at the black and white fruit in the jade box. Frowning, he searched the Refining the World and the Compendium of Herbs. Unfortunately, there was not a trace of clues. In the end, he could only put the most powerful restriction he knew on the surface of the black and white fruit. He also put the same restriction on the jade box. Then he carefully put it in the money bag. Then Zhang Xiaohua took out the golden lotus seed. This seed was restricted in the magma, but there was no change. Zhang Xiaohua knew that if he wanted it to grow, it must be placed in the underground magma of a deserted island. Only the chi of heaven and earth there could give birth to the mother-child lotus and the colorful lotus seed. After looking at the other things, Zhang Xiaohua took out Little Black and Little Yellow. These two were not even a month old and were still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua took them out of his clothes. They seemed to be not used to it. Their little noses twitched a few times, sniffing, and their little heads shook slightly. The two little things were the size of a palm. Zhang Xiaohua held one in each hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the situation when Huan first saw him. His heart skipped a beat. He placed Little Black on the ground and took out the small vitality stone that he usually used for cultivation. He placed it beside Little Yellow. Although Little Yellow was still sleeping, its nose twitched. Its little pink tongue stuck out slightly. It used its head to push against the vitality stone. Its little claws also reached towards the vitality stone. It seemed to like it very much. Zhang Xiaohua placed the vitality stone on the ground and placed Little Black and Little Yellow on the side. The two little things were actually snuggling up to the vitality stone, as if they were enjoying it. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder these two little things didn't wake up and didn't eat since they were born. It seemed that they also relied on the energy of heaven and earth to survive. They were much more powerful than the four odd beasts. Huan still had to eat grass on a daily basis. Damn Zhang Xiaohua's comparison. The difference was too great. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took out the large vitality stone from his money pouch and dug out two holes with great difficulty. He stuffed Little Black and Little Yellow into the holes. Then he wanted to take back the crouching ox stone. However, no matter how he manipulated his divine sense, he couldn't put the stone and the two little things into his money pouch. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to empty the middle of the two primeval stones and put the two little things inside before putting them into his bosom. And fortunately, it wasn't too conspicuous and wouldn't be mistaken as a woman dressed as a man. Perhaps this would allow Little Black and Little Yellow to wake up sooner. Then Zhang Xiaohua nervously stretched out her left hand and opened it in front of her eyes. The crack on her palm was extremely long and deep. At this moment, it looked like a scar on her left hand that had healed after being cut by a knife. With a thought, the crack opened slightly. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have opened a third eye and looked at herself from another angle. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw him, she was almost about to pick him up. Come. Chapter 730. Zhang Xiaohua opened the silver eye in his hand as if it was his third eye. However, when he used his divine sense to look through the silver eye, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. What Zhang Xiaohua saw was not the handsome and elegant man he had imagined. Cough, cough, not to mention that even the small eyes with the flat nose were gone. What he saw was a blurry crystal skull. The skull was covered with red threads and there was a golden ball in the skull. It was exactly the same as the essence of herbalism in his mud pill palace. This? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What did I see? Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand slightly and looked at the sky again. It was also blurry like chaos. However, he felt that there were layers to it. However, when he looked at it carefully, he could not see anything clearly. In the chaos, there were some things floating around. There were also many small light ribbons that emitted different colors. In short, it was a mess. It was completely different from what he usually saw. When Zhang Xiaohua wanted to look further, a huge wave of fatigue came from his mud pill palace. Zhang Xiaohua quickly closed the silver eye. There was no need to examine it too closely. The divine sense in his mud pill palace had been exhausted and the vital energy in his meridians had been depleted. What is this silver eye? How can it consume so much divine sense and vital energy? What did I see? Crystal bones? But why are there red threads on the bones? The golden ball should be the essence of herbalism surrounded by the golden restriction in his mud pill palace. My goodness, I usually feel it with my divine sense. This I can actually see it directly. This is incredible. Moreover, what I see is different from what I see with my naked eyes. A strange thought suddenly popped up in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Could it be that what the silver eye sees is the real? That what I usually see is just the surface? Delirium. A name popped up in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked by his own thoughts. He looked at the crack on his left hand in fear. Then he turned his palm. The fist-sized silver ball was actually melted into this flat hand. I really don't know how it was hidden. After studying it for a while, he still could not find anything. However, the name of the silver eye was found by Zhang Xiaohua. Delusion Breaker Magic Eye. It sounded very impressive. Fortunately, the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye was melted into the hand. If it was placed on the forehead like the yellow wind, wouldn't I have to change my name? Zhang Xiaohua's heartbeat thought. However, no matter how powerful the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye was, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual power was low now. Just looking at it with his eyes would exhaust his divine sense and true qi. He was not able to activate the magic within it, so it was impossible for him to know what kind of magic the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye had. Then Zhang Xiaohua thought of the small ball that the yellow wind left for Blackie in the money bag. Maybe that small ball didn't consume much true qi? Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. That thing was Blackie's inheritance, and he had no intention of taking it away. After checking the harvest of the valley orchid at dusk, Zhang Xiaohua began to cultivate in peace. Now that she had achieved her goal of entering the fragrant religion and was with her second brother and the disciples of the Misty School, the only goal she pursued was to cultivate the way of immortality. Moreover, it was time for her to calm down and cultivate properly. After many days, Zhang Xiaohua lived a peaceful and fulfilling life of cultivation. At first, Du Feng came every day, but later he slacked off and disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to cultivating, went to change the medicine for her second brother, and also took a bath. And speaking of which, she had to say one more thing. The next day, when she bathed Zhang Xiaohu in the medicinal soup, she saw that some parts of her second brother's body were already scarred. It was very unsightly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately remembered that she still had the stone milk from the cold pond in her money bag. This stone milk was best for removing rotting flesh and whitening the skin. How could she forget? And there was no need to blame Zhang Xiaohua. Anyone who obtained so many good things in the valley would inevitably miss out on some unimportant things. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua added a little bit of heaven stalactite milk into the medicinal soup that Zhang Xiaohu was soaking in. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua was a prodigal. What was this heaven stalactite milk? To put it bluntly, it was the great pill bred by the earth. It was an extremely rare great pill. If it was taken with the corresponding cultivation method, it could either be used to cultivate a special magical ability, or it could increase one's cultivation. Perhaps there would be other surprises. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the method to take it, and didn't have the corresponding cultivation method, but she couldn't be so wasteful. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua added a little bit of heaven stalactite milk into the medicinal soup. Immediately she saw the medicinal soup turn milky white, and the medicinal soup faintly contained rich heaven-earth essence qi. However, this was different from the heaven-earth essence qi that Zhang Xiaohua usually absorbed. It seemed that it couldn't be directly absorbed. Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had suffered a great loss. Therefore, in the next few days, Zhang Xiaohu didn't change the water that he bathed in, and only changed some medicinal herbs occasionally. Of course, The effects of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were different. Zhang Xiaohu's previously uneven scars were not only smoothed out, but the rough old skin had also fallen off and new smooth white skin had grown out. To use some common terms, it would be as smooth as grease and as white as jade. See, Zhang Xiaohua watched second brother come out of the wooden tub and wipe himself dry with a towel. She smacked her lips and said, "Second brother, now I know what people mean by freshly peeled lamb. They say your snow-white flesh, even the female disciples of the ethereal hall would be ashamed if they saw it." Bah! Zhang Xiaohu heard and hurriedly put on his clothes, scolding, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Why do you have so many ideas at such a young age? Let the junior sisters see if I can still stay in the ethereal hall." Zhang Xiaohua said shyly. Then, she stopped after saying one word. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "Why did you stop?" "Better not, or you will scold me again." Zhang Xiaohu scolded with a smile, "Since you know, it's better not to say it." At this time, someone shouted in the courtyard outside. Zhang Xiaohu responded, put on his clothes and went out. It was Chang'e and Qinshin outside. When Qinshin saw Zhang Xiaohu, she was obviously stunned. She pointed at his face as if there were flowers growing on it and said, "Senior brother, why are you so white? I haven't seen you for a few days and you have changed completely?" Then she turned to look at Chang'e, clapping her hands and saying, "Senior brother, you are even whiter than sister Chang'e." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently saw the faint smile on Zhang Xiaohua's face. She immediately knew what this guy didn't say just now. Suddenly her face was burning. Chang'e didn't understand what was going on. She had been here every day for the past few days, so naturally she couldn't see the change in Zhang Xiaohu. She complained, "Qinshin, what are you talking about?" When she saw Zhang Xiaohu's appearance, she was scared and hurried to support him. She asked with concern, "Xiaohu, why is your face so red? Was the water too hot?" "Xiaohua, come and see what happened to your second brother." Zhang Xiaohua said lazily, "Second brother is sweating too much. Second sister Chang'e, you'd better help him to the room quickly and drink more herbal tea." "Well, okay." Chang'e carefully supported Zhang Xiaohu. Her hands and shoulders leaned on Zhang Xiaohu's body, so Zhang Xiaohu's face became redder. Seeing Chang'e supporting Zhang Xiaohu into the room, Qinshin was very surprised and asked in a low voice, "Zhang Xiaohua, how did you treat senior brother? Not only is his injury healed but his face." Then she touched her very smooth round face and said bitterly, "Alas, I have been in the dungeon all this time and there are a lot of bumps on my face. I can't go down no matter how hard I try. Can you help me think of a way?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then she rolled her eyes and said in a low voice, "Wait a moment." After he finished speaking, he ran in like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, he came out with a jade bottle in his hand and stuffed it into Qinshin's hand. He lowered his voice and said, "Junior sister, I don't usually tell her. This is my exclusive secret recipe. Every morning and night, use the contents of this jade bottle to rub on your face. Every hour wash it off with water. I guarantee that after a few days the lumps on your face will disappear." "Really?" Qinshin was so happy that she almost jumped up. She carefully opened it and sure enough, a fragrance floated out of the jade bottle. "Put it away quickly. Don't tell anyone. I don't have many precious things like this." "If Sister Chang'e sees it, you won't have a share. This good thing should be shared with Sister Chang'e." Zhang Xiaohua stared at her fiercely and said, "Don't you see that Sister Chang'e's face is so smooth that even a fly will slide off it? Does she need it?" Qinshin laughed and said, "That's right." Immediately, she hid the jade bottle in her arms. "What are you talking about? Come in quickly." Chang'e stuck her head out of the hall and shouted. Zhang Xiaohua winked at Qinshin and quickly ran in. Qinshin smiled and followed her. In the east room, Zhang Xiaohu was still sitting under the quilt. Although the treatment for several days was effective, he still couldn't fully recover. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Qinshin come in happily, Zhang Xiaohu asked, "What's wrong? What's so funny?" Qinshin shook his head with a smile, but Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Second brother, how do you feel about your injury now?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand and said, "Very good," and, before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Well, second brother, there's something I want to tell you. Besides, Sister Chang'e and Qinshin are both here. It's the right time." Chang'e just entered the room and asked curiously, "What's the matter? You not only want Xiaohu to recover, but also want me and Chin Chin to listen to it together? Chapter 731. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua told the three of them about the conversation between Yang Rupiang and Aunt Qin that night in the Misty Hall. Finally she smiled and said, I won't hide it from second brother and elder sister Chang'e. If Hall Master Qin didn't tell Hall Master Yang that she suspected my identity, I would never tell you. Chang'e glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and said to Zhang Xiaohua seriously, Xiaohua, my master has deep feelings for the Misty School. Her only wish now is to revive the Misty School. But according to the hierarch's intention and the current situation, this is simply impossible. In the past, there was Deputy Hall Master Zhong in the Misty Hall. He supported Zhao Jian and wanted to win over some of the disciples of the Misty School. Now that Deputy Hall Master Zhong has returned to the Lingering Fragrance Peak and Zhao Jian has been killed, those disloyal disciples have no idea for the time being. Looking at the hierarch's grace to Xiaohu, I think Hall Master and Master's analysis is very correct. The fragrance cult wants to take advantage of Xiaohu's late entry and shallow feelings for the Misty School and his identity as a direct disciple. They want to train him well and use him to restrain Hall Master Yang. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, When I was in the future, I met a disciple of the Misty School and heard him talk about the destruction of the Misty School. At that time, the hierarch seemed to have promised Hall Master Yang that she would be in charge of the Misty Hall. How can there be so many restraints now? If you don't want her to be the hierarch, just let her abdicate. Why go through so much trouble? Moreover, if second brother wants to be a disciple of the Misty Hall, just let him be. Anyway, in the Shixin Peak, who dares to say no? Zhang Xiaohu and the other two were also puzzled. They could only say, how can we understand the hierarch's thoughts? The only thing we can do is to fight for more benefits for ourselves when we are other people's pawns. Chin Chin looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, But since Master has found some clues, even if he doesn't ask now, I guess he will ask me and senior sister to investigate it sooner or later. Zhang Xiaohua, do you think we should tell Master? Say it, why don't you say it? Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. In any case, I'll be here for a few more years, so it would be more convenient to explain things clearly. However, I think it's best to only let those who knew me know about this. Hall Master Yang and the others should keep it a secret. All right. Chin Chin didn't quite understand what Zhang Xiaohua meant by convenience. However, since she didn't hide it from her master, she was satisfied. As for Hall Leader Yang, she didn't have to be responsible for her, did she? That's right, Xiaohua. Can you tell us in detail about Ancestor Hu and the others that you mentioned in the Yulon Grand Canyon? I want to tell Master. Chang'e asked. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, I just happened to meet them. I only heard a little about it. Moreover, the Misty School is being chased by 3 families. They don't know my identity, so it's impossible to talk about it in detail. It's not bad to say so much. If Hall Master Qin asks me, then I'll tell him. Otherwise, I think it's better to hide it. You can't tell the source of the information. Of course we know this. However, what Master said makes sense. Xiaohu's martial arts are not as good as mine. The credit in the canyon is mine. Hehe, if it weren't for Xiaohua, how could I hide it from Master? Chang'e smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. You have the nerve to say that. What credit do you have? If I didn't have such a good brother, wouldn't you all be buried in the belly of the wolves? Zhang Xiaohu stared at Chang'e angrily. Oh, by the way, Sister Chang'e, your arm seems to be a lot better recently? Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother was about to praise her and very gracefully changed the topic. And that's right. When Chang'e heard Zhang Xiaohua ask about her injury, she immediately praised, Your bone-solidifying pill is really magical. How long has it been? I feel that in a few days the splint can be removed. It's so magical? Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. Come, Sister Chang'e, let me see. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chin Chin couldn't help but ask, Zhang Xiaohua, don't you know the effect of your own medicinal pill? This. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, It's the first time I've used it, Bang. The 3 of them almost fell to the ground. She dared to let others take the medicinal pill that she hadn't used before, and she really did. When Zhang Xiaohua checked Chang'e's injured arm, he couldn't help but ponder. The effect of this bone-solidifying pill was really amazing. Chang'e's broken bones had already healed. After a while he would be able to move freely. This? It seemed that what she said when she gave the prescription was true. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohu, since Sister Changa's bones will heal soon, you don't have to worry about yourself. Although your bones were seriously injured and were broken by the law enforcement disciples, with the treatment of the bone solidifying pill, they will recover after a while. It should be much faster than the injury on my left hand. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was moved and asked, then, if the joints of the bones are broken, can the bone solidifying pill be used to treat them? It should be possible. Anyway, it's just to treat the bones. Zhang Xiaohua answered casually. Zhang Xiaohua's casual answer was like a gospel in the ears of Zhang Xiaohu and the other two. They said with a trembling voice, are you sure, Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, who knows? It's the first time I've used it on Sister Changa, and the second time for second brother, but I think it's 60% sure. The three of them were a little disappointed, but they all looked at each other and didn't say anything. They chatted for a while and guessed who would be sent to Shixin Peak as the deputy hall chief after Lingxiang Peak returned. When the four of them unanimously confirmed that Qin Qin would definitely not be sent, Changa and Qin Qin smiled and said goodbye to each other. After Changa left, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said mysteriously, Xiaohua, I have something to tell you. Go and see if there's anyone in the yard and then close the door. Seeing that her second brother was so cautious, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, second brother, you don't want to go to Xiangism, do you? In fact, even if you go, I won't stop you. Bah. Zhang Xiaohu spat and said, I was born in Misty School and I'll die in Misty School. Although I'm in Shixin Peak now, my heart is in ethereal heights. I'm kidding. Seeing that her second brother was really angry, Zhang Xiaohua quickly apologized, and then went to the yard to check with divine sense. After locking the door, she returned to the room and said seriously, say it, second brother. If you elope with second sister-in-law, I'll definitely help you. You. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Can you not be so active? Zhang Xiaohua had a bitter expression on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. Second brother, I'm still young. I can't compare to you. If I'm older, wouldn't I age faster? Okay. Zhang Xiaohu also begged for mercy, you're right. Then he still looked out of the window worriedly and said, is there really no one outside? No. What about behind the house? I just checked. I can guarantee that there's not even a female fly within 2 feet of the yard. Then Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, second brother, what's the big secret? Tell me quickly. I'm still looking forward to being scared by your secret. This time Zhang Xiaohu did not laugh and said seriously, it's like this, Xiaohua. On the first day when I was sent to the dungeon by Vice Hall Master Zhong, that Zhao Jian came to the dungeon alone at night. This bastard. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, this bastard is too evil. Second brother, you've been wronged. Are you in pain? Zhang Xiaohu did not understand and said, it's not painful? My acupoints are all sealed so I don't feel much pain. That's good. Zhang Xiaohua felt lucky and said, you didn't tell second sister-in-law about this, right? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, no, this is a serious matter. I can only tell you. I don't dare to tell anyone. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, that's right. Only I, as your brother, can keep this a secret for you. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohu said curiously, I don't think I told you what happened. This. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, we're all humans. What's so hard to guess? But Zhang Xiaohu spat and said angrily, I'm talking about Zhao Jian's palm on my dantian and crippled my cultivation. Oh, I know, this bastard is so useless. What? Zhang Xiaohua just understood and jumped up and shouted, this bastard is too despicable. He actually crippled your inner strength. Second brother, do you know where Zhao Jian is buried? Let's dig him out and grind his bones to dust. But Zhang Xiaohu tugged at Zhang Xiaohua and said, but I realize that my dantian is perfectly fine. This inner energy of the divine misty art, I've cultivated a lot these days. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be dumbfounded. She stared at Zhang Xiaohu and said, second brother, can you not joke with me like this? If you don't believe me, take a look. Zhang Xiaohu extended his hand in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua really did not believe it. She circulated her true qi into Zhang Xiaohu's meridians and immediately knew that her second brother was right. The dantian was indeed intact. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua did not believe it. Did Zhao Jian show mercy? How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and said, didn't he just want to cripple me? How could he show mercy or be negligent? I remember that I even used my inner strength to check. Then what happened? After that, my meridians were sealed and I couldn't check them. When Lord Qinshin used his internal energy to check my meridians, I realized that something was wrong. He actually said that I had lost all my internal energy but didn't mention that my dantian was broken. These few days I've been slowly cultivating my inner strength. Only then did I realize that it was indeed the case. That's why I told you. I see. Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Then she channeled her true qi into Zhang Xiaohu's dantian and carefully examined it. What's this? Zhang Xiaohua asked in astonishment. Chapter 732. Zhang Xiaohua sent a wisp of true energy to check Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, there was nothing strange about her second brother's dantian. It was completely intact but it felt very small. Compared to her own dantian, it was simply a small puddle. Thus she couldn't help but mock, second brother, your dantian is too small. That's not right. What's going on here? She saw that a certain part of Zhang Xiaohu's dantian was clearly much thinner than the other parts, and in this part of the dantian, the unrefined medicinal power of the meridian-nourishing pill was obviously more. After seeing it clearly, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, second brother is indeed a fool's fortune. Even if you were schemed against by Zhao Jian, he didn't succeed. Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. Zhao Jian has already checked. How could he be negligent? It's like this second brother. Back then, Zhao Jian had indeed destroyed your dantian and destroyed your cultivation. Even the ethereal divine art that you originally cultivated, as well as the cultivation that I used to increase my cultivation, had all dissipated. When Zhao Jian checked, he also saw that you did not have the slightest bit of internal energy. However, he never thought that you had taken the meridian-nourishing pill before. This meridian-nourishing pill, as its name implies, nourishes and improves the meridians. At that time, when I helped second brother refine the medicinal power, I also used it in the dantian, and a lot of the residual medicinal power was left in the dantian. And after your dantian was broken, the medicinal power of this meridian-nourishing pill was actually able to repair your dantian. Ah, second brother, I have to say that your character is not bad. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and said, even I didn't expect that the meridian-nourishing pill could actually repair the dantian? Oh right, of course, when Qinshin checked your dantian, the medicinal power of the meridian-nourishing pill had already repaired your dantian, so she said that there was no problem with your meridians. Moreover, didn't she also want to refine your internal energy? That was because it had already dissipated. Your major acupoints had been sealed and you didn't have time to cultivate. Naturally, there was nothing left. Only the little bit of medicinal effect of the meridian-nourishing pill in your dantian was seen as the medicinal effect of the cinnabar fruit. And when it reaches my dantian, it's all ordinary medicinal power. If I don't experience it myself, I won't be able to tell what kind of medicinal power it is. Your dantian is fine. I've been soaking you in medicinal soup these past few days. The spirit herbs used in those medicinal soups are all many years old. With the addition of the sky stalactite milk, second brother, you only need to cultivate a little. Wouldn't these few years of inner strength be as easy as pie? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes shone with excitement. He didn't thank Zhang Xiaohua first, nor did he ask how he could cultivate better. Instead, he asked with a trembling voice, Xiaohua, this so-called meridian-soothing pill of yours, how many more do you have? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, not many. Let me count. She counted with her fingers for a long time and said, there are a total of 18 pills. For you, Sister Chang'e and Qinshin each ate one. There should be 15 pills left. What's wrong? Second brother. This. Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious and said, Xiaohua, this medicinal pill is so magical. I think it must be extremely precious. Can you give me some? I don't need many. 5 pills? If there are more, 3 pills will do. If not, 1 pill will do. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't speak clearly. His eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua full of desire. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, are you crazy, second brother? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He saw Zhang Xiaohua take out a jade bottle from her arms and throw it to Zhang Xiaohu casually, saying, you just want some meridian-soothing pills. You said so much to me. You are so polite that I have goosebumps all over my body. Well, these 15 pills are all for you. You can eat them all. However, it seems that only the first pill is useful for improving cultivation. I don't know what effect it will have on the meridians and dantian. But if you eat more it may be able to strengthen your sex drive. Zhang Xiaohu caught the jade bottle containing the meridian-soothing pills in a hurry. He rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and ignored her ridicule. He opened it and said, "It seems that there are not enough for 15 pills. It seems that I gave one to someone. I don't remember." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. "Gosh." Zhang Xiaohu said, "You don't even know the number of such precious pills? Alas, if I had known this I wouldn't have let Chang'e and Qinshin take them." "Oh, second brother, you are so selfish. Do you want to surpass second sister-in-law in martial arts and dominate the family?" Then he said mysteriously, "You don't have to worry about this. I have specially prepared it for you. When the time is right I will give you a surprise. I promise that second sister-in-law will never be able to catch up with you in this lifetime." Zhang Xiaohu didn't listen to her nonsense. He carefully put the jade bottle in his arms and pinched it uneasily, saying, "These pills are not enough." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Didn't you just say that one pill would do? Why now?" "Oh, second brother, I forgot." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She patted her forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of it? Didn't Hero Wen's dantian also break and his decades of internal energy dissipated? If he uses this pulse-nourishing pill, won't he be able to repair his dantian?" Then he frowned and said, "But second brother, your situation is different from theirs. You took the meridian-nourishing pill first and your dantian has medicinal power. When Zhao Jin broke your dantian, the meridian-nourishing pill was able to repair it. But Hero Wen has already lost his internal energy for so many years, he might not succeed." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "We have to try. It's better to have hope than despair." "That might not be the case. If there's hope, then it's better to be defeated by it." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. Zhang Xiaohu didn't reply. He knew that he couldn't give up this chance to repair his master's dantian. Even if he failed he could still do something for his master. Then Zhang Xiaohu probed again, "Xiaohua, do you still have that bone coagulation pill?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and she smiled. "Second brother's idea reminded me. Since the pulse-nourishing pill can repair the dantian, then can the bone coagulation pill be able to repair the joints? I was wondering why you guys kept asking me about the effects of the bone coagulation pill. It seems like you guys are also thinking about the martial uncles and martial uncles of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "You saw my master in the Misty Hall. You also know how High Master's martial arts were back in Lu Town. But now he is no different from a strong man. He doesn't say it, but how can I not know the pain in his heart? It's a pity that you only have a few pills." Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and patted her chest. "I thought second brother was regretting something. With only your brother here, wouldn't you be able to get as many pills as you want?" "What?" Zhang Xiaohu suddenly wanted to lift the quilt and get off the bed. "Did you really refine it yourself?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly held him down. "Don't move, second brother. Don't worry, speak slowly. Even if you lie on the bed I can still hear your surprise. You don't have to walk to the ground to express it." Zhang Xiaohu was held down by Zhang Xiaohua and couldn't move. He was surprised. Zhang Xiaohua's strength is getting stronger and stronger. "Didn't I tell you in the Yulon Grand Canyon that I refined it myself? Do you think it was given by the inner disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak?" Zhang Xiaohu said embarrassedly, "That's not it. You said you were in the pill opening hall. We all know that the pill opening hall refines pills. You must have taken it from the pill opening hall." Zhang Xiaohua wiped her forehead and said, "It would be great if the pill opening hall had such good pills. And it's no wonder that your pills were given by the disciples on duty of the pill opening hall. It's normal for you to think so." However, Zhang Xiaohu's expression immediately darkened as he said, "It's a pity that although there were some alchemy rooms on Shishing Peak, the alchemy furnaces in those alchemy rooms had already been removed by the fragrant cult when we arrived. It turns out that even if the alchemy hall's disciples wanted to refine pills, they couldn't. So." Zhang Xiaohua still looked unfathomable and said with a smile, "Second brother, you don't have to worry about this. When you recover just find me a pill room. You don't have to worry about other things. Oh, by the way, your Misty Hall has to provide herbs." Zhang Xiaohu realized and said, "Of course, where did you get the herbs?" Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy and then said, "Be careful to keep it a secret. Don't catch Chin Chin and take him to the lingering fragrance peak without giving you many pills. Chin Chin? Zhang Xiaohu showed a strange smile on his face. I heard from our Chin Chin that you seem to know Chin Chin and have a good relationship with him. When he left, he pulled you aside and whispered to you. This Chin Chin's figure is good and his voice is nice. But how old is he? How does he look? Sweat, Zhang Xiaohua sweated. Second brother, when did you become so gossipy? Alas, Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. It's normal for young people to fall in love. This Chin Chin's identity is good. Stop. Zhang Xiaohua, who had always laughed at Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, now also tasted the taste of being laughed at. If there was such a thing, it would be fine, but who was Chin Chin? He was an inner disciple. How could he care about her? Being laughed at by second brother like this, there was no meaning in getting any pills. By the way, second brother, you just said about the pharmacy hall. Where's Captain He? Zhang Xiaohua quickly changed the topic and said, I remember asking you in the Yulon Grand Canyon. You just said it was okay but didn't tell me the details. I've been here for several days and haven't seen him. Where is he? This. Zhang Xiaohu was a little speechless. He knew He Tianshu's position in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, so he didn't want to tell her about He Tianshu's situation. He thought that he could gloss it over, but he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would chase him to Shixin Peak by accident. It seemed unrealistic if he didn't say it. So, Zhang Xiaohu cleared his throat and said, Xiaohua, martial uncle, his situation is very bad. Chapter 733. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohua asked anxiously, Captain He? What happened to him? Is it possible that he's no longer alive? Zhang Xiaohua told her the worst-case scenario. That's not it. It's just that. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly explained, it's just that his meridians are all broken, his dantian is damaged, and all the bones in his body are broken. He's no different from a cripple. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, so that's how it is. As long as he's still alive, it's good. But then she asked curiously, Captain, he is a disciple of the pharmacy hall. Even if he's a disciple, his martial arts should be slightly better. How could he be so ruthless when the Misty School was destroyed? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. Uncle, his injury was not in the Misty Heights. He was only slightly injured at that time. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled, but her eyes were fierce. That is to say, Captain, he was injured at Shixin Peak? Then, second brother, who did this? Zhang Xiaohua did not ask what the reason was, but directly asked who it was. Who else could it be? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. It's the same person who tortured me. Zhongpei. Zhang Xiaohua said coldly, this guy's character seems to be very bad. He always comes out of my mouth. It seems that I have to give him some unforgettable memories. Zhang Xiaohu did not say anything this time. On one hand, he knew how his younger brother's martial arts were. He was someone who did not even put the blood wolves in his eyes. Why would he be afraid of a mere Zhongpei? On the other hand, Zhongpei had returned to Lingxiang Peak. Where could he find him? Breaking into Lingxiang Peak? Oh dear, it was better to wash his face with cold water. No disciple of the Chuanxiang cult would have such a ridiculous idea. He would let Zhang Xiaohua have her way. Then Zhang Xiaohu explained, Xiaohua, do you remember the medicinal field in Huanxi Villa? Of course, that's where I fought. How could I not remember? Well, since you remember, you should also know about the few fields that have not sprouted, right? Of course, Captain He and the others went to those medicinal fields that didn't germinate. Zhang Xiaohu said disappointedly, that's where the problem lies. If those medicinal fields didn't germinate, it would be fine. But when you came to our Misty Mountain Villa to participate in the martial arts exhibition, these medicinal fields that had never germinated actually germinated. Zhang Xiaohua was still somewhat at a loss and said, this is a good thing. Doesn't Manor Lord O want these medicinal fields to germinate? He was the clearest about the reason why the herbs had sprouted. However, after the martial arts exhibition, he had returned to the Guizhuang house with Zhang Xiaohu. Many things had happened after that, so he had long forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. If the three sects hadn't besieged the Misty School and destroyed the Misty School, perhaps this would have been a good thing. That day, the disciples of the fragrant religion entered Huanxi Villa and searched the entire villa. It seemed like they were looking for some kind of secret martial arts book. However, they were careless. This medicinal field was indeed seen by an inner disciple who had been a vice hall master of the Pill Expansion Hall. He immediately recognized that it was a type of medicinal plant that he didn't recognize. Thus he was cautious and picked some back. When he returned to the fragrant religion and inquired, it was even more amazing. This medicinal plant was actually planted by the fragrant religion a long time ago, but it didn't germinate. Thus, the inner disciple reported the situation to the sect leader. The sect leader seemed to attach great importance to this matter and handed it over to Zhong Pei to handle. Originally, martial uncle, he was an unknown figure in the medicine hall. Almost no one knew what was going on. However, at this time, someone wanted to get close to Zhong Pei, so he mentioned martial uncle he. Who is this person? Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and asked. Who else could it be? You know this person too. Isn't he from the medicine hall? Chang? Deacon Chang? Yes, that's him. Chang Biao, that arrogant guy. Where is he now? Zhang Xiaohua asked indifferently. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was filled with mockery as he said, he wanted to gain merit and use martial uncle he to exchange for his future. However, he forgot that he was also a deacon of the medicine hall and knew more than martial uncle he. Martial uncle he was only sent to Huanxi Villa because he was ostracized. Chang Biao was a popular figure in the medicine hall. When martial uncle he was captured by Zhong Pei, he didn't say a word no matter how they tortured him. Zhong Pei, who was also eager to gain merit, also sent Chang Biao to the dungeon. I heard that when the law enforcement disciples interrogated martial uncle he, they held back a few tricks, afraid that he would lose his life. The reason for the medicinal plant's germination was that it was lost. However, they didn't show any mercy to Chang Biao and the others. They actually beat them to death. Serves them right. Zhang Xiaohua snorted and scolded, this is the most suitable ending for such people. Then she asked with concern, what about Captain He? Alas, didn't we just tell you what happened to martial uncle he? Later, Zhong Pei was also ruthless. Under the premise of keeping martial uncle he alive, he used everything he could. Now, martial uncle he's living a life worse than death. Zhong Pei is really ruthless. In fact, Captain he doesn't know why the medicinal plant germinated. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely. He wanted to ask her, martial uncle he doesn't know. Do you know? However, it would be best if he didn't know about this matter. There was no need for him to ask. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that when he saw the medicinal plant that didn't germinate on Tianmu Peak, he had asked Bai Huan about it. Bai Huan said that it had just been planted a few years ago. At this time it was related to He Tianshu's matter. Wasn't it something that happened at that time? The fragrance cult had planted it before, but it didn't germinate, so they stopped planting it. However, when they searched Huanxi Mountain Villa, they found that the medicinal plant of the Misty School had actually survived. They couldn't find fault with O Yen, so they could only look at He Tianshu. After all, he was the leader of the medicinal plant planting team. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua should have been mentioned at that time. However, he had been there for such a long time, so he must have been ignored. But who would have thought that this guy was the key to the medicinal plant's germination? When the pill-spreading hall saw that the medicinal plant of the Misty School could be planted, of course they also wanted to try. Therefore, several medicinal plants that didn't germinate appeared on the peak of Tianmu Peak, just like Huanxi Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, without Zhang Xiaohua, these medicinal plants still wouldn't germinate after 4 or 5 years. I really have an affinity with these medicinal plants that don't germinate. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. However, he immediately remembered that he still had a seed on Tianmu Peak for experiment. When he left, there were no signs of germination. It had been a long time since he had taken care of it, so it was probably still the same. Well, when there's a chance, I'll just destroy it. Who knows what will happen? After listening to Zhang Xiaohu's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty. After all, if he hadn't attracted the lightning, the seeds of the medicinal plants wouldn't have germinated. If they wouldn't have germinated, He Tianshu would have been fine. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua asked, then, where does Leader He live now? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu told her where He Tianshu lived. He then reminded her, Master's junior uncle He's situation is very bad. It's better not to visit him. It will also cause misunderstandings. Oh, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I'm now a disciple on duty at Pill Expanding Hall. If I visit him rashly, the people from Ethereal Hall will inevitably think that I'm going to interrogate him. Well, I don't care. But they will hate me in the future. Then, after thinking for a while, she said, Second brother, give me one pulse-nourishing pill, first. What? Zhang Xiaohu didn't agree. You gave it to me. Look at how stingy you are. I'll return you 10 pills tomorrow. I can give it to you. But you have to tell me what you're going to use it for. What use? Of course it's for Leader He. I don't use it myself. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, That's right. Actually, among these 15 pills, I've left one for Master's junior uncle He. He was so good to you in the past. How could I forget him? What about the others? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and asked. Alas, my master and Master's Dantian were all broken. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and said, You know Master's junior uncle Shui, Master's junior uncle Lu, and many others. Miss Shuiqing, Miss Shui, Master Lu Mingyue? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. They were all people who had helped him before. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nodding silently, Zhang Xiaohua said, Second brother, let me handle this. If it weren't for them, we would still be farming in the Guizhuang house. Maybe we would have been beaten to death by the bullies in Lu Town. I must save them. But Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, You can't tell them that I saved them. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, Then how are you going to save them? Second brother, you don't have to worry about that. Just tell them that you can save them and take them to a secluded place. I'll do it. Zhang Xiaohu was also a smart person. He nodded and said, That's good. It'll be easier to do things if you keep your identity a secret. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew that her second brother had misunderstood. She couldn't help but smile and say, Second brother, actually, I didn't have any thoughts before. However, after hearing what Hall Master Yang and Aunt Qin said that night, I had a feeling. What? Since the leader of the fragrance cult wants to rope you in, why don't you go with the flow? You're a direct disciple of the Misty School. This time you've made a great contribution. Your status in the hearts of the ordinary disciples has greatly increased. If you can heal the injuries of the older generation's martial uncles, do you think they won't be grateful to you? Can't they push you to the front? Zhang Xiaohu's heart was moved. He was very tempted, but then he asked tentatively, But doesn't the Misty Hall still have Hall Master Yang? Second brother, didn't you hear what I said? Hall Master Yang isn't very willing to be the Hall Master. Or rather, she's willing to be the Hall Master in name and protect the disciples of the Misty School. If the disciples of the Misty School grow up, she may let go. This matter is a bit serious. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. I have to think about it carefully. Chapter 734. As the ancient saying goes, the times create heroes. In this world, all heroes were able to walk in front of the crowd because of coincidences and opportunities. From there, they revealed their talents and achieved great feats. Heroes were also very easy to take advantage of the times and were good at using everything that was beneficial to them. Just like how fire borrowed the power of wind, and wind borrowed the power of fire, they complemented each other. Zhang Xiaohu naturally had such a desire. When he first entered the Misty School, he was criticized by others because he wanted to achieve something to prove that he was indeed stronger than others and worthy of his identity as a direct disciple. However, his starting point was too low. He couldn't practice martial arts and was always behind the other disciples. When the Misty School was destroyed, he followed them to Shixing Peak. His status as a direct disciple was even more awkward. His teachers in the Misty School should be his backing, but now they were all crippled. To put it bluntly, they were struggling at death's door. They were pawns that the incense cult used to stabilize the disciples of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu instantly became a rootless duckweed. Zhong Pei, the representative of the incense cult in the Misty Hall, had set up Zhao Jian as a benchmark to deal with the direct disciples of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu was always suppressed by Zhao Jian. In the current situation, the incense cult changed their strategy and wanted to support Zhang Xiaohu, a direct disciple who didn't seem to have a deep relationship with the Misty School. Secondly, with the support of Zhang Xiaohua's elixir, Zhang Xiaohu should be able to stand out in terms of internal strength and become the most outstanding disciple of the second generation. Thirdly, if Zhang Xiaohu saved Wen Wenhai, Shuiqing, Lu Mingyue and the others, Zhang Xiaohu's backing would be very solid. Although their martial arts had recovered and they should be strong candidates to compete for the position of Misty Hall's Hall Master, Zhang Xiaohu was not only their direct disciple, but also their savior. No one would compete with Zhang Xiaohu for this position. These three aspects of the situation were extremely advantageous to Zhang Xiaohu. They could all create a hero like Zhang Xiaohu. Just as Zhang Xiaolong said when he married Lu Qin, just wait for the opportunity to meet, and the hidden dragon will soar to the sky. At this time, it was a good opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu, who had been dormant in the Misty School for several years, to soar to the sky in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, how could Zhang Xiaohu not feel a rush of excitement? It's just. Zhang Xiaohu was a little worried. Now that I have cultivated the internal strength of the ethereal divine art, there is internal strength in my Dantian that is different from the plain mental cultivation method. Can I still cultivate the plain mental cultivation method? If I can't, why did the hierarch choose me? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, leave this to me. Since the previous disciples of the incense peak can cultivate it, I think I can help you. If I can't, I will help you dissolve the internal strength of the ethereal divine art. That should be enough. And that's the only way. Then, should I still cultivate the ethereal divine art in the next few days? Let's take a look at the plain mental cultivation method first. If you cultivate too much of the ethereal divine art, you may not be able to cultivate it at the same time as the plain mental cultivation method. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Then Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, second brother, it's better to give those few pulse-nourishing pills to me. You don't know how to use them anyway. I know. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohu reluctantly returned the jade bottle to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua tucked it into his bosom and said, don't feel bad about it. Once I've healed Captain He, Hero Wen, and the others, help me find a pill room and I'll refine it for you. A pill room is not easy. There are many on Shishing Peak, but they are all abandoned. When my body is a little better, I will take you to choose. By the way, second brother, I want to ask again. Do Manor Lord Oyanu and Sister Chiu Tong live nearby? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, the people of Huanxi Mountain Villa are on the other side of Shishing Peak. The security is very tight. It is inconvenient for the disciples of Misty Hall to go there. I think you should wait. Are they all right? There is no bad news. They should be fine. And well, second brother, you rest first and look at the plain mental cultivation method. But don't cultivate it first. I will go and see Captain He. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua walking to the door, he suddenly asked, Xiaohua, do you think this pulse-nourishing pill can really strengthen the yang energy? Bang. Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground and said helplessly, maybe. Then, you refine more for me. Zhang Xiaohu ordered Zhang Xiaohua without hesitation. Tianshu lived in a very remote place. It was a corner of a group of houses. There were many trees, flowers, and even a pond planted with lotus leaves and other things. Zhang Xiaohua found this place with great difficulty according to second brother's description. Seeing that there was no one around, she jumped on the wall and poked her head out to look carefully. This courtyard was different from Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard. It was not a small courtyard. Not only was it connected to other courtyards by walls, but there was also a row of houses in the courtyard. At this time, under a big willow tree in the courtyard, a person was lying lazily on a couch, squinting his eyes and basking in the warm sunlight. Wasn't this the He Tianshu that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see? Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu from afar, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. He Tianshu should be in his 30s and was in the prime of his life. However, his hair was already white and there were many scars on his face. Not only did he look ferocious, but at first glance he looked like a man in his 40s or 50s. His appearance when Zhang Xiaohua first met him was long gone. This was Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts teacher. Seeing He Tianshu so dispirited, how could he feel good in his heart? At this time, one of the houses in the row was pushed open. A young disciple walked out and saw He Tianshu under the willow tree. He walked over quietly and asked softly, Senior Uncle He, this disciple is going to eat. Do you still want to eat? He Tianshu heard that and opened his eyes. He said weakly, no need. You can eat by yourself. I'm not hungry. After saying that, he covered his face with his sleeves as if he was afraid of the glare of the sun. He continued to sleep. The disciple was in a difficult position. Senior Uncle He, you should eat a little too. You only drink a little water and eat a little food these few days. This disciple was sent to take care of you. If you continue like this, how can your body take it? This disciple can't report back. Why are you so noisy? If I say I'm not eating, then I'm not eating. If I die, then you won't have to do these things. He Tianshu threw a tantrum for no reason. The disciple seemed to be used to it and didn't retort. He cupped his hands and left with a sigh. After the disciple left the courtyard, He Tianshu let out a long sigh. Something sparkled at the corner of his closed eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. Just as she was about to go down, she saw He Tianshu struggling to get up from the couch. His arms were also struggling to hold onto the chair. However, when she saw that his sleeves were soft, Zhang Xiaohua knew that He Tianshu's joints were crushed and he couldn't use any strength. Sure enough, after a long time of effort, He Tianshu couldn't even sit up from the chair, let alone stand on the ground. When He Tianshu slumped down and hit the chair with all his strength, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the wall and slowly walked to He Tianshu's back. If it was in the past, He Tianshu would have heard Zhang Xiaohua's footsteps if she didn't hide her voice. But now, even when Zhang Xiaohua walked to his back, he still didn't feel anything. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua also sighed. She pointed her finger and pressed on He Tianshu's acupuncture point. When He Tianshu closed his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua transferred a strand of true qi into his meridians and carefully examined them. Sure enough, He Tianshu's meridians seemed to have been attacked by a strong internal force and were torn apart. Many parts of his meridians were broken and seriously damaged. When she checked his dantian, it was the same. There was a big hole. After checking his meridians and dantian, Zhang Xiaohua placed her finger on his pulse and carefully checked his pulse. Her face unconsciously showed some worry. He Tianshu's internal organs were seriously injured. For many years they hadn't been treated in time. It had been delayed for a long time. If they were to treat it now, it would be much more difficult. She didn't know if the Yuandan pill would work. Then Zhang Xiaohua started from his arm. She used her hand to pinch it bit by bit and checked all the bones in his body. This time the anger on her face was even stronger. Just as Zhang Xiaohu said, all the joints in He Tianshu's body were crushed. Moreover, many parts of his body were already deformed. It was obvious how terrible the torture he had suffered was. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua hated Zhong Pei. Now that she saw He Tianshu's condition, the hatred in her heart grew. If that bastard were to appear again, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't hesitate to crush his throat. The bone-solidifying pill could heal He Tianshu's broken bones. However, because it had been a long time, some parts of his body would have to be broken again. The injuries to his meridians and dantian were also old. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if the meridian-nourishing pill would be able to heal him. The most uncertain thing was He Tianshu's internal injuries. The Yuandan pill from Chuanxiang cult wasn't too reliable. It seemed like the most important thing now was to refine a cauldron of Yuandan pill. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua secretly treating He Tianshu's injuries wasn't the best method. Since she wanted to help her second brother gain popularity, she might as well let him do it. Therefore, the most important thing now was to make preparations. Hearing footsteps outside the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua quickly extended her hand and unsealed He Tianshu's acupoints. Then she quickly burrowed into the ground. The courtyard door was pushed open, and the person who came in was the disciple from before. The disciple saw that He Tianshu was lying there motionless, so he walked into his room. After taking another glance at He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and left the courtyard, heading straight for Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua return, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. "You've already seen Martial Uncle He?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's face, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Martial Uncle He's not in a good condition, is he? Did he recognize you?" Chapter 735. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I didn't let him see it. I just checked it secretly." "How is it? Are you sure?" Zhang Xiaohu asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. "No, I can only try. Besides, I think the Yuandan pill may not be useful. I have to refine some quickly." But the Yuandan pill was refined by the alchemist on Lingxiang Peak. You. Zhang Xiaohu didn't believe Zhang Xiaohua's words. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to explain and said, "Besides, there are only a few Yuandan pill. It's not enough. You'd better find me an alchemy room quickly." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. "Look at me. How can I find you an alchemy room? Besides, it takes a long time to find an alchemy room. I have to find it secretly. The alchemy room must not only be remote, but also be usable. It's not easy." Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. "Where are your alchemy rooms? I'll go and see for myself. Anyway, it's fine as long as no one goes there." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "I know one place and no one will go there. But, can you hide from the eyes and ears of the disciples of Lingxiang Peak?" "Of course. I don't dare to say about Qin Qin, but other disciples such as Zhong Pei can be ignored directly. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly. Well, that's good. Didn't I just tell you that Villa Master Oyanu and Sister Qiu Tong are on the other side of Shixin Peak? They only occupy a place near the top of the peak. Above their courtyard is a cliff. There seem to be several alchemy rooms there. When I went there in the early years I saw it. No disciple of Misty Hall went to the alchemy room. However, if you want to go to the cliff you must pass the law enforcement disciples. They are all cultivated by Lingxiang Peak. You have to be careful. I see. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, when it gets dark I'll go and take a look. By the way, second brother, think about how to pull Captain He out and give this credit to you. If it's effective, Hero Wen and the others should do the same in the future. Xiaohua, do you think I can do it? Zhang Xiaohu was still a little hesitant. Do you think second sister-in-law can marry you? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes angrily. I guess there are a lot of people in the Misty Hall who want second sister-in-law. If you don't do something, second sister-in-law won't look at it even if I give you a few secret marks. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Can't you say something else? You do remember Zhao Jian's dirty deeds very clearly. Yes, Xia Zai is pitiful. She was blind and fell in love with Zhao Jian, who is a beast in human clothing. But what about Sister Chang'e? She took a fancy to you, a so-called direct disciple. If you can't make a name for yourself, won't Sister Chang'e be pitiful? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Your second sister-in-law doesn't take a fancy to me. It's my charm that makes her fall in love with me. Come on, don't flatter yourself. You probably can't hide the fact that you helped your master and martial uncle from second sister-in-law. She and Qin Qin must also know that I helped. Why don't you ask her and see what she thinks? If she doesn't support you, just take it that I said nothing. By the way, since Chang'e and Qin Qin can't hide it, my master and the others must know it in the end. Do you think they... Ahem, you were so lofty just now. Why do you think so much now? Who am I? I'm the wise, handsome and fair-skinned younger brother of Zhang Xiaohu. What's the purpose of my treatment? Isn't it to let them owe you a favor? They will only give this credit to you. Xiaohu smiled and said, Little Blossom, you're thinking too simply. Martial uncles and the others aren't people with pure hearts and few desires. Zhang Xiaohua spread out her hands and said, knowing that they will compete with you, will you still treat them? That's for sure. Zhang Xiaohu said firmly. So. Zhang Xiaohua patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder like an old man. Do what we should do and make your master and uncle embarrassed. You? Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Between you and me, who is the elder brother? Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua returned to her small courtyard. First, she took out the prescription of the Yuandan pill and looked at the main ingredients in it so that she knew what to do. The main ingredients for refining the Yuandan pill were ice spirit grass and cold light grass. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua would use the best spirit grass collected by the underground cold pool. But what about the ingredients? There were also more than a dozen kinds of herbs. If it was someone else, it would be difficult to find them. These herbs were required by the lingering fragrance peak and were not easy to find in other places. However, Zhang Xiaohua had won a lot of herbs from the Pill Sprouting Hall's disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He had also obtained the herbs collected by the Pill Sprouting Hall's disciples in the Strange Birch Forest and the majority of the herbs collected by the Misty Hall's disciples. How could he lack herbs? Of course, in order to match the rare main ingredient, Zhang Xiaohua still spent a lot of effort to find the other ingredients that were of sufficient age to match the rare main ingredient. Zhang Xiaohua picked out the herbs and put them into his money pouch. Then he took out the bright sungrass and other herbs needed to refine the Meridian Soothing Pill from his belt. These herbs were obviously better than the ones from Rejuvenation Valley, so the quality of the Meridian Soothing Pill refined from them should be good as well. By the time Zhang Xiaohua was done, the sky was already dark. Zhang Xiaohua looked outside and put away the jade box. She floated up and flew towards the back of the mountain. Shixin Peak was indeed huge. Even if Zhang Xiaohua flew with the wind, she still took the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach the back of the mountain. Just as Zhang Xiaohu said, when she arrived at the back of the mountain, she saw specks of lights in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua discovered that there were some powerful martial artists hiding in the dark. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She landed on the ground and changed to escape through the earth. She went straight to the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohu didn't explain in detail and Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a sense of direction. After searching for a long time, she still didn't find anything. Could it be that second brother said something wrong? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She didn't think about her mistake at all. Alright, it's already late. I should go back first. If there's really no other way, I'll wait until tomorrow. Just as she was thinking, she heard someone whispering to her left. Could it be that it's that gang again? Why are they all night owls? Why do they always meet at night? Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought so. But when she quietly approached, she realized that she was wrong. A person laughed and said, "Senior brother Mao, it's already so late. Why are you still loitering around?" I was wondering who it was. So it's junior brother Mu. Aren't you loitering around too? Yes, it's late at night. Even ghosts won't come. Other than us brothers who have been through hard times, who else would appear at this time? Let's wait for a few more days. The brothers who rotate should be here. We can also go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak to rest. Hee, maybe we don't need to come back this time? What? Where did you get the news from? Why does it sound like a rumor? It doesn't seem to be true. Senior brother Mao is wrong. There's no smoke without fire. Since ancient times, this rumor has been quite close to the truth. What kind of truth did junior brother Mu get? Have you heard of it? Have you seen Oh Yen these few days? Oh Yen? No, she doesn't usually appear in the courtyard, does she? I haven't heard of it. Could it be that something happened to her? Although Oh Yen doesn't walk around the courtyard often, she still comes out to get some fresh air every few days. Don't you think that she hasn't appeared in the courtyard for 5 to 6 days? Now that you mention it, it's true. It's really a bit strange. Could it be? I heard that Oh Yen has a strange illness. She can't move while lying down. I reckon that she doesn't have much time left. Think about it. When she dies, do we still need to eat the northwest wind here? Tiske, although Oh Yen can't be compared to our Lingering Fragrance Peak's inner disciples, she has a kind of delicate beauty. It's a pity that she's gone. Don't compare Oh Yen with our senior sisters. They all wear veils, so who knows if they're ugly or beautiful. Even when they see us, they order us around like servants. How can we be compared to Oh Yan's gentleness? Thinking of Oh Yan's smile and that sickly beauty, I have the urge to strangle all the senior sisters to death. Shu, what are you talking about? If the senior sisters hear this, do we still have a way to live? Ah? Oh Yen has a strange illness? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was shocked. He originally wanted to wait for a while before visiting Oh Yen. Since the matter was urgent, then he couldn't care about anything else. It was better to take a look first. As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua directly went into the courtyard in front of him. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the courtyard was rather huge. It took up a lot of space in Shixin Peak and was comparable to Baiyu Peak's Pill Expansion Hall. Of course, such a huge courtyard made it difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to find Oh Yen there. What should we do? Just as he was thinking, he heard a few servants coming from a dark corridor. Behind them was a middle-aged man who was carrying a food box. As he walked, he scolded, "Why aren't you moving? Miss O just wanted to come and eat some snacks from Pingyang City. If she loses her appetite after eating all of them, you will be held accountable." The few servants didn't dare to answer. They only carried the food in their hands and walked forward quickly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed and followed them silently. The few of them walked along the corridor and didn't stop when they passed by a few courtyards. Although there were lights in those courtyards, no one appeared. After following them for a while, he saw a courtyard planted with many bamboos. At the corner of the courtyard was a pond, and there was a small bridge over the pond that led to the corridor. The small bridge passed through the bamboo forest and went into the depths of the courtyard. There were faint lights and voices. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua had a rough idea of what to do. He went in from the side of the pond and revealed himself in the bamboo forest. When he leaped out of the bamboo forest, he saw a few houses in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 736. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, the fragrance cult must have placed Oh Yen in a secluded hut when they brought her to Shixin Peak. Why would they worry about her? However, looking at the huge courtyard behind the Shixin Peak, which was not inferior to the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua realized that he was too narrow-minded. He did not have the generous temperament and extravagance of the fragrant cult's hierarch. However, when he came out of the ground and flashed to a corner of the brightly lit courtyard, he was stunned on the spot. Isn't it the same as the courtyard where Oh Yen used to discuss matters in the Huanxi manner? Zhang Xiaohua had stayed in Huanxi Mountain Villa for a long time, but he rarely went to the inner courtyard where Oyen lived. He had only seen the hall, so he had a deep impression of it. At this time, when he saw the trees, flowers and other arrangements in the courtyard, he found that they were exactly the same as his impression. If it weren't for the fact that the trunk of the huge tree on the left side of the courtyard didn't have the trace of his chasing dream, he would have thought that everything in the courtyard was moved from Huanxi Mountain Villa. Tut tut, Zhang Xiaohua smacked his dry lips and said to himself, "My goodness, I was wondering why so many people pursue power. This thing seems to be more useful than gold. If you ask me to spend money to build a courtyard that is exactly the same as Huanxi Mountain Villa, I won't do it. A futon is enough." But the hierarch just touched his lips and the courtyard became exactly the same. Really? Alas, I don't know what to say. When second brother does something, will he also make the Misty Hall like Guizhuang House? Well, at the very least he will build a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain for me just like my home. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand the role of power and gradually began to look down on gold and silver. As the saying goes, the change of one's thoughts and the improvement of one's qualities only increase in the slightest. Zhang Xiaohua looked around the courtyard and then flew to the top of the huge tree with ease. He squinted his eyes and looked into the hall. At this moment, the hall was brightly lit, but there were only a few servants inside. They looked respectful and submissive. On one of the chairs in the hall sat an old man with a head full of silver hair. He was holding a teacup in his right hand and twirling it mindlessly. His eyes were looking at the ground, ignoring the teacup that wouldn't fall out of his hand no matter how hard he twirled it. His left sleeve was empty, casually tucked at his waist. Wasn't this Elder Yu who taught Zhang Xiaohua the nameless sword art? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Elder Yu straight back and couldn't help but smile. This kind of old man who had been through storms in the pugilistic world was the most resilient. Huanxi Mountain Villa had encountered so many things, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. At this time, a woman walked in slowly from a corner of the courtyard. Her footsteps were slightly heavy and didn't seem to be someone who practiced martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted when he saw her. Under the light, the woman was close to 30 years old. Her mature face was slightly plump, and her eyes were slightly tired. There were also some fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and there was a glow on her fair forehead. Wasn't she Qiu Tong, whom he hadn't seen for many years? If it was said that Zhang Xiaohua came to the back mountain of Shixing Peak to visit Oyen, it would be more accurate to say that he was here to visit Qiu Tong. When Zhang Xiaohua came to Pingyang City from the Guizhuang House, the first woman he met was Qiu Tong. Qiu Tong had selflessly taken on the responsibility of an elder sister. Not only did she bring Zhang Xiaohua to Huanxi Mountain Villa, she had also helped him a lot in the villa. Most importantly, she had filled the void in Zhang Xiaohua's heart after he left his sister-in-law and mother. Therefore, other than kinship, Qiu Tong was really Zhang Xiaohua's Lu Qian. Now that he saw that Qiu Tong hadn't changed much from his impression of her, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was instantly filled with joy when he saw that Qiu Tong hadn't changed much. There were only traces of age and a mature charm. When Qiu Tong walked into the main hall, Elder Yu had already heard her footsteps and quickly stood up to welcome her. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the sadness in Qiu Tong's eyes and stopped. However, he was still a little unwilling and asked softly, Young mistress, how is she?" Qiu Tong sighed and didn't reply immediately. She looked at the servants in the hall and waved her hand. "All of you are dismissed." Those people all bowed and quietly walked down. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already reached the roof. When he saw Qiu Tong through his divine perception, he laughed in his heart. Elder sister Qiu Tong has the aura of a master. Back then she was also like a servant. She wasn't as magnanimous as she is now. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua actually knew how to criticize other people's aura. Furthermore, it was from a condescending point of view. Was this still the same country bumpkin that Qiu Tong had met back then? Seeing that everyone had left, Qiu Tong sat down dejectedly. She pinched the bridge of her nose between her eyes and rubbed it a few times. She smiled bitterly and said, "Elder Yu, young mistress was awake for a while just now. She seemed to be in high spirits and wanted to eat some snacks from Pingyang City. We just sent some over, but she only ate a little before she fell into a trance again. She didn't recognize anyone and looked like she was in a daze. Now that she had taken some medicine, she fell asleep again." "Sai, how long has it been?" "The doctors from Lingering Fragrance Peak have also been here. Why can't they see the reason? What method did they use? They tried all kinds of medicine. They even took quite a number of elixirs from Lingering Fragrance Peak. Why can't they see any effect? It's fine if she's just falling asleep. However, young mistress's spirit is getting weaker and weaker. Even the doctors from Lingering Fragrance Peak said that if this continues, young mistress may never wake up again. Chiu Tong said sadly. However, there were tears in the corners of her eyes. She had served Yen since she was young. Although they were master and servant, they were sisters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed Yen to the Lingering Fragrance sect to suffer. Now that she saw that Yen was dying, how could she not be sad? Elder Yu frowned. He slammed the table with his right hand, causing the teacup to fall to the ground. He shouted, "Isn't it obvious? It must be those old ladies from Lingering Fragrance Peak. Other than them, who else would make things difficult for young mistress? I already said that I would go to Lingering Fragrance Peak to reason with them. However, you just had to stop me. Now we don't even know if young mistress is dead or alive. Who can we reason with?" Chiu Tong got up and walked over. She bent down to pick up the teacup that had fallen to the ground and placed it gently on the table. Elder Yu was a little embarrassed. He said, "Chiu Tong, let the servants do this." Chiu Tong shook her head and said softly, "Elder Yu, I'm young mistress's servant. If I don't do this, who will do it?" Elder Yu stomped his feet. He was angry but he couldn't vent it. He sat back down in his chair. Chiu Tong looked at Elder Yu and said softly, "Elder Yu, what you said doesn't have any basis. Although I have the same suspicions, there's no proof. Lingering Fragrance Peak won't admit it." After thinking for a while, she said, "Moreover, if Lingering Fragrance Peak wants to kill young mistress, they don't have to go through so much trouble. They only need to send an inner sect expert to point at her. Not to mention young mistress, even Elder Yu wouldn't be able to resist." Sigh, Elder Yu sighed and said dejectedly, "What you said makes sense. This old man has roamed the Jianghu for decades and always felt that I have seen countless heroes. I know the depths of the Jianghu. Even when I came to Huanxi Manor, this old man also underestimated the people from the Misty School. I only felt that I was standing at a certain level of martial arts and looked at everyone as normal. When this old man followed young mistress to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I thought that with my martial arts I would be able to protect young mistress. However, when I came here I realized that when Lingering Fragrance Peak destroyed the Misty School that day, they only used outer sect disciples and a few inner sect male disciples. Not a single elite inner sect female disciple went. It was only after I unintentionally witnessed the inner sect disciples' martial arts that this old man realized that there is always someone better than you. This old man's martial arts are really not up to their standards. What protection is there to talk about? Elder Yu, you don't have to feel inferior. The circumstances of the inner sect disciples are different from yours. If you were to have such a fortuitous encounter, you would definitely be stronger than them. Lass, you don't know this, but the path of martial arts is about fate. This fate is also an extremely important thing. There are countless people with extraordinary talents in this world, but how many of them can be discovered by others? How many of them can enter the ranks of martial arts? And out of these people, how many of them can meet a master, a suitable inner sect cultivation method, a suitable sword technique, or a suitable weapon? When it came to martial arts, Elder Yu had a lot to say. Chiu Tong didn't disturb him and only sat at the side to listen quietly. Zhang Xiaohua leaned over the roof and laughed in her heart. It's said that when people get old, they like to reminisce about their past achievements. It seems like Elder Yu is no exception. After talking for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Elder Yu said, "This old man was also lucky and obtained the nameless sword technique by chance. It was from that sword technique that I was enlightened and understood the true essence of sword techniques." As he said that, he seemed to be thirsty and reached out to grab his teacup. Only then did he realize that the teacup had been broken by him. He stopped and realized that he had said too much. He smiled embarrassedly and said, I said too much. Chiu Tong pursed her lips and smiled. She poured tea into a teacup and handed it to Elder Yu. She said, "Since Elder Yu knows that the inner sect disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak are amazing, it would be easy for them to deal with us. Moreover, Shixing Peak is the territory of Lingering Fragrance cult. No one in the pugilistic world would know about it. If something happened, they could just say that the young mistress got sick. Why would they need to resort to other methods?" Elder Yu said, "You're right. If they wanted to do it, they would have done it a few years ago. Why wait until now? Moreover, the words Misty School no longer exist in the pugilistic world. The young mistress value is getting smaller and smaller. There's no need for them to do it now. Chiu Tong shook her head. Value is getting smaller? That's not necessarily true. Chapter 737. Elder Yu asked curiously, is there something wrong with what I said? Chiu Tong smiled. Hall Master Yang is overseeing the front mountain of First Faith Peak. Although she is the wife of sect leader O, don't forget that she is also an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. This identity will inevitably make the disciples of the Misty School feel conflicted. Yes, this Yang Ruping really doesn't have it easy. I didn't even know that she was a disciple of the fragrant cult after being in the Misty Mountain Villa for decades. Now that she is at First Faith Peak, she can still endure the humiliation and protect the disciples of the Misty School. Hall Master Yang is merely the wife of gang leader O, while young Miss is the younger sister of gang leader O. She is much more important than Hall Master Yang. Therefore, as long as the Misty Hall is not closed down, young Miss' value will not decrease. Chiu Tong then hesitated. Actually, I feel that the fragrant cult's purpose in imprisoning young Miss here is far from just that. Elder Yu didn't understand and asked curiously, is there another reason? Chiu Tong was also puzzled by Elder Yu's question and asked, didn't the disciples of the fragrant cult ask you about it? Of course, this old man is considered a top figure in the pugilistic world. Even if I haven't seen them, how could I not have heard of them? I only need to tell them my name and they will know the whole story. Why bother to ask? Chiu Tong nodded and said thoughtfully, I understand now. But didn't they ask about anything else? Anything else? Of course, it's just a matter related to the young Mississippi. I'm just an old man, what could I know? Naturally, I'll tell them everything I know. Seeing my attitude, they didn't ask any more questions. Girl, why don't you tell me what's going on? We have been here for so many years and you still seem to be hiding it from me. Chiu Tong smiled bitterly at Elder Yu's questioning words. It's not that I am hiding it from Elder Yu. Actually, young Miss is also puzzled and doesn't know what they are talking about. What do you want me to tell you? It's all groundless speculation. Is it related to some martial arts secret manual? Nodding, Chiu Tong said, whether or not it's done is just a groundless accusation. In any case, the Misty School was destroyed because of this incident. Then he hesitated again and continued, however, it's not a martial arts secret manual like what people say. Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying on the roof, immediately understood what was going on. That's right. Doesn't the Aroma sect have any cultivation techniques? Even Su Huan mantra was casually bestowed to a disciple like second brother. How could he possibly covet the martial arts manuals of the Misty School? Then, what exactly is? Elder Yu was indeed worthy of being the one who had taught Zhang Xiaohua swordsmanship. He immediately answered the question that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask. This was the third time Chiu Tong hesitated. However, after thinking for a moment, she still said, even young Miss was kept in the dark from the start. I heard that the alliance leader of the Righteous Alliance at the Misty Peak interrogated young Miss, saying that sect leader O had given young Miss something. However, sect leader O didn't give young Miss anything noteworthy. Later on, I heard from the inner sect disciples that it was some sort of map. In all honesty, how could Master O have given such an important item to someone who doesn't know martial arts like young Miss? Elder Yu's eyes lit up. A treasure map? A treasure map that contains a peerless martial art? How is that possible? Chiu Tong shook her head slightly. I don't know how rich the Fragrant Order is. I heard you say that their martial arts are very high. They only need to pass down their martial arts. Isn't that better than anything else? Elder Yu smiled. You're just inexperienced. What do you think is better, being the leader of the Aroma sect or unifying the martial arts world and becoming the leader of all the sects in the martial arts world? Chiu Tong was dumbfounded. I don't know. Elder Yu reprimanded her. You're a rotten wood that can't be carved. Why don't you have any ambition? Stop, Elder Yu. You don't have to say so much. If this map could be used to unify the martial arts world, wouldn't Master O have done it long ago? Why wait until the sect was destroyed by the three sects? I'm just casually chatting with you and you're already lecturing me? Hehe, you seem to have forgotten that I taught you a lot back at Huanxi Manor. Even young Miss had to listen to me obediently. The moment the topic touched on O Yen, the atmosphere in the hall immediately turned heavy. Elder Yu couldn't continue his words and could only mutter. After talking for so long, since it wasn't Lingxiang Peak who did it, how could Lingxiang Peak's physicians not be able to treat her? Could it be, there's another reason behind this? Elder Yu and Chiu Tong glanced at each other at the same time with a trace of shock in their eyes. If that was really the case, then the aroma sect wasn't an iron plate. There were actually people who disagreed with the sect master and disobeyed the sect master's orders. Then wasn't this person? Elder Yu and Chiu Tong shuddered. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening carefully from the roof, was shocked. If that was the case, everyone in the Misty Hall was under Yang Ruping's protection and Yang Ruping was under the sect master's protection. If there was really such a person, wouldn't the Misty Hall's days be even more difficult? Perhaps Zhong Pei, who dares to brazenly torture second brother with groundless accusations, belongs to such a force? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was letting her imagination run wild, Chiu Tong stood up and said, "Sai, no matter what they do, it's fine as long as it has nothing to do with us." Look at young Miss now, she's all skin and bones. If it's delayed for a few more days, it's hard to say what will happen. Is it that serious? Elder Yu also stood up and said, "This old man has to go take a look." Chiu Tong hurriedly said, "Elder, quickly go and rest." "What time is it now? Why are you still going to young Miss's room?" Elder Yu glared at him. "Young Miss is just like my granddaughter. What's so inconvenient about me going there? Moreover, when you were young..." Seeing that Elder Yu was about to use his seniority again, Chiu Tong hurriedly begged for mercy. "Elder Yu, young Miss is already asleep. Don't you feel embarrassed to go there? Let's wait until tomorrow." "Didn't you say that young Miss?" Chiu Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That won't make a difference. Elder, you should rest first. If there are any changes, I will definitely inform you." After speaking, Chiu Tong hurriedly left the hall and walked into the darkness outside. Elder Yu, who was standing in the hall, let out a long sigh. He sat down again and habitually picked up a teacup to drink. However, the teacup was empty. He shook his hand and threw it on the table, almost breaking it. Although Elder Yu was skilled in martial arts, the fact that Zhang Xiaohua flew up from the roof and followed Chiu Tong did not catch his attention at all. After Chiu Tong left the hall, she turned around and walked to the right. It was the same path she had taken earlier. There was a small moon door and a small stone path beneath her feet. Zhang Xiaohua knew that there were disciples from Lingering Fragrance Peak watching the courtyard, so she didn't dare to reveal herself. She carefully floated down from the roof and immediately burrowed into the ground to follow Chiu Tong. After Chiu Tong passed through the moon gate, she walked past several bamboo racks that were covered with green vines. She subconsciously stopped in her tracks and raised her head to look. She saw a bright full moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight scattered on the ground like water, as if it was bathing in a river of stars. Chiu Tong looked around and walked to a clean spot. Looking at the boundless starry sky, she clasped her hands together and knelt down without hesitation. She whispered something as hot tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Although he didn't hear what Chiu Tong was saying or praying, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang in his heart when he saw Chiu Tong's pious expression under the moonlight and her tightly knitted brows. He thought to himself, if elder sister-in-law and mother were in trouble, would I just stand by and do nothing? The person who is in trouble is someone who I am indebted to in the past. The answer was obvious. Zhang Xiaohua had always been someone who knew how to repay kindness. Although he didn't intend to expose himself this time and only wanted to see Chiu Tong and Oyen and secretly check on Oyen's condition, he couldn't bear to see Chiu Tong treat Yu Qiuqian in such a manner. He formed a hand seal and floated up from the ground. He quietly stood under the shadows of the green vines and looked at Chiu Tong with pity. After a long while, Chiu Tong stood up from the ground and wiped the tears from her face. Just as she was about to walk away, she heard a voice beside her call out, "Elder sister Chiu Tong, ah?" The voice wasn't loud, but it gave Chiu Tong a fright. She naturally jumped to the side and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why didn't you rest earlier? What are you doing here?" However, Chiu Tong was standing under the moonlight and Zhang Xiaohua was in the shadows. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see who it was. Therefore, she didn't waste any time and said, "Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to enter without my permission? Go back and pretend that I didn't see anything. There are still many things to do tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Chiu Tong must have thought of him as a servant. However, when he heard Chiu Tong's kindness, he couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, "It's me, Zhang Xiaohua. Elder sister Chiu Tong, don't you remember me?" As he said that, Zhang Xiaohua took half a step forward. The moonlight shone on half of his face. Zhang Xiaohua? Chiu Tong covered her mouth in shock. She looked at the face under the moonlight in disbelief. It didn't seem to have changed much from the past few days. However, when she looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was a head taller than her reaction was the same as Chiu Ju's. You're really Zhang Xiaohua? I heard from your second brother that you were captured by the Tenryu sect? No wonder both of you have the surname Chiu. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself as he pinched his nose. Then he smiled and said, didn't I escape from their hands? However, Chiu Tong still didn't go forward. She hesitated and said, but, why are you here? Did the Archbishop of Lingering Fragrance Peak send you here? Then he laughed coldly and said, Miss has already been tortured to such a state by you and you still want to play this game. Chapter 738. After hearing Chiu Tong's question, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. Needless to say, Chiu Tong thought that she was a fake Zhang Xiaohua sent by the fragrance cult. However, thinking about it carefully, it was quite normal. The Shixin Peak was different from the Huanxi Mountain Villa. When Qiuju saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was just stunned at first. She immediately understood and did not delve into it. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was the medicine boy of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. With martial arts, it was normal for him to easily enter the Huanxi Mountain Villa to find Qiuju and ask about Oyen. What about Shixin Peak? Other than the people from the fragrance cult, it was unlikely that anyone in Jianghu could easily come here. In Chiu Tong's eyes, who was Zhang Xiaohua? She was just like her younger brother who worked at home. Even if she heard from Zhang Xiaohu, Oyen, and even Chiu Tong had seen Zhang Xiaohua before, how could Chiu Tong, who had seen the mystical martial arts of the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, believe that Zhang Xiaohua, who even he Tianshu from the pharmacy hall could not defeat, could sneak up on her in the middle of the night under the guard of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak? In short, this was simply impossible. Well, if you want to pretend, you should at least make it look more real. You are using someone else's face from a few years ago in front of me. Aren't you bullying me for being stupid? Who would not see each other for 4 to 5 years and not change their appearance at all? Especially when it was a teenager. Seeing Chiu Tong's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua thought about it carefully. This was where the loophole was. She could not explain it even if she had 100 mouths. Really, she could not explain it. She said to Chiu Tong, Sister Chiu Tong, the first time I saw you was to help you get back your money bag. Sister Chiu Tong, the reason why I could enter Huanxi Manor seems to be because you saw me at the Lotus Escort Agency. Sister Chiu Tong, I saved Manor Head O by the river. I also killed an old man in black. No matter how many times you say these words, it would not be enough to prove your identity. After all, Zhang Xiaohua did not help Chiu Tong dry her underwear. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, Big Sister Chiu Tong, do you think I need to pretend to be myself? Chiu Tong almost burst out laughing when she heard that. She thought for a moment and said, that's true. Zhang Xiaohua was just an ordinary medicine apprentice. When the Misty School was destroyed, she had already disappeared. I don't think the fragrance cult knew of her existence. Moreover, even if this Zhang Xiaohua was impersonated by someone from the fragrant cult, why did you have to impersonate someone who has nothing to do with the young miss? When Chiu Tong thought of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Zhang Xiaohua saved Miss before. Although this is a secret, there's no guarantee that no one will know about it. If someone from the fragrant religion uses it and impersonates Zhang Xiaohua, it's not necessarily true. Just as she was about to relax, she immediately became alert again. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. It seemed like there was no secret that only the two of them knew. She could only smile bitterly and say, Big Sister Chiu Tong, I don't think I can think of anything to prove my identity. Do you want to think about it too? Chiu Tong thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something fun. She asked, do you remember the banknotes that the young miss gave you? How much silver do you remember? How many banknotes were there? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up, but then her face turned red. She smiled and said, I'm glad that Big Sister Chiu Tong still remembers. It was 5 taels for 1 banknote. There were 40 banknotes. Manor Head O even gave me 100 taels for 1 banknote. Is there a problem? Big Sister Chiu Tong, I remember that you lied to me and said it was 1 tael for 1 banknote. Eh? Chiu Tong was slightly shocked. Zhang Xiaohua, is it really you? That's right, if she didn't see it with her own eyes, How could she remember that 2,000 taels worth of banknotes were exchanged for 5 taels for 1 banknote? Perhaps only Zhang Xiaohua, who had just come out of the Guizhuang house and had never seen the world before, would do such a thing. Of course it's me, Zhang Xiaohua said righteously. It was best not to spread such a shameful thing. However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of something. She took out Chasing Dream and handed it over. Big Sister Chiu Tong, this is my little sword. I remember that you were there when Elder Yu asked me about it at Huanxi Manor. You should have seen it too. I even used it to stab a tree. Chiu Tong nodded and walked forward to take it. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and handed it over to Chiu Tong before taking half a step back. When Chasing Dream entered Chiu Tong's hand, it sank and was held by Chiu Tong. She took a closer look at it before handing it over to Zhang Xiaohua. Should be around that time. I don't remember it clearly, but it should be around 5 taels worth of banknotes. Alright, why did you come to Shishing Peak? Oh, your second brother is still in front. You should have seen him already. Chiu Tong's words were also probing. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Yes, isn't it just Zhang Xiaohu? Big Sister Chiu Tong, you don't have to probe. Chiu Tong pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua continued, I came here to spread the incense cult to look for second brother. I know that you and Big Sister O's lives are not important, but second brother's life is unpredictable. That's why I went through so much trouble to come here. As for how I came in, let's talk about it later. I heard you say to Elder Yu that Big Sister O is very sick? You were eavesdropping? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. You were talking when I came in. I didn't want to disturb you, so I just happened to listen in. No, what I mean is that Elder Yu didn't realize that you were eavesdropping outside. Hee hee, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and continued to smile. It's enough that you know this. Don't tell Elder Yu. It'll be very embarrassing for him. Hee hee, Chiu Tong laughed. I won't tell him, I won't tell him. Then she passed the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a frown, You must have heard it just now. Young Mrs. Illness is very serious. Zhang Xiaohua comforted her. Big Sister O has always been very nice to people. Good people will naturally be rewarded. It's fine. Let me take a look at her later. We'll talk about it later. You? Chiu Tong didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua's last sentence to be like this. She asked, Zhang Xiaohua, when did you learn how to treat people? Hee hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. I learned it at Rejuvenation Valley. You went to Rejuvenation Valley? Young Miss seemed to want to go there back then. You actually went there and even learned medical skills? However, it's only been a few years. What can you learn? It can't be that the doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak are inferior to you, right? Gosh, Big Sister Chiu Tong, when did you become so slow? Weren't you rushing back to see Big Sister O just now? Why are you so quiet now? You're just talking to me. Isn't that so? Chiu Tong slapped her forehead. What am I talking to you about? Even if you're a fake, so what? Anyway, this manor is your fragrant fragrance cult's territory. You can come and go as you please. Chiu Tong turned around and walked 2 steps. She subconsciously turned back and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, do you really know how to treat people? Zhang Xiaohua nodded affirmatively. I do. However, I haven't seen Big Sister O's condition yet. I can't answer you. Then, come with me. Chiu Tong was seriously ill and was begging for help. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. She whispered, You go first. I'll follow behind you. If we get too close, I'm afraid that the disciples at Lingering Fragrance Peak will see us. Chiu Tong nodded and turned around slowly. However, her attention was focused behind her. I don't see Zhang Xiaohua's figure. Could it be that his qigong is so high? That's right. Since Elder Yu doesn't know that he's eavesdropping outside, his qigong should be pretty good. I think I heard him say that sect leader O bestowed some qigong technique on him. It shouldn't be wrong. Chiu Tong thought as she walked forward. She also looked back discreetly. However, when she arrived at a secluded courtyard, she still didn't see any trace of Zhang Xiaohua. Where did that brat go? In the small courtyard, there were a few servants who were also dispirited. They leaned against the door and were talking about something. When they saw Chiu Tong come in, they quickly perked up. Chiu Tong asked, How is Miss? There's no change. She's still unconscious. There's no movement at all. Sigh, all of you are dismissed. I'll be on duty tonight. But, Big Sister Chiu Tong, you've been on duty since last night. Will you be able to endure it today? It's fine. All of you are dismissed. Chiu Tong waved her hand and turned to enter the house. The maidservants looked at each other, then left helplessly and went their separate ways. Chiu Tong entered the house. She wasn't in a hurry to go in. Instead, she looked back and waited for the servants to leave. She waited for a while but still didn't see anyone. She couldn't help but wonder, did Zhang Xiaohua get lost? Why isn't he here yet? Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a lazy voice behind her. Big sister Chiu Tong, are you looking for me? You? Chiu Tong jumped in fright. She quickly turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua sitting on a chair next to her, looking at her with a smile. Chiu Tong quickly walked to the door and closed it. She scolded jokingly, "You child of all things, you learn to scare people. You even learn to speak lazily like other people. Do you think it's fun?" "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua tried to say a few more words. She said, "That seems to be the case. I really didn't learn to speak like other people." When Chiu Tong saw this, it was as if she was looking at the ignorant youth from years ago. She thought of her younger brother who she hadn't seen for many years. She shook her head dotingly and said, "I don't care to talk to you. Wait here. I'll go in and see young Mississippi." After a while, Chiu Tong returned and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, go in and see. I hope you have a good way to cure young Miss' illness." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohua stood up and followed Chiu Tong into the small room next to them. It was a very simple room. There weren't many things, but there were many books. There was no smell of cosmetics at all. It was completely different from what Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. When Zhang Xiaohua's gaze landed on O Yen, who was unconscious on the bed, her heart ached. Back when Zhang Xiaohua first met O Yen was about the same age as Lu Qian. She was at the peak of her beauty. There was no need to talk about the charm of her movements. Even her face, which was like a full moon, and her curved eyes were filled with boundless charm. However, at this moment, her face was so thin that it looked like a melon seed. Chapter 739. O Yen was lying on her back on the bed. Her black hair covered a little of her face. She was so thin that her face looked like it was hanging on a plate, but it was still white and flawless. Her long and narrow eyes were tightly shut, showing that her eye sockets were a little sunken. It was obvious that she was worried, and the sunken eye sockets made her dark eyelashes look even longer. Coupled with her fair skin, it was another kind of morbid beauty. Zhang Xiaohua looked at this face that was completely different from the one she remembered. Her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Yes, this was a high and mighty woman. She was the younger sister of a sect master and also the head of a manor. However, she was so amiable and amiable. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, who had just come from the countryside, she didn't look down on her, disdain, or distance. Instead, she treated her as an equal and even lent her a book on medicinal herbs. This kind of equal treatment really comforted Zhang Xiaohua's slightly inferior heart. Just like Chiu Tong, she gave Zhang Xiaohua motherly love. "Young miss, how is it?" Chiu Tong saw that Zhang Xiaohua was in a daze and couldn't help but ask anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua came to her senses and forced a smile. "Don't worry, big sister Chiu Tong. I will do my best to treat big sister O." Sigh. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chiu Tong seemed to hear the guilt in her voice. She let out a long sigh and didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua looked at O Yen and picked up a stool to sit in front of the bed. She narrowed her eyes and carefully looked at O Yen's face. She had only taken a rough look, but now that she took a closer look, she felt that O Yan's face was covered in a faint layer of green. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes twitched. She narrowed her eyes and released her divine sense. The moment she did so, Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed drastically. Do you know why? Before Zhang Xiaohua left the Guizhuang house, when Lu Qian was still taking care of the injured Zhang Xiaolong in the Guizhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua told Lu Qian that he could feel his grandmother's vitality gradually fading away. Lu Qian thought that it was because of the blood connection. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand it himself. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua comprehended the heavenly Tao that he had a certain foundation. After several opportunities, he had a deep impact on the Tao of life and death. Now, although his divine sense couldn't reach far, he had some special magical abilities. For example, right now he could clearly feel that O Yan's life force was slowly but steadily slipping away. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's expression change drastically, Chiu Tong, who'd been paying attention from the side, was stunned as well, and she said, "Zhang Xiaohua, could it be that you noticed something? You haven't taken her pulse yet, right?" Sighing softly, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled up and he said, I'm just wondering why Sister O is so skinny. Isn't the fragrance cult's leader a little too stingy? Chiu Tong couldn't help but laugh even though she knew Zhang Xiaohua was spouting nonsense. She then rebuked, hurry up and take her pulse. When she recovers, she'll make you something nice to eat. Chiu Tong seemed to remember that Zhang Xiaohua liked to eat meat. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Sister Chiu Tong, you keep asking me to take her pulse. Why don't you take out Sister O's arm? If you want me to personally take it out from under her blanket, wouldn't that be blasphemy? Chiu Tong slapped her forehead and said, look at me, I'm getting dizzy. As she spoke, she stepped forward and carefully took O Yan's arm out from under the blanket. Seeing that her wrist was already skin and bones, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She then carefully placed 2 fingers on O Yan's pulse and listened carefully. After a while, she sent her vital energy into O Yan's meridians. O Yan's meridians were small and fragile, which was the main reason why she couldn't practice martial arts. However, Zhang Xiaohua circulated her vital energy and didn't find any abnormalities. All the major acupoints on O Yan's body were normal, and her internal organs were normal as well. However, due to the knot in her heart for a long time, there was some sedimentation in her heart meridians. O Yan was still young and it wasn't obvious yet. When she was old, there might be major problems. However, this wasn't what Zhang Xiaohua was looking for today. Just as Chiu Tong said, the doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't find out what illness O Yan was suffering from. Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe it. His medical skills were praised by Valley Master Nye in Rejuvenation Valley, especially when he was dealing with difficult illnesses. Hence, he used his vital energy to check O Yan's meridians again and again. However, he still couldn't find any abnormalities. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua put down her hand and said apologetically to Chiu Tong, Elder Sister Chiu Tong, I was too full of myself earlier. I really didn't find anything wrong with Elder Sister O's illness. Chiu Tong was a little disappointed, but it wasn't out of her expectations. She forced a smile and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you're already doing well. The doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak said the same thing. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She asked, what else did the doctors say? They didn't say much. They just said that young lady might be suffering from heart blockage and fatigue, which caused her to be mentally sluggish and she fell into a deep sleep. Didn't Elder Sister O wake up for a while in the afternoon? How did the doctors deal with her? The doctors said that they weren't confident and only left behind a few awakening pills from Lingering Fragrance Peak for young lady to take and see if there would be any effect. After she left, I fed one to young mistress. Was still useful. Not long after, young mistress woke up and wanted to eat some snacks from Pingyang City. However, she only ate a little before falling asleep again. It was the same as before. I was thinking of giving young lady another pill tomorrow morning to see if there would be any effect. Awakening pill? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. The pill formula of this awakening pill was recorded in the jade slip he had obtained from the pill room of the Tianmu Peak. However, he had not paid much attention to the use of this pill. Usually he would not hear the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall mention it. He thought that it was an ordinary pill. Can I take a look? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Of course. Chiu Tong turned around and picked up a jade bottle from the table. She poured out a pill. Zhang Xiaohua took it and looked at it carefully. It was a pill the size of a soybean. It wasn't perfectly round and was dark green in color. Before Zhang Xiaohua could bring it to her nose, a refreshing smell that was different from the usual pill fragrance rushed to her nose. Thin mint herb? Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. This thin mint herb had a unique smell and a refreshing smell. It was most suitable for waking up and cleansing the mind. However, this awakening pill smelled so pungent for 2 reasons. Firstly, the thin mint herb used must have been young. The older the thin mint herb was, the fainter the pungent smell. In the end, there was only a lingering coolness left. Secondly, there was a mistake in the refining method. It didn't capture the essence of the way of the immortals. Not to mention whether the essence of the thin mint herb could be combined with other supplementary herbs to produce an effect. The pungent smell had already dissipated much of the medicinal effect. Could this awakening pill be effective for Oyan's illness? If that's the case, perhaps the pill I refined can save Oyan's life? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. She then handed the awakening pill to Chiu Tong. After thinking for a while, she said, Sister Chiu Tong, keep this awakening pill. When you give it to Miss tomorrow, let me take a look. Perhaps I can see its effects. Chiu Tong kept the pill and nodded. Tomorrow. I hope this awakening pill will be useful. Then she suddenly realized something. Where can I find you tomorrow? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. I'm now in the Misty Hall in the front mountain. I'm a disciple on duty from the pill expanding hall. However, it's not convenient for you to find me. I'll do it myself. She then looked at the full moon in the sky and said, but it's already late. I'll have to nag you all night. Chiu Tong was stunned. There are many rooms in this manor, but it's too late to pack them up. Moreover, there are many spies in the incense cult. You don't want others to know, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It's fine. Just find me a place. If it's not convenient here, I'll just find a cave on the mountain. There's no need for that. Come with me. With that, she led Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, You don't have to go out. Just tell me where it is and I'll go there myself. I see. Chiu Tong thought for a while and said, This courtyard is empty. There aren't many people there. If you're brave enough, you can go there and stay for a night. All right. I'll come over first thing in the morning. Don't let the servants come over. With that, Zhang Xiaohua went out and made a hand seal. Without waiting for Chiu Tong to come out, she went straight to the backyard. When Chiu Tong came out, Zhang Xiaohua was long gone. It was like a dream. She couldn't help but believe that the country youth of the past was no longer someone she could see through. Just as Chiu Tong said, no one came to the backyard. It was rather dusty. Zhang Xiaohua went in and found a random room. She took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. Then she set up a restriction. Not long after, she fell into her daily slumber. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua first finished her homework. Seeing that it was still early, she sat on the praying mat and carefully considered Oyan's condition. Oyan's condition was really strange. Even in Rejuvenation Valley, she had never heard Mu Qingxian talk about such a case. It made her feel like she didn't know where to start. After thinking for a while, she didn't have any ideas. Zhang Xiaohua could only take out the pill formula that recorded the Spirit Awakening pill and read it carefully. The Spirit Awakening pill was refined using the same method as the Yuandan pill. It was also refined using the two main ingredients, lotus grass and clear eucalyptus fruit, along with a dozen other supplementary ingredients. The lotus grass and clear eucalyptus fruit weren't considered rare compared to the ice soul grass. Even the mystic birch forest had plenty of them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't take long to prepare all the herbs needed to refine the Spirit Awakening pill. She placed them in the coin pouch. After preparing everything, Zhang Xiaohua put away the praying mat and turned around to return to Oyan's room. Chiu Tong was anxiously pacing left and right. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly appear, she couldn't help but jump in fright. Chapter 740. What kind of lightness skill is that? Chiu Tong was shocked and blurted out. Ethereal steps? Zhang Xiaohua blurted out with a smile. Isn't that the lightness skill that sect leader O bestowed upon me years ago? Chiu Tong was enlightened. You're really something. It's only been a few years since we last met, but you've already mastered the Misty School's lightness skill to such a high level. I feel that even Elder you can't compare to you. If sect leader O sees this, he'll definitely be overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips when she heard this. She knew her own situation. If O Peng were to find out about this technique, how would she survive? Zhang Xiaohua also knew that as the leader of a sect, O Peng would definitely prioritize the sect's interests. She was just a country bumpkin with no background. Either she obediently cooperated with him, or she would lose her life. Of course, O Peng should be considered a good person. He would probably pay a corresponding price in exchange for her help. Chiu Tong's face was a little gloomy and listless as she said this. Zhang Xiaohua smiled when she saw this. Don't think too much, Sister Chiu Tong. Who knows when the Misty School will be re-established in Pingyang City. Let's hurry and treat Mississippi. If Miss doesn't attend the ceremony on the day of reorganizing the mountains and rivers, it will be much worse. That's right. Chiu Tong wiped her eyes and said, Miss also talks about reorganizing the Misty School every day. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so tired and even contracted such a strange illness. With that, she led Zhang Xiaohua into the eastern room. Everything in the room was the same as last night. Even Oyan's sleeping posture had changed slightly. Only the pale green color on Oyan's face had deepened. Chiu Tong took out the awakening pill and was about to feed it to Yen when Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, "Sister Chiu Tong, let me do it." Chiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded. She poured out a sobering pill and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu carefully examined the spirit awakening pill before placing it into Yan's mouth. Following which he placed his finger on Yan's pulse and channeled his true energy into her body. He activated his true energy to dissolve the spirit awakening pill, while his divine sense enveloped Yan. Sure enough, the spirit awakening pill had some effect. Not long after, when the pill dissolved, although Zhang Xiaohua's Jinqi didn't detect any special changes in Yan's meridians, heart meridians and internal organs, the disappearing vitality in her divine sense obviously slowed down. Although it couldn't stop, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to see Yan's slightly moving eyes and trembling eyelashes. Miss Chiu Tong saw Yan move and said in surprise, "You're awake?" Mississippi. Yan opened her eyes tiredly and saw Zhang Xiaohua immediately. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohua?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It seemed that other than her mother, no one else could recognize her so easily. Her heart warmed as she nodded and said, "It's me, Mississippi. You're awake?" "Yes, I'm awake." "Why are you in my room? Did he Tianshu give you a day off today? Or is there something you need from me?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua completely understood. Like I said, only mother can recognize me at once. Even elder brother, elder sister-in-law and father are hesitant. How could Yan have such a deep impression of me? It turns out that she thought she was in Huanxi Mountain Villa. Chiu Tong walked over and said, "Miss this?" Before Chiu Tong could finish speaking, Yan frowned and said, "Are you Chiu Tong? Why do you seem to have aged so much in just one night?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she stood up from the chair. Yan was even more surprised. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, when did you grow so tall?" "Miss Mississippi." Chiu Tong quickly walked forward and sat beside Yan. "You must be a little confused from sleeping. Look at the things in this room." When Yan heard this, she looked around and then at the bed. She composed herself and smiled bitterly. "So we're not at Huanxi Manor." But then she pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Who is this person? Why does she look exactly like Zhang Xiaohua from a few years ago?" Chiu Tong said, "She is Zhang Xiaohua from back then. I don't know what happened. She's actually acting so young. You don't have to doubt it. I already confirmed last night that she's the real Zhang Xiaohua." When Yan saw Chiu Tong's assurance, she did not pursue the matter. She only said, "Zhang Xiaohua, why are you here?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she bowed and said, "Big sister, now is not the time to ask me. I know you can't stay awake for long. I know a little about the art of medicine, so I wanted to ask you some questions." Yan was interested. She said, "Am I sick? I just feel very tired and want to sleep. It's probably because I was tired a while ago." Chiu Tong said worriedly, "Miss, it's good for you to rest like this. But you can't always sleep. This servant is very afraid. Let's listen to Zhang Xiaohua and see if he can find anything." Without waiting for Yan to nod, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Big sister when did you suddenly feel very tired and want to sleep?" Yan thought for a moment and said, "About 20 days ago. I wanted to go to the mountain to take a look, but halfway there, I suddenly felt a gust of wind. I felt cold all over and my limbs were tired. I didn't want to move. At that time I was with Chiu Tong and it was Chiu Tong who helped me back. When I came back, I couldn't open my eyes and wanted to sleep." "Do you feel any different when you sleep compared to when you rest?" "Yes," Yan said firmly, "usually I just sleep. But this time, it was as if I wasn't sleeping at all. I felt like I was flying and it was as if I was chasing a flying bug. It kept flying and I kept chasing but I couldn't catch up. It was very, very tiring." "Was there anything else unusual?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "There didn't seem to be anything. It was just a dream, nothing else." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Chiu Tong and said, "Big sister Chiu Tong, I don't have anything else to ask. You can tell young mistress." Chiu Tong nodded and looked at Yan. "It's all right, young mistress. Yesterday we asked the doctor from Lingering Fragrance Peak to come over and leave you some pills. Once you take it, you'll wake up. Also, Zhang Xiaohua knows the Qi Huang technique. He said that he will definitely be able to cure your illness." Yan laughed. She was also tired. She said, "I believe in you." Then she sighed and said, Actually, this is good too. I've been tired these past few years. Whenever I have time, I think of Big Brother. If I can't wake up from my sleep, I can go and see Big Brother earlier. But I can't rebuild the Misty School. I'm afraid I won't be able to answer to Big Brother. You're thinking too much. Didn't gang leader O not tell you anything? Why are you giving yourself such a heavy task? Chiu Tong reprimanded. The Misty School is Big Brother's foundation. I can't accept it being taken over by someone else for no reason. Sai, it's a pity that you had to come here with me. You're almost 30, but you don't even have a good husband. Chiu Tong blushed a little when she heard this. She rebuked, look at what young mistress is saying. Aren't you the same? This servant is still waiting to serve you and... At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He smiled and said, Big sister Chiu Tong, I forgot something. It wasn't just Chiu Tong. Even O Yen looked up and said, look at you smiling so happily. What's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's good news for big sister Chiu Tong. With that, he took out the brocade box and the letter that Chiu Ju had asked him to bring to Chiu Tong. He said, congratulations big sister Chiu Tong. There's actually a disciple in the Misty School who admires you so much. This is the letter and birthday present he asked someone to bring to you. Chiu Tong's face turned red when she heard this. She scolded jokingly, Zhang Xiaohua, when did you learn to make fun of me? You actually brought something like this over? Oyen was also overjoyed. She tugged at Chiu Tong and said, you silly girl, when did you go to the front mountain? You actually did such a big thing without saying a word. You even hid it from me? See if I don't give you a dowry in the future. How can that be? Chiu Tong protested loudly, I've been accompanying young mistress every day. How can I have the time to go to the Misty Hall? Hearing their conversation, Zhang Xiaohua knew that they had misunderstood. She quickly said, sisters, please listen to me. This disciple is not from the Misty Hall. Then Zhang Xiaohua told them everything that Chiu Ju had said. O Yen and Chiu Tong were both sad. They knew that this disciple was no longer around. After a while, O Yen asked, Chiu Tong, who do you think this disciple is? Chiu Tong shook her head and said, I've never had the chance to go to the Misty Mountain Villa. Even when I did go, it was to accompany young mistress. Although there are many disciples in the Misty School, I've never paid attention to them. Sigh, it's a pity that this disciple is too shy. If he had come a few years earlier, he might have been able to achieve something good. Young mistress. Chiu Tong said shyly, this is something that has never happened. What are you talking about? She then raised the letter and box in her hand and said, it's because this disciple sacrificed her life for the Misty School that I accepted these. If it were any other day, I wouldn't even look at them. At this time, seeing that O Yen was gradually becoming more and more sleepy, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness felt that O Yan's vitality was fading away. She couldn't help but have a bad feeling. It seemed that this spirit-cleansing pill could only cure the symptoms. O Yen yawned and said, let's take a look at the letter first. I'm curious, who is this disciple? Is it one of the few that I know? Chiu Tong's face turned red, but seeing that O Yen was about to fall asleep again, she was also anxious. She smiled and said, all right, young mistress, please wait a moment. I'll read the letter to you. Hearing this, O Yan's eyes lit up. She said, then read it quickly. This disciple of the Misty School has some literary talent. Chiu Tong smiled and opened the letter. But when she saw the contents, she couldn't help but turn pale with fright. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.